the Runkandel bloodline, a legendary clan of blade masters holding half the world in an iron grip. Blessed with godlike physiques and monstrous talent from birth, they did not just exist, they conquered. Their entire existence revolves around three absolute laws: battle, dominate, subdue. That ruthless dogma defined their legacy. And into this empire of steel, Jin was born as the youngest son of the supreme Runkandel family. During the sacred selection ceremony that seals a child's destiny, baby Jin reached out and grasped the patriarch's personal blade, a weapon meant only for the absolute ruler. A rare smile crossed his father's face, eyes burning with massive expectations. His booming voice echoed, "You chose perfectly, my son. The founder's sword, the absolute symbol of the Runkandel might. A flawless start, right?" Jin truly believed his path was paved with glory, but a brutal reality check completely crushed those dreams. Because fate played a cruel joke, the boy had absolutely zero talent for the blade. Soon, the golden child became the center of endless, suffocating whispers. "Look at him stumble. Is that really Runkandel blood?" The whispers quickly evolved into a permanent title: The Shame of the Runkandels, a living disgrace, a walking insult to their supreme standards, the most pathetic failure to ever carry their terrifying family name. While Jin was sweating buckets, swinging a battered wooden sword in solitude, twin shadows loomed over him. The Tona brothers. "Hey, Jin, still playing with that pathetic twig?" The other twin sneered, dripping with venom. "Oh, come on, let the loser dream. Our little genius only wields special blades, remember?" Cruel laughter sliced through the training grounds. Their eyes screamed absolute superiority. Where would garbage like him even find a legendary weapon? Yeah, where is Barasada? Why is the chosen one hugging a piece of firewood? Jin swallowed his pride, desperately focusing on his agonizing swings. He locked his jaw, letting their poison bounce off him. But ignoring bullies only makes them mad. One twin stomped forward, ego totally bruised. "Hey, are you deaf when your superiors speak? Look at me." The verbal abuse instantly turned physical as a brutal kick slammed into Jin's gut. The impact sent him crashing into the dirt. The second twin towered over his fallen brother, a sickeningly arrogant smirk plastered on his face. "Useless piece of trash." Coughing for air, Jin dragged his bruised body forward, his trembling fingers reaching out for his dropped weapon. But before his fingertips could brush the wood, a heavy boot slammed down directly onto his hand. The twin leaned his weight in, whispering with malice, "Why are you so obsessed with this garbage? You are useless." With every word, the heavy boot twisted and ground down harder, threatening to shatter the bones in Jin's hand, right along with the hilt. Veins popped on Jin's forehead. He swallowed the agonizing screams, refusing to give them the satisfaction. Suddenly, the other brother snatched something from Jin's pocket. A wicked grin spread across his face. "Oh, wow, what is this garbage? Basic sword theory?" He crushed the worn pages in his fist, glaring down with pure disgust. "Hey, idiot, do you seriously think reading some stupid manual will magically fix your trash genetics? This right here is exactly why pathetic weaklings do not deserve a single ounce of hope." The twin scooped up the wooden practice sword, absolute malice dancing in his eyes. Realizing the devastating intent, panic finally broke through Jin's calm. He screamed out in pure panic, "Stop it! Hand it back!" But his desperate pleas fell on deaf ears as a loud snap echoed through the yard. The sword was destroyed. That sword was his only lifeline. "Wait, please." But the cruelty was far from over. Snapping his only weapon was not enough. The Tona twin mercilessly shredded the theory book, tossing the pieces like confetti. "You completely forgot your place, insect." Jin remained frozen in the dirt, forced to watch his tormentors literally trample his hard work into the mud. Stop it. In mere seconds, those two demons had snuffed out his burning determination. But the boy just could not let go. Shock paralyzed his body as his hollow eyes stared at the shattered wooden splinters scattered across the ground. "You did not have to go that far." But before the words fully left his mouth, vicious fingers tangled into the back of his hair. Yanking his head back with brutal force, the demon whispered right into his ear. "What was that? We are literally helping you face reality. Why is your mouth still moving? Did your pathetic nanny teach you that attitude?" The moment that name dropped, a spark of defiance returned to Jin's eyes. Gilly has absolutely nothing to do with this, but his spark of resistance only added fuel to their twisted fire. "Oh, look at the garbage talking back. I guess a serious lesson in respect is long overdue." Staring up from the dirt, those were not his flesh and blood anymore. They were absolute monsters, dragging a battered and broken body, systematically crushed by his own bloodline. Yet, muscles screaming in agony, he forced himself back up. His iron will simply refused to shatter completely. His internal monologue screamed, "Let my brothers torture me. Let the whole world mock my worthless talent. I do not care. I just have to bleed, sweat, and try harder. If I just push past my limits, the clan will finally see me. I will earn the name Runkandel. That was his naive, desperate religion. But reality is devastatingly cold. Every drop of his blood and sweat amounted to absolute zero. Ironically, under a gorgeous blue sky and golden sunshine, the final, ruthless judgment fell upon him. Jin Runcandle, as of this exact second, you are officially banished from this family. Standing like a ghost before the massive, intimidating iron gates of his home, the boy did not scream. He just stood in absolute silence, releasing a heavy, soul-crushing sigh. Decades of torturous persistence, rivers of sweat, the burning hunger to belong. It all evaporated into thin air like it never even mattered. Remembering his agonizing journey, Jin's fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned stark white. Pure, concentrated frustration twisted his features. But what could a powerless boy do? He had no choice but to swallow the devastating reality of his exile. And just like that, the curtain fell. Stripped of his name at age 25, the failed prodigy turned his back on the only world he knew, stepping into the absolute unknown. It was not until he met his enigmatic master that the truth finally hit Jin. He was not some worthless failure. He possessed a terrifying talent for magic, a power strictly outlawed within his legendary bloodline. Fast forward 3 years. Hidden away in his dimly lit study, Jin obsessively decoded ancient spells. He mastered the art of weaving nature's mana with his own core, amplifying his energy to an insane degree. But while completely lost in the flow of his aura, a sinister shadow materialized right behind his back. The darkness pulsed like a living, breathing entity. Before his survival instincts could even scream danger, reality literally shattered. He was dragged into a void of absolute nothingness. Suffocating darkness swallowed him whole, forcing Jin into an immediate battle stance. He demanded into the void. "Who are you?" A towering silhouette radiating a bone-chilling pressure answered. "I am Soldaret, the Lord of Shadows. Jin, I have come to forge a pact. Bind your soul to the God of Shadows, and you will not just wield absolute dominion over the abyss. You will also obliterate any curse cast upon your existence." With a mere pulse of dark energy, a massive, spectral blade violently materialized. It hovered right at Jin's throat. The deity scoffed. "My future contractor, it seems someone has fiercely despised you since your very first breath. Your legendary potential was chained down by a pathetic, low-tier hex." Jin, already reeling from the sudden dimensional kidnapping, felt his entire world crash down at those words. He stammered out, "A curse?" Soldaret simply nodded, exposing the grim reality. "Precisely. They call it the Blade of Illusion, a parasitic spell designed to devour your physical talent and cripple your sword path. It is a vile taboo that absolutely disgusts the proud Runcandle name." The visual shifted, revealing a glowing orb locking down a phantom sword, suffocated by heavy iron chains. Blazing crimson energy surged from the core, aggressively trying to melt the blade into ash. Soldaret slowly extended a dark, misty hand, grazing the violently glowing prison. Snap by snap, the divine being casually ripped away the unbreakable chains. "Fascinating. This tragedy is exactly why destiny pulled me to you. From this very second, no hex will ever dare touch your flesh again." The moment that godly decree echoed through the void, the fiery prison, and the restraints choking his innate swordsmanship violently exploded into a million shimmering shards. Jin stared in absolute shock, his pupils shaking, at the overwhelming godhood flexing right in front of his face. The sequence of events fired off so rapidly, his brain practically short-circuited. Having obliterated the chains of fate, the shadowy deity prepared to fade back into the abyss. The rest of the journey is yours to conquer. Rise as the ultimate magic swordsman, Jin. It will be an absolute thrill watching your legend unfold. With those final chilling words, Soldaret dissolved, violently pulling Jin back to reality. Standing alone in his dusty study, the young master froze like a statue, his mind scrambling to digest the absolute insanity he just witnessed. After what felt like an eternity, his pulse finally kicked in. Desperate to prove it was not a hallucination, Jin sprinted toward his personal blade, gripping the hilt as he stormed out into the open courtyard. Without a single hesitation, he unleashed a fierce slash. Channeling years of repressed knowledge, he tested the waters. The impact was instantaneous. The second the steel cleared its scabbard, a monstrous dormant aura erupted. The very tip of his blade birthed a violent tempest, viciously shredding the air and scattering the debris around him. The shadow god was not bluffing. With every single rotation of his wrist, Jin felt his limits shattering into dust. He plunged into an absolute trance of martial arts. This sensation was completely alien to him. It feels weightless. The heavy resistance is entirely gone. My blade feels like a natural extension of my own flesh. Flashes of his miserable, humiliated past ignited a massive fire in his soul, pushing his body to the absolute brink. The so-called ultimate trash of the legendary Runcandle family was now throwing arcs of pure, devastating destruction. This was the peak physical dominance he had craved his entire life. Out of nowhere, a crazy, risky thought crossed his mind. Wait, what if I infuse my mana into the steel? Will this manifest an actual aura blade? He did not hesitate for a microsecond. Jin instantly chanted a spell, aggressively merging magic with his raw kinetic strikes. The synergy was straight up apocalyptic. A casual swing generated a shockwave that roared like a raging thunderstorm, violently threatening to vaporize everything in its path. Breathing heavily, Jin smirked at the catastrophic crater. Finally, my blood, sweat, and tears are actually paying off. But his hype was tragically cut short. Watching from the shadows, an elite patrol of knights had witnessed his entire monstrous display. They were quietly analyzing this terrifying anomaly. Suddenly, a vicious wave of vertigo smashed into Jin's brain. When his blurry vision finally focused, pure apocalyptic hell surrounded him. Blood-curdling screams echoed from every direction. Is someone screaming in agony? Jin desperately pushed against the ground, but a massive, crushing boulder had pinned him down completely. Thick, crimson blood poured from his fatal wounds, painting the debris around him in deep red. Coughing up blood, Jin rasped out, "My limbs are practically paralyzed. How did this even happen?" He lay there in absolute despair, fiercely rejecting this pathetic ending. He had literally just unlocked his godly potential, and now the Grim Reaper was already knocking. Why now? The blazing indignation inside him refused to die. With his fading breath, he screamed into the void, "Master Solderette, is anybody out there? I cannot believe I am literally dying in my sleep. After everything, am I really just a cursed loser? I never even got to truly flex my magic or unleash the Shadow Authority. If destiny was just going to slaughter me anyway, why the hell did you give me hope?" And just like that, Jin crossed the gates of hell beneath the bloody rubble. But then, reality snapped. His eyes violently flew open to blinding sunlight. Standing right in front of him were the prestigious heads of the Runcandle family. His brain short-circuited. My relatives? What kind of sick joke is this? I literally just died. He was kneeling on a vibrant emerald lawn, surrounded by a legendary sea of blades. And right by his side, his loyal nanny Gilly flashed a warm, comforting smile. "Cheer up, young Master Jin." He stared at her warm smile, completely stunned. Wait, is that really Gilly? Why was she suddenly here? Then, his eyes caught a brilliant gleam in the distance. An absolute masterpiece of a blade, radiating a terrifying aura that put every other weapon to shame. One glance was all it took. That legendary sword, Barasada. The puzzle pieces finally clicked together. He was back at his childhood selection ceremony, reborn into his 1-year-old body, as the absolute youngest of the clan. But this time around, he was going straight for the ultimate prize, just like before. His tiny footsteps echoed through the grand hall. He reached out his chubby little hand, grasping the hilt of supreme power. Turning toward his completely flabbergasted family, his eyes burned with fierce resolve. "I claim the Patriarch's throne. This second life belongs entirely to me." The entire Runkendell clan practically stopped breathing. Their jaws hit the floor as the baby gripped the clan's most sacred treasure. Did he just pick the absolute supreme blade? Total chaos erupted across the hall, until a booming voice sliced through the madness. The Grand Patriarch laid down the absolute law. "The youngest has claimed Barasada. This selection ceremony is officially over. Escort him immediately to the Storm Castle." Fast forward exactly 6 years later, a massive thunderstorm violently raged outside the fortress walls. Savage lightning relentlessly tore through the pitch-black sky. Deep inside the insanely massive Grand Library, our reincarnated prodigy struggled desperately to grab a high-tier manual. Cursing his tiny 6-year-old stature, he dragged a heavy wooden stool over, muttering under his breath. 6 incredibly long years trapped in this gloomy castle. Thanks to the clan's ironclad traditions, I am stuck in this VIP prison until age 15. 3 more years of absolute boredom. But before he could complain any further, a blood-curdling shriek violently ripped through the silent hallway. Jin instantly snapped into combat mode, his eyes darting toward the heavy doors. What on earth just happened? He found his personal maid completely paralyzed by terror, her legs giving out. "Inside your private quarters, young master. Someone slaughtered a bird." Jin kept his cool and marched straight into the crime scene. A pristine white dove lay brutally sliced wide open, crimson blood absolutely soaking its pure feathers. A downright sickening display of cruelty. His eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. He already knew exactly which twisted psychopaths pulled off this sick prank. The only trash in this castle capable of such garbage. And right on cue, the absolute menaces swaggered into the room. Catching the maid's traumatized face, they burst into toxic giggles. "Oh my goodness. Would you look at that pathetic mess?" Watching them practically radiate villain energy, Jin suppressed a heavy sigh and calmly turned his back. to properly dispose of the innocent creature, his absolute nightmare of older brothers. The first Tona twin cackled like a maniac, faking disappointment. Such a total shame. The servant girl completely ruined our surprise. The second twin flashed a pure psycho grin, eagerly backing him up. Exactly right. We personally prepared this bloody masterpiece just for you. How do you like our little brotherly present? About to cry your eyes out, baby brother? Jin glared silently at the ruined feathers, his past life memories violently resurfacing. These absolute scumbags. I remember exactly how they transformed into legendary cold-blooded executioners later on. But right now, they were just twisted little brats, barely 9 years old, butchering a defenseless animal just to get under my skin. Misreading his deadpan silence as pure terror, the bullies laughed even harder, their obnoxious giggles echoing off the stone walls. The older twin leaned in with a totally punchable smirk. Aw, do not tell me you are actually going to bawl. I was the one who sliced it. When Jin literally gave zero reaction, their cocky smiles vanished. Yo, are you seriously ignoring us right now? Do you think you are untouchable just because you grabbed the big boss sword? How does a totally useless wimp like you dare to breathe without practically kissing our boots? Jin's invisible patience meter officially hit 0. He let out the heaviest, most exhausted sigh. The bully fiercely stepped up, getting right into Jin's personal space. Speak up, loser. Your pathetic little whispers are way too quiet for me. Without warning, he aggressively grabbed Jin's collar, winding up a massive, full-power haymaker, aiming to absolutely flatten the 6-year-old. But the script aggressively flipped. Jin's reflexes were completely otherworldly, catching the heavy fist effortlessly with one tiny palm. A terrifying wave of pure mana exploded from Jin, making the bully's eyes bulge out in absolute horror. He was staring straight at a literal monster in human skin. Jin locked eyes with his absolute nightmare gaze. You two are way too obnoxious. Keep your filthy mouths firmly shut. Bam! A lightning-fast counter-jab exploded against the twin's jaw, sending him violently flying backward. The stunned bully furiously scrambled on the floor, his toxic ego blinding his survival instincts. You little rat! But before another word could leave his mouth, Jin teleported into his blind spot, delivering a brutal second strike. He crashed down instantly. 2 absolute critical hits, and the older brother was completely out cold. The absolute rage bubbling inside Jin demanded he teach these future psychopaths a permanent lesson. I am absolutely done playing nice. A devastating uppercut to the gut literally launched the kid into the air. Gravity took over, violently slamming the bully face first into the cold stone floor. After completely demolishing his toxic siblings, Jin finally let his roaring mana fade, dusting off his tiny hands. Consider this a permanent warning. You better practically vanish whenever I step into the room. Just then, heavy armor clanked at the doorway, as an elite knight rushed in to witness the absolute carnage. Young master, what exactly happened here? Khan demanded, his eyes darting around the chaos. Jin didn't miss a beat. He smoothly tucked his hand behind his back, hiding the dark magical energy still crackling across his fingertips. I ask again, young master Jin, what is the meaning of this? Khan's gaze locked onto the absolute wreckage in the corner. There lay the 2 meathead Tona brothers, totally battered and knocked out cold. Jin threw a freezing glare at the unconscious duo on the floor. They just barged in out of nowhere, he lied with a straight face. And then, they started throwing hands at each other. Khan was not buying a single word of that. Excuse me? They what? He pressed. Jin spun around to face the knight, letting a heavy sigh of pure annoyance escape his lips. Are you deaf? I said. They brawled, until they both blacked out. Khan scanned the brutal injuries, painting the twins' bodies, his mind racing to connect the dots. The apple truly does not fall far from the tree, Khan realized. Even the youngest run candle has that ruthless killer instinct. But outwardly, the knight kept his mouth completely shut. Is that how it happened? Understood. I shall transport the young masters to the infirmary immediately. But Jin's voice sliced through the room like ice. Skip the doctor, Khan. My dear brothers have another destination tonight. Without missing a beat, Jin commanded the veteran knight to drag the beaten twins outside. Follow my lead. Outside, a savage storm was absolutely flooding the courtyard. Stopping in the torrential rain, Jin pointed straight at a massive tombstone, gesturing for Khan to dump them right there. Drop them on the stone. Khan hesitated, clearly stressed by the unhinged order. Young Master Jin, are you seriously leaving your own blood out here in this weather? The hurricane is only getting worse by the second. Tucked beneath his heavy raincoat, Jin let his mind drift back to the endless torment these two had put him through. His heart was pure ice. Forgiveness was not even in his vocabulary anymore. He stared down at them with a completely deadpan expression. My beloved brothers are about to learn a very harsh lesson about consequences. Catching the absolute zero aura radiating from the boy's eyes, Khan bowed his head. I will follow your will to the letter, young master. Jin spun on his heel, and vanished into the pouring rain. But as Khan watched the boy's shadow fade, his sharp senses picked up a lingering, unnatural vibe in the air. The veteran knight's eyes went wide with shock. Wait, this heavy pressure, that is not sword aura. Is he wielding mana? If that is true, this just went from a sibling rivalry to a clan-level crisis. The Patriarch needs to hear about this immediately. Khan whipped his head toward a soaked guard standing watch. You there! The startled soldier snapped to attention. Yes, Sir Khan? Get my fastest horse ready, now. Back up in the towering fortress, Jin had finally returned to the quiet safety of his bedroom. Peering out the window, he watched Khan frantically saddling his mount in the raging storm. He is making a run to inform father, Jin smirked to himself. Right on schedule. As the knight spurred his horse into the brutal hurricane, completely ignoring the apocalyptic weather, Jin's mind started working overtime. Khan is not just protecting us, he is the family watchdog. And to a veteran like him, my power definitely reeked of magic. So there is zero chance he keeps this a secret. Leaning against the glass, Jin flexed his hand. Instantly, tendrils of pitch-black energy coiled around his fingers like living shadows. This dark spiritual energy was the ultimate cheat code, the undeniable proof of his divine contract with the shadow god, Soldaret. It meant his insane powers had carried over into this second life. Better yet, the god's absolute immunity to hexes meant Jin was finally free from that massive debuff. The illusory blade curse that ruined his past life was completely wiped out. Jin crushed the dark magic in his palm, his eyes burning with vengeance. The useless trash of the Run Candle bloodline was dead and gone. This timeline, he was going to dominate everything. Now, there was only one final boss to face. His terrifying father. Hours passed, the storm finally died down, and the morning sun began to pierce the clouds. Miles away, Khan was already kneeling before the absolute apex predator of the Run Candle clan, spilling every single detail of the night's insane events. That concludes my report, my lord. Siren Runcandle, the god of swords himself, sat on his throne in absolute, suffocating silence. My youngest boy, crushed the Tona twins? Siren's voice finally boomed. Khan, mobilize the elite guard. We ride to see my son immediately. In the blink of an eye, the absolute heavy hitters of the Runcandle family assembled. These were not regular soldiers. They were the clan's ultimate killing machines. The sheer aura radiating from the courtyard was downright terrifying. A young officer bowed sharply. My lord, the 7 vanguards of the family have answered the call, along with 200 elite riders. Mounted on his massive warhorse, Siron looked down at his private army. Perfect. This was no casual trip. Every single specialized division of the Runcandle forces was locked, loaded, and ready to march. Siron swept his gaze across the legendary warriors standing before him. His eyes flashed with anticipation. Our destination is the Storm Castle. Move out. Getting dragged out of bed for a midnight raid had everyone completely confused. Marching toward her horse, Mary, the clan's 7th vanguard, grumbled out loud. A code red mobilization? Bro, do you have any idea what is going on? I tried asking Luna, but she is totally clueless too. Mary stretched, letting out a massive, dramatic yawn. I was literally in the middle of hunting witches. Beside her, Dipus, the 4th vanguard, stroked his chin in deep thought. Well, the Tona twins are scheduled to leave the Storm Castle next year, he theorized aloud. Maybe father is making a move early? But then, he stopped dead in his tracks. Or, maybe this crazy mobilization is all for our youngest brother. Mary's eyes went wide, and she basically shouted in pure shock. The baby of the family? Why the heck would father care about him? Dipus smirked. Did you forget? During his selection ceremony, that kid literally grabbed the founder's legendary sword. The memory hit Mary like a truck. Wait, you are totally right, she gasped, throwing her hands up. But her hype faded as logic kicked in. Still, grabbing a sword as a baby is not enough to trigger a massive military march in the dead of night. Is the Patriarch seriously doing all this just for him? Dipus just shrugged, totally lost. Trying to predict the godlike Patriarch was literally impossible. Up ahead, Luna, the absolute strongest first knight of the family, caught onto their noisy gossiping. She shot a terrifying glance over her shoulder. Mary, Dipus, zip it. Instantly, Mary gulped, realizing she had definitely been broadcasting her thoughts way too loud. She offered a sheepish grin. My bad, big sis. Dipus's words echoed in Mary's mind, leaving a bitter taste. The Patriarch actually left the main estate just for him? Is that little brat seriously that valuable to the bloodline? Meanwhile, deep within the Storm Castle, Gilly meticulously smoothed out the creases in Jin's collar. Her voice buzzed with pure excitement. The head of the family is actually coming to see us. Maybe he just suddenly missed his youngest son? She beamed. But Jin barely batted an eye, his voice absolutely ice cold. Maybe. Turning around so Gilly could comb his hair, the gears in Jin's head started turning. Khan definitely spilled everything to the old man. but that night is painfully dense. There is zero chance he realized I was using magic. He just reported the raw physical feats he witnessed. Behind him, Gilly carefully untangled his dark locks. "Tilt your head a little to the right, young master," she chirped. While she fussed over his appearance, Jin zeroed in on his father's true motives. The infamous youngest son awakened an eerie power, something entirely disconnected from traditional magic or sword aura. The patriarch is only marching back here to dissect that anomaly. He wants to weigh my absolute worth, to calculate if this new power makes me a deadly weapon for the clan's ultimate future. Right on cue, the thunderous galloping of heavy cavalry shattered the silence of the storm castle. The colossal iron gates groaned open. Dozens of elite knights instantly snapped into a flawless formation in the courtyard. Their armor clattered in perfect, terrifying unison, radiating the absolute authority of their supreme leader. "We pledge our lives to the patriarch," they roared. Cyron Runcandle stepped into the grand hall, his very presence suffocating the room with a monstrous, mountain-like aura. He did not waste a single breath on pleasantries. "Drag the Tona twins in here," he commanded. Moments later, the two brothers were violently forced to their knees before the apex predator of their family, Daytona. "Hey Tona." His voice was a heavy blade dropping on their necks. The usually arrogant bullies violently slammed their foreheads against the marble floor, trembling like absolute cowards. "Yes, father," they squeaked out. But before they could even beg for mercy, his crushing interrogation began. "Word has it, you clashed with Jin. Speak. What exactly did you two screw up?" Their eyes bulged in pure, unadulterated terror. Cold sweat drenched their backs. After agonizing seconds of silence, their panicked brains finally spat out a pathetic defense. "We did nothing wrong. It was Jin. He was the one who viciously attacked us." Entirely clueless to the deadly trap they were stepping into, they kept digging their own graves. "Exactly, father. Whatever he used, it was totally bizarre. That was definitely not sword aura. It felt exactly like magic." Catching a terrifying glint in their father's narrowed eyes, the twins desperately threw more gas on the blazing fire. "Magic is an absolute taboo in the Runcandle bloodline, right? You have to lock him up and torture the truth out of him before he buries the evidence." Watching from the shadows, Mary and Diffus observed this utterly pathetic, victim-blaming performance. Both of them let out a heavy, synchronized sigh. What an absolute pair of brain-dead clowns. Before the twins could spin another ridiculous lie, Siren shattered their delusions. "Shut your mouths, open your ears, and listen closely." His freezing gaze pierced right through their miserable souls. "Keep acting like this, and you will not survive a single day longer in the Runcandle household." The sheer killing intent in his voice finally made reality crash down on them. Choking on their own massive regret, they stared up at the patriarch in absolute horror. Completely disgusted, Siren dismissed them with a wave of his hand. "Drag Jin in here." Stepping through the massive double doors, Jin caught sight of his older brothers stumbling out like soulless zombies. He instantly connected the dots. Cyron Runcandle, my biological father, the absolute strongest, and without a doubt, the most cold-blooded monster I have ever encountered in 2 lifetimes. The world worships him as the Genesis Knight, a being standing at the absolute summit of demigods. But long before that legendary title, he was simply mortal flesh and blood. Reaching that godlike realm burned away his humanity. Every trace of warmth vanished, leaving behind a ruthless machine programmed solely for the eternal glory of the clan. That is exactly why, in his terrifying eyes, a swordless failure like my past self was absolutely nothing but disposable garbage. Jin squeezed his eyes shut, grounding himself in the present. The script has flipped. In this second life, absolutely nobody gets to look down on me. That fierce resolution ignited a roaring fire in his chest. The suffocating pressure of his father's aura suddenly felt like a gentle breeze. He marched into the lion's den with absolute royal grace. No trembling, no cold sweat, just pure, unbreakable confidence. The entire hall gasped in utter disbelief. Whispers erupted as the elite guards stared at the shockingly composed 7-year-old. Even the ever-critical Mary widened her eyes. She leaned entirely over the balcony rail, captivated by this brand-new version of their youngest sibling. Diffus clicked his tongue at her blatant fascination, but Mary completely ignored his sour mood. Surrounded by the heavy stares of the clan's absolute elite, Jin finally reached the center of the grand hall. Dropping smoothly to one knee, he executed a flawless, textbook bow. "I greet the Supreme Patriarch." The icy, strictly professional title immediately made Siren twitch his eyebrow in subtle annoyance. "Patriarch?" he echoed, his deep voice vibrating through the floorboards. "Have you suddenly forgotten how to say father?" Meeting that terrifying gaze, Jin confidently fired back. "Every single one of my older siblings is present, along with dozens of elite guards and over 100 core members of the bloodline. Since this is clearly an official tribunal of the highest order, bringing personal feelings into it would be a massive insult. I judged that recognizing your supreme authority was the only correct move. Over in the corner, the eldest sister Luna felt her heart race at her little brother's razor-sharp political instincts. A rare, dangerous smirk crept onto Siron's face. Humph, flawless logic. Not a single trace of arrogance leaked from the boy despite the massive compliment. He simply lowered his head further. Your praise is an honor, Patriarch. But Siren immediately cut to the bloody chase. Drop the formalities. Today is entirely different. You will call me father. Now, brace yourself. I am going to ask you the exact same question I asked those two crying fools. The temperature in the room plummeted below freezing as Siron leaned forward. Tell me, youngest, in this entire messy situation, what exactly was your fatal mistake? Jin's knuckles turned stark white as his resolve locked into place. Honestly, he just craved payback. A true run candle repays loyalty with absolute loyalty, and betrayal with total destruction. He dropped this cold, hard truth without a single flinch of guilt. Watching from the sidelines, his chaotic older sister Mary actually felt a massive spark of respect for the youngest. That ruthless, eye for an eye mindset was exactly her vibe. Meanwhile, Patriarch Siron let a heavy, suffocating silence drown the grand hall. Finally, his booming voice shattered the quiet. Clear the room. Everyone except my youngest son. Out. That single command sent absolute shockwaves through the crowd. Whispers erupted like wildfire. Did the young master actually pass the ultimate test? But before the gossip could spiral, a high-ranking general barked a harsh warning. The Patriarch has spoken. Move your feet. In a flash, the elite guards snapped into perfect, terrifying formation. They marched out of the massive doors without missing a beat. Mary strutted out right behind them. This little brother of hers was getting way too interesting. Staring down their monstrous father without blinking, the kid had absolute ice in his veins. Soon, the heavy iron doors slammed shut, leaving only the supreme predator and his cub isolated. Siron's piercing gaze locked onto Jin. I emptied this room for one specific reason. We need to have a little chat. Those Tona twins have been whining about some mysterious power you possess. Let me be crystal clear. The Run Candle bloodline absolutely forbids the arcane arts. Relying on spells makes you a weak target. It completely ruins your path to the absolute peak of the sword. So, what exactly is this trick you've been hiding? If I find out you've been messing with cheap sorcery, I will personally crush you. The lethal threat hung in the air. Jin didn't speak right away. Instead, a confident, borderline arrogant smirk crept onto his face. He traced the origin of his mysterious energy. If the terrifying Patriarch discovered the actual truth behind this force, there was zero chance he could just ignore it. Not when it involved the literal god of shadows. Playing the innocent card perfectly, Jin bowed his head. I honestly don't know what it is either, father. It doesn't feel like traditional mana, but it is definitely not aura. It doesn't even have a proper name yet. So, if you would be so kind, could you evaluate this energy for yourself? Without a second of hesitation, Jin flipped open his palm. Instantly, a swirling sphere of raw chaos materialized out of thin air. A blinding, bluish-white core pulsed violently in his grip, completely wrapped in a suffocating, pitch-black haze. Witnessing this impossible display, the ever-stoic Patriarch actually scowled in pure, unfiltered shock. This was the legendary energy of their very first ancestor. Siren was utterly mesmerized by the dark orb floating in his son's hand. Is that Shadow Force? The legendary aura of Barasada? His mind raced at light speed. Did the heavens literally choose this kid to rule the entire empire? Jin looked up with perfectly faked curiosity, waiting for the massive verdict. Father, do you recognize it? Siron snapped out of his total daze. Yes, that is the direct blessing of Soldaret, the absolute god of shadows. Jin played his part flawlessly, looking appropriately confused. A god of shadows? Siron nodded deeply, his aura flaring. Exactly. Millennia ago, Soldaret forged a blood pact with our founding father, Lord Tamar. That deity has backed our bloodline ever since. But when Tamar fell, the shadow god completely vanished from our history, without a trace. The reason was always a total mystery. But now, it seems that ancient entity is using you as a bridge, right back to the clan. Pushing his luck, Jin fired back a wild, boundary-pushing question. Father, I have to know, is a literal god stronger than you? Honestly, the absolute pinnacle of humanity did not have a clue. Siren stroked his chin thoughtfully. I cannot say for sure, mostly because I have never had the chance to brawl with a deity. Jin internally facepalmed. Never fought a god? That was deadass the most terrifyingly arrogant flex he had ever heard in both of his lives. Suddenly, the giant of a man stepped forward and roughly ruffled Jin's hair with heavy, surprising affection. My boy, that was a phenomenal question. Your little inquiry just gave me a wildly entertaining thought experiment. Stepping into this hall today was definitely the right call. But now it is my turn to interrogate. That godly power. What exactly is your grand master plan for it? Knowing he was walking a deadly tightrope, Jin fired off the ultimate textbook answer. I will wield this shadow force entirely for the glory and total survival of the clan. Siren's expression instantly darkened. For the clan? A tense beat passed. Then, a thunderous, booming laugh violently erupted from his massive chest. He called out the absolute garbage response immediately. That is the single most ridiculous lie you have ever told. You literally battered your own blood brothers into the dirt, tossed them out into a raging storm to suffer. And you expect me to believe you are suddenly a team player? His voice dropped to a terrifying whisper. Cut the act. Give me the raw truth. A slight tremor hit Jin's fingertips. He knew this absolute monster would not let him off the hook. Swallowing his fear, Jin finally dropped the fake mask. I am going to use this power purely for myself. The tension was totally suffocating. But wildly enough, that raw, selfish honesty hit exactly the right note. Perfect. I respect a man who does not hide his ambition. Siron turned his massive frame to leave, tossing one last chilling warning. I will be keeping a very close eye on you, kid. The second the massive doors clicked shut, all the air rushed out of Jin's burning lungs. The crazy adrenaline crashed, and his legs nearly buckled beneath him. Holy crap, he actually survived. Securing a free pass to spam shadow magic however he wanted was literally the ultimate jackpot. But now, he had a massive target on his back. Siren was expecting a legendary show. Things were spiraling way off script, but honestly, this timeline was a million times better than his tragic past life. Jin squeezed the dark power in his fist, letting a truly villainous smirk cross his face. He was rewriting his entire destiny from scratch. But wait, flashing back to just before the room cleared out earlier, his crazy sister Mary had whipped back around. Yo, little bro, catch. She had chucked a ridiculously ornate, heavily wrapped mystery box straight at him. Startled, Jin had completely fumbled. Wait, Sister Mary, what even is this? But the battle junkie didn't do returns, instantly shoving the massive package toward his loyal nanny. Here, Nanny Gilly, you carry it. It weighs a total ton. The poor maid had practically scrambled, throwing out both hands to catch the dropping weight. Handle this with care, Mary smirked, tapping the ornate chest. Consider this a little welcome present, straight from yours truly. Her lips curled into a dangerously playful grin as she shoved the heavy container into his tiny hands, leaning in to whisper her absolute conditions. Boil it down, chew every last bite, and level up your strength as soon as possible. Understand? Without waiting for an answer, she spun on her heel and strutted right back to her armored squad. Catching her empty hands, Diffus raised an eyebrow. Where did your baggage go? Mary just flashed a nonchalant smirk. Oh, I dumped it on the kid. Watching the elite knights fade into the distance, Jin was left totally baffled. Out of everyone, why choose me? But the moment he cracked the lid open, boom! A blinding blast of rose gold aura erupted from within, completely bathing both him and Gilly in its majestic glow, freezing them dead in their tracks. Their jaws practically hit the floor. A literal phoenix heart. Jina Yuro's mind raced. Handing a mythic tier artifact to a 7-year-old toddler, Sister Mary had totally lost her marbles. But then again, this was Mary Runkindell we were talking about. An absolute beast of a 6-star knight. She ranked as the 7th blade of the legendary Runkandel family. Most feared her as Stormwind Mary, but she carried a much darker, underground title, the absolute psycho of the Southern Territory. And her motive for tossing me this insane loot? Crystal clear. She wanted me to grind my stats and become her ultimate rival. Consuming this flame core at my age wouldn't just grant me top-tier fire immunity. It would act as a permanent power buff, multiplying my base stats as I grew older. And the craziest part? This very core was the exact catalyst a 6-star mage needed to safely summon a mythical firebird. In this second life, summoning an actual phoenix wasn't just a pipe dream anymore. While he was busy hyping up his future build, his loyal nanny Gilly had already sprinted to the kitchen, professionally brewing the artifact into a meal. Young master, did I keep you waiting? Snapping back to reality, Jin stared at the steaming masterpiece plated perfectly before him, absolutely speechless. Whoa, you're a lifesaver, Gilly. Setting the bubbling broth down, her eyes shined with pride. Lady Mary has truly blessed you with an unimaginable treasure. Please, dig in before the magic fades. Jin picked up his spoon, but then let out a heavy sigh, tossing a side-eye toward the shadows. Look, before I down this, you two, spit it out already. Lurking in the darkest corner of the room, the infamous Tona twins were practically foaming at the mouth, their eyes locked onto the glowing broth. Busted. Realizing their stealth mode had completely failed, the duo abandoned all their aristocratic pride, sprinting out like starving street dogs to beg for a bite. Oh, it's nothing major, one stammered, sweating bullets. That bowl just looks way too massive for a tiny kid like you to solo. His clone instantly backed him up. Facts. I saw Gilly lugging that gigantic pot. Jin just deadpanned at their pathetic excuse. Are you guys seriously that desperate for a taste? Bingo. The twins' eyes sparkled like diamonds, bobbing their heads up and down like crazy. Fine, Jin smirked. But nothing comes free. Complete one little quest for me first. Cut to a few hours later. The supposedly elite Tona brothers were literally down in the dirt, excavating a massive underground tunnel right beneath the foundations of Storm Castle. Blisters forming on their hands, they aggressively shoveled dirt while venting their frustrations. Bro, why are we even doing manual labor? This is just solid rock. For real. If the guards catch us playing mole, we're totally dead meat. Despite his whining, Haytona was swinging his pickaxe like an absolute madman. Are you dumb? He panted. If we get busted, the youngest takes all the aggro. We have literal zero risk here. Daytona paused, realizing his twin was actually cooking with that logic. Wait, you're a genius. We just grab the loot and dip. He grinned maliciously. Plus, that kid gives me major creep vibes lately. Shink. Their blades finally struck hollow ground. They had perfectly breached the exact coordinates Jin calculated, directly above the hidden sanctuary. Deep down in the shadows of that forbidden chamber, an enormous stasis tube glowed faintly. Trapped inside, floated the terrifying silhouette of a jacked, mysterious warrior, radiating an overwhelming, heavy aura. Quest complete. The aristocratic brothers dragged themselves back to the dining hall, looking completely wrecked, their fancy clothes drenched in filth and sweat. Gilly practically choked on air, her eyes bugging out at the sight of the muddy disasters. Meanwhile, Jin sat at the head of the table like a mob boss, patiently waiting. Welcome back, my dear brothers. Hard day at work? Triggered by his calm tone, the twins snapped, barking back with serious venom. Zip it, pipsqueak. We carried out your stupid chore, now fork over the premium buff. Playing the gracious host, Jin casually gestured forward. Relax. I've already served your portions. Their exhaustion instantly vanished. Adrenaline pumping, they charged the table like starving beasts. No cap, but as they frantically scanned the elegant woodwork, reality hit them. There was no massive pot, no overflowing bowls. Where is it? Resting dead center on a massive silver platter were two pitiful, microscopic droplets of broth. Absolute, crushing despair shattered their souls. Their faces darkened into pure shadows as they stared at the microscopic scam, boiling with rage. But far too weak to actually fight Jin, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and take the ultimate L. Bro, isn't this a literal scam? Jin didn't even blink, completely unbothered by their whining. I promised you a taste, he stated coldly. I never signed a contract on the portion size. A deal is a deal, isn't it? Now be good boys, and enjoy your meal. The Tona twins glared at their pathetic single drops, grinding their teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Yeah, thanks for absolutely nothing. Later that night, a brutal thunderstorm rolled in. Slipping into his dark raincoat, Jin vanished into the pouring rain, heading straight for the newly excavated drop zone. Peering down into the pitch-black abyss, Jin couldn't help but smirk. I fully expected those idiots to botch the job, but color me surprised, they actually dug a perfect shaft. Running his hands along the damp earth, he analyzed the structural integrity. Just a thin layer left. A basic one-star spell will easily blow this wide open. The stone barrier was fragile enough for a targeted blast. My mana core has been overflowing lately anyway. Might as well burn off some of this crazy energy. Channeling his raw power, a crackling sphere of sheer mana formed in his palm. Without hesitation, he slammed it straight into the bedrock. Kaboom! The blast wave shredded the final earthen seal to absolute dust, finally unveiling the legendary hidden sanctuary right before Jin's very eyes. Excitement coursed through his veins. The legendary hidden vault of the Runcandle bloodline finally stood before him. Gazing at the massive doors, memories flooded his mind. In my previous life, this place was an absolute forbidden zone. Standing here now feels completely surreal. But to unlock this vault, he needed the exact password. A sharp smirk crossed Jin's face. He knew exactly what to say. Taking a deep breath, he chanted the ancient phrase. The blood of Runcandle descends to dominate Morrikan. Heavy stone groaned as the massive gates finally parted. Stepping into the shadows, Jin scanned the breathtaking space. This wasn't just a room. It was a graveyard of defeated legends, hoarding the ultimate martial arts manuals of every clan Runcandle had crushed over a millennium. A sacred ground strictly reserved for the clan's absolute elite flag bearers. Jin's eyes widened in sheer awe. This place is absolutely massive. Flashbacks of his past life hit him. His arrogant older brother had once bragged about this vault, mocking Jin for being too weak to ever care about it, claiming a failure like him would never earn the title of flag bearer. Jin chuckled darkly. Thanks for running your mouth, big bro. You literally handed me the master key. Time to claim what is rightfully mine. But, as he ventured deeper into the dusty archives, a bizarre sight stopped him dead in his tracks. A mysterious man was suspended inside a colossal glass containment unit. What in the world is this? Leaning in closer, an ominous, pitch-black aura pulsed from the glass. Complex, ancient cursed marks crept across the sleeping figure's face. Jin squinted, his mind racing. Is this really a human being? He cautiously pressed his palm against the icy barrier. The sheer pressure of the dark energy inside sent shivers down his spine. How could something this powerful exist here? Then, the realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wait a second. The password to open the main gates. The blood of Runkindel descends to dominate Murakhan. If his terrifying theory was correct, the monstrous entity hibernating right in front of him was none other than the legendary Black Dragon, Murakhan. Myths claimed this cataclysmic beast was utterly crushed by the very first Runkandel patriarch, sealed away in an eternal slumber. Jin always brushed it off as a bedtime fairy tale. Yet here he was, staring absolute destruction in the face. Holy crap, the myths were actually true. Shaking off his shock, Jin quickly regained his laser focus. A sleeping dragon could wait. I do not have time to stare at museum exhibits. I need those supreme martial arts scrolls right now. But entirely unnoticed by the young swordmaster, the sealed entity faintly twitched. A single finger shifted within the dark abyss. Completely oblivious, Jin scavenged through the endless aisles until he struck absolute gold. Jackpot. Towering shelves packed with forbidden knowledge loomed over him. His heart raced as he scanned the ultimate combat techniques of ruined empires. Let us see what we have here. I should prioritize the elite martial arts factions, since my path is bound to the sword. Skimming through the ancient diagrams, Jin frowned. This is way more complex than three-star magic theory. Snatching these scrolls would be amazing, but smuggling them out is a pure death sentence. Whipping out a blank journal, a calculated grin appeared. I will just manually copy every single technique, night after night. When dawn broke, Jin seamlessly slipped back into the storm castle. Playing the perfect, innocent child, he spent the day quietly reading beside his loyal nanny, Gilly. But the second midnight struck, his real work began. Like a phantom, he navigated the underground maze back to the archives, hungry for power. On one particular night, his pen fiercely danced across the pages. Suddenly, an echoing thud shattered the dead silence. Jin instantly leaped to his feet, combat ready. Who goes there? Melding into the shadows behind a massive pillar, he held his breath, scanning the dimly lit corridor. This makes no sense. It is physically impossible for anyone from the castle to bypass those wards. Suddenly, a bone-chilling voice echoed. Hey brat, show yourself. Stepping out of the darkness was the unthinkable. The Black Dragon Murakhan, fully unleashed. Jin's mind completely short-circuited. His body locked up in pure, unadulterated shock. Murakhan? How in the world did this calamity wake up? Throughout my entire past life, this monster never once opened its eyes. Get a grip, Jin. Breathe. He is supposed to be the Runkindel family's divine guardian. If I play the innocent, well-mannered descendant card, I might survive this encounter. Forcing his wildly beating heart to calm, Jin immediately bowed deeply. With perfectly faked reverence, he declared, This humble child of Runkandel pays the highest respects to our noble guardian. Instead of mercy, a deafening, manic laughter shook the room. The title of guardian had completely triggered the beast. Did you just call me a guardian? Jin swallowed hard as explosive. Murderous intent suffocated the air. You disgusting Runkandels. A guardian? How dare you reduce a being of my magnitude to a pathetic watchdog? Curse your entire bloodline. You dare insult my pride? The dragon gritted his teeth, visibly holding back his destructive urge to vaporize the boy. Just looking at you arrogant humans makes my blood boil. After a terrifying tantrum, Murakhan aggressively plopped onto the floor, letting out a massive groan. Damn it all, damn it. So freaking annoying. But wait, my senses are picking up something incredibly nostalgic. Among the stench of a weak human child, Murakhan suddenly invaded Jin's personal space, sniffing the air around him like a predator. Is it coming from you? Jin stood absolutely petrified as the ancient being inspected his soul. The young boy stammered out, Sir? Murakhan's eyes narrowed dangerously, locking onto Jin's core. Why the hell are you radiating pure shadow energy? Jin's eyes widened in genuine confusion. Shadow energy? The dragon jabbed a sharp finger right at Jin's chest. Exactly. I may have been sealed away for 1,000 agonizing years, but I would never forget that absolute darkness. That intoxicating scent of supreme magic only belongs to those bound by a divine pact, just like Tamar. In that exact second, the puzzle pieces violently clicked in Jin's mind. The real reason this cataclysmic dragon broke his eternal slumber. My awakened shadow powers, they resonated with his seal. The terrifying beast was now sniffing him like an overly curious puppy. He inhaled sharply. That distinct energy, where was it leaking from? A dangerous idea sparked in Jin's mind. Time to roll the dice. A sly smirk crossed Jin's face. Lord Murakhan. The massive entity spun around. his face lighting up with absolute hype. Ah, hitting the nail on the head. You are hiding something, aren't you? Without hesitation, Jin let his shadow aura explode. Care to explain this little trick? My old man claims this dark energy belongs to the god of shadows himself, Soldaret. Staring dead at the swirling orb of pure darkness, hovering above the toddler's palm, Murakhan completely short-circuited for 5 straight seconds. His entire body shook as he roared to the heavens. Yo, Soldaret, is this some kind of sick joke? Are you for real right now? With every word, his majestic ego shattered. He crumbled to the dirt, dramatically weeping without shedding a single tear. A 1,000-year sacred vow. For this literal infant? Jin deadpan watched this towering giant throw a total tantrum. Suddenly, they locked eyes. Murakhan instantly broke eye contact, coughing awkwardly. Hey Squirt, Jin answered with cold professionalism. Yes, Lord Murakhan. Hearing that tone, the ancient being wanted the ground to swallow him whole. Look, I made a blood oath with Soldret back in the day, and it looks like I need your help to actually fulfill it. You are the guy. Jin froze in his tracks. An oath with the Shadow God? Murakhan suddenly got dead serious. I will drop the heavy lore on you later. My brain is literally fried from centuries of sleep right now. Plus, a toddler like you wouldn't grasp the gravity of it anyway. But I guess I gotta do the formal intro for Soldret's chosen contractor, right? With a heavy sigh, the eccentric man rose to his feet. And boom! His body shifted into the awe-inspiring form of a colossal black dragon. I am Murakhan, the absolute proxy of Soldaret, his oldest comrade, and the sole surviving heir of the primal shadow beasts, bound by the Millennium Pact. I am now tied to your fate. Jin's pupils dilated in pure shock. His brain struggled to process the legendary myth, breathing right in front of him. Tied to my fate? The massive pitch-black leviathan glared down at the boy with piercing eyes. State your name, chosen one of the shadows. Jin stared straight into the abyssal dragon's eyes, a triumphant smirk curving his lips. He boldly pressed his tiny hand against the beast's massive scale. Jin Runcandle, the 13th and absolute youngest bloodline of the Runcandle clan. The skies darkened ominously. The system lore was unmistakable. The Black Dragon Murakhan, the unforgiving peak known as Mount Murakhan, got its name entirely from this exact beast. This tyrant of the skies ruled that territory ages ago. But flashback 1,000 years. He was completely crushed in an epic clash against the first patriarch, Temar Runcandle. History books claim that after the Storm Castle fell, Murakhan was forced into an endless slumber. Jin processed the facts in his head. Wait, that is total cap. That is just the founder's propaganda about taming a guardian beast. Rule number 1. God-tier contractors always get paired with a guardian dragon. But since the archives are literally empty, regarding Soldaret's specific beast, the puzzle was full of missing pieces. Jin's gears kept turning. Does this mean the records were blank because Murakhan was taking a 1,000-year nap? And now that he is awake, did I just score an overpowered guardian dragon? The realization hit him like a freight train. Murakhan is right here. The dragon practically vibrated with excitement. Oh heck yes. You actually came back. Jin stood awkwardly, holding a massive plate of sweets. My nanny packed some snacks for us. His inner monologue fired back up. Since I am stuck with this ancient lizard for the next few days, I might as well squeeze some legendary lore out of him. And yep, that is the story of how Murakhan officially woke up. I have been hiding him in this secret library for weeks now. Out of nowhere, Murakhan paused his aggressive cake munching. Why did I throw down with Tamar? The dragon flopped onto the floor like a lazy cat. Bro, that was a literal 1,000 years ago. How the heck am I supposed to remember that? Hearing that lame excuse, Jin instantly realized one brutal truth about his new partner. Murakhan suddenly cut off his internal roasting. Okay, look, but is this seriously all the strawberry cake you brought? Jin rubbed his temples and sighed in defeat. This dude is obsessed with strawberry cake. Meanwhile, the mythical beast was literally counting crumbs. 1, 2, 3. Are you kidding me? Only 7 slices? Jin gritted his teeth. This legendary terror of the skies only cares about sugar. After vacuuming up the last bite, Murakhan side-eyed the boy. So what is your actual goal when you sneak in here? Jin gently traced the cover of an ancient tome. I study. I bring blank journals, and try to decipher the hidden knowledge you casually drop. Murakhan raised an eyebrow. Oh, for real? So your tiny brain actually absorbs some of this? Jin let out a heavy breath. Maybe 30%. The rest is complete gibberish to me. Murakhan waved it off like it was nothing. Hey, do not sweat it. For a kid your age, this stuff is practically mind-melting. Most kids would just rage quit. That is how normal toddlers operate. Jin looked down, his voice dropping dead serious. I am a Runcandle. Being normal is a death sentence. I am competing against 12 ruthless siblings, not to mention my terrifying parents and clan elders. If I want to survive and crush them all, I have to grind infinitely harder. Murakami scratched his chin, wondering how the legendary first patriarch would have handled this exact magical theory back in the day. Jin sank deeper into his own anxiety. If I stack my current progress against the absolute peak of human strength, am I even making a dent? Suddenly, the dragon shattered his self-doubt. Listen, Temar could not read a single word of this high-tier garbage when he was your age. The ancient being sat up, dropping some unexpected wisdom. Theory does not dictate reality. That guy was utterly clueless with books, but he was an absolute monster on the battlefield. Trust me, kid. You have got that exact same terrifying potential. But right now, you are not even close to Timar's level. Those words hit Jin like a ton of bricks. His pupils instantly shrank in pure shock. Does that mean I can never reach the Founder's heights? Jin's voice trembled slightly. Murakami shot back a flat. Nope. The blunt answer left the boy entirely baffled, forcing him to snap his gaze upward. The ancient dragon smirked. You share the exact same bond with Soldaret as Timar did. Plus, you actually have the brains to decode those ancient texts. You are just a kid, so stop trying to rush destiny. Keep grinding, and you will get there. With a booming laugh, the dragon violently ruffled the boy's hair. Give it time, and you will definitely rival Tamar's strength. Heck, you might even leave his legacy in the dust. Jin's head whipped around, eyes sparkling. Wait, seriously? Murakami shrugged off the question with total casualness. Duh, kid. By the way, do you even know the God of Shadow's legendary title? Jin stuttered, suddenly feeling completely out of his depth. No, I do not. Right on cue, a terrifyingly massive shadow hand materialized out of thin air, looking like it could crush entire planets in the cosmos. Murakami's deep voice echoed with absolute authority. They call him Infinity. The power of Soldaret knows zero boundaries, and that means his chosen contractor? Also totally limitless. So wipe that gloomy look off your face. Back yourself up, because I am about to drop a brand new, ultra-secret technique to lift your spirits. Wham! The dragon delivered a backslap so brutally heavy that Jin yelped in pain. Ouch! What the heck was that? Murakami's grin widened. It is called Shadow Energy Release. Jin blinked, completely failing to grasp the hype. Shadow Energy Release? The colossal black dragon nodded proudly. Bingo. Anyone who dares to wield the darkness absolutely needs to master this foundational skill. It is the alpha and the omega of our power. But fair warning, mess this up, and the shadows will devour you alive. You need to take this one step at a time, dead seriously. Adrenaline surged through Jin's veins. Say less, I am all in. So, great Murakami, what is step one? The ancient being scratched his chin in deep thought. For you? First things first. We need to crack open your mana core. Jin tilted his head, feigning sheer confusion. Unlock my mana? But why? Inwardly, however, the regressor was holding back a smirk. Bro, I have done this a million times in my past life. Murakami instantly went into teacher mode, because letting the shadows flow literally requires you to break your mana seals and circulate the energy. You must achieve absolute mastery over both steps. Buckle up, kid, because you will be grinding this exact basic training for the next 2 to 3 years. Jin nearly choked on his own breath. 2 to 3 years? I do not have that kind of time to waste. Meanwhile, Murakami just gave an uncaring shrug. Look, your foundation is completely non-existent right now. I cannot exactly hand you the god-tier skills yet. Realistically, your immediate goal is just learning to push the mana around your body. Without missing a beat, Jin casually raised his palm. Instantly, a brilliant blue flame sparked to life, dancing effortlessly over his fingers. Hey, so can we skip to the good part now? Murakami's jaw basically hit the floor. His eyes bugged out as a full-body shiver wrecked his imposing figure. Wait, what? How on earth did you just pull that off? Playing the innocent prodigy, Jin answered with fake modesty. Oh, this? I figured it out a while ago. The legendary dragon looked like his brain was short-circuiting. This is impossible. You already have perfect mana circulation? Noticing the dragon's absolute disbelief, Jin decided to flex a little harder. He smoothly tossed the condensed mana sphere from his left hand to his right, treating the arcane energy like a literal toy. Murakami was losing his mind. Holy skies above. He finally exhaled a massive, defeated sigh. A mastery level like that is reserved for the most insane prodigies in history. You really are a totally ridiculous monster, kid. Fine, forget the basics. Let us dive straight into the shadow energy release. Jin gave himself a massive mental high five. Hook, line, and sinker. Out loud, he simply nodded. Ready when you are. Murakami's tone shifted, growing dangerously serious. True shadow energy is born from the absolute abyss. Every single patch of darkness you see, that is Soldaret's domain. Suddenly, eerie shadows began slithering across the training grounds like living snakes. He is the undisputed sovereign of all the gloom in this world. And as for his one and only chosen contractor, without warning, a pitch-black void erupted right under Jin's boots. A primal wave of pure terror spiked through the boy's spine. The menacing abyss exploded in intensity. It surged forward with the devastating speed of a tidal wave, viciously swallowing up that entire section of the room in absolute nothingness. Amidst the swirling void, Murakan's voice dropped into a bone-chilling whisper. It means, you have the divine right to command every single shadow on this planet. How is that for a power trip, kid? A terrifyingly awesome smirk plastered itself across Murakan's face. Behold, this is the true release of shadow energy. Jin stood entirely paralyzed by the sheer epicness, before slowly turning around. Flash forward, cut to an absolute scene of carnage. Deep in a blood-stained forest, a massive, terrifying dragon crash-landed right at the feet of a stunning silver-haired girl. A heavily armored knight sprinted up to the battlefield, saluting sharply. Lady Luna, this sector is completely wiped out. Just 5 more zones left, and our subjugation mission is a wrap. Luna glanced over her shoulder, her aura radiating terrifying calmness. Naturally, 4 months is more than enough time for this little warm-up. Order the vanguard to stand down and recover. Her piercing gaze drifted off into the distance, completely ignoring the agonizing monster screeches echoing in the background. She did not even flinch. Luna was a literal force of nature. Actually, there is one more critical issue, she muttered. The elite soldier stiffened, bracing for a brutal combat order. Yes, my lady? What are your commands? Luna's deadly serious expression cracked just a fraction. What exactly does a 9-year-old boy want for a present? Time skip. 6 months after the fateful encounter with Murakan, it was finally time for Tona to ditch the storm castle. Tona waved from the carriage. We are heading out now. Catch you back at the main estate. Jin shot back a bored farewell. Yeah, take care out there. As the carriage disappeared, he finally enjoyed some sweet peace and quiet. But suddenly, a familiar voice shattered the silence. Young master. He spun around, completely caught off guard by the sudden ambush. There stood Gilly, his fiercely loyal nanny, beaming with a beautifully decorated cake in her hands. Happy 9th birthday, young master. Jin blinked, his brilliant mind doing the quick math. Wait, it is my 9th birthday already? A genuine, heartwarming smile finally broke through his usual serious face. Guys, thank you all so much. Gilly, go ahead and slice this masterpiece up for the whole crew. Her eyes crinkled with pure joy. Right away, my sweet young master. But right in the middle of their wholesome celebration, an urgent shout ripped through the courtyard. Young Master Jin. Jin swiveled around, instantly recognizing the voice. Khan, what is he doing here? The elite knight rushed over and immediately dropped his head in deep shame. Forgive me for crashing the party, sir, but we have a major situation. Jin's eyes narrowed dangerously as he asked, What in the world? Khan muttered. Just then, a girl with striking white hair stepped into the room, her expression entirely unreadable. As those gorgeous flowing white locks drew closer, Khan literally forgot how to breathe. Lady Luna has graced us with her presence. The moment those words dropped, Gilly and Jin froze in their tracks. They simply could not believe their ears. Jin's mind started racing. The absolute pinnacle of the Runcandle Knights, a legendary 9-star powerhouse, the eldest of the 13 siblings, the White Whale herself, Luna Runcandle. Even though she wields more terrifying power than any of her siblings, she literally could not care less about claiming the Patriarch's throne. She completely washed her hands of that toxic, blood-soaked succession war, living entirely up to her title as the solitary White Whale. Because of that massive wall she built, my oldest sister never gave us younger siblings the time of day. Honestly, calling us absolute strangers would be way more accurate than calling us a family. That was the massive void between us. Yet, here she was, crashing the storm castle. Zero warning, zero notice. Did some catastrophic disaster hit the main family? Or worse, did she discover my secret little trips down into the hidden library? Shaking off his mounting paranoia, Jin cautiously spoke up. Sister Luna? Surprisingly, her voice echoed back with incredible warmth. Look at how much you have grown, my little one. Acting perfectly innocent, Jin softly replied. Had I known you were coming, I would have dressed properly to welcome you. Luna absolutely melted on the inside. What an incredibly sweet kid. Does a big sister really need an invitation to visit her adorable baby brother? Hearing that affectionate tone, Jin was completely mind-blown. But then, her gaze softened with worry. Goodness, you look so pale and exhausted. She gracefully dropped to one knee, gently resting her armored hands on his tiny shoulders to inspect his face up close. Jolted by the sudden closeness, Jin quickly waved it off. Oh no, honestly, I am just a little overwhelmed right now. Luna arched a flawless eyebrow at that confession. Lowering his voice, Jin mumbled, Well, this is my first time ever standing this close to you. I really do not know why my heart is racing like this. You feel anxious? She echoed, her expression instantly darkening as a heavy realization hit her. The twisted, blood-stained tradition of the Runcandle family, a brutal world where siblings must constantly scheme, backstab, and utterly crush one another to survive. Jin narrowed his eyes internally. Is this some kind of sick test? But right before his eyes, Luna tightly clenched her steel gauntlet, completely rendered speechless by her own overwhelming guilt. Breaking the heavy silence, she sighed. You are completely right. I was incredibly thoughtless. Jin blinked in pure bewilderment. Wait, what is happening? Her eyes swirled with genuine regret. You might just be a child, but I foolishly forgot. You are still a son born into the merciless Runcandle bloodline. I am so incredibly sorry. But the absolute shocker? The legendary white whale bowed her head, lowering herself even further to prove her absolute sincerity. My sweet little Jin, I really need a private word with you. Could you possibly ask your nanny and your knight to step outside for just a second? She asked with a smile so radiantly gentle. It felt utterly surreal. Jin's mind spun. A private conversation? Just the two of us? Knowing better than to make a 9-star night wait, he instantly nodded. Of course, big sister. Yet, behind his innocent eyes, his tactical mind was working in overdrive. I have absolutely no clue what her endgame is, but this definitely does not feel like a trap. Once they were alone, Luna spoke with incredible tenderness. Jin, my precious baby brother. The real reason I rushed over here so out of the blue is because there is something crucial you need to hear. What is it? He asked, tilting his head. Her eyes flashed with serious memories. During our father's last visit to this castle, your unbelievable talent put a massive target on your back. Every single one of our siblings noticed, meaning the absolute second you step foot outside this fortress. Every predator in our family will be gunning for you. Reaching out, she softly cupped his cheek with her battle-hardened hand. Her aura instantly shifted, growing undeniably solemn. But listen to me, little one. I desperately pray that you never sacrifice your own happiness, just to bleed in this meaningless war for the throne. I truly, deeply hope this cursed family tradition never breaks your spirit. Jin felt like he had just been struck by lightning. This made zero sense to him. As the gears in his head furiously turned, the puzzle pieces finally clicked. So that is the real reason she threw away her right to rule. But a dark thought crept in. Wait, if she cared so much about keeping me out of the crossfire, why did she never drop a single warning in my previous life? Was I just that incredibly pathetic back then? A total waste of breath? Or was I just so hopelessly weak that nobody even viewed me as prey? Looking her dead in the eye, Jin spoke up. Sister Luna, I deeply cherish your concern, but I refuse to run away from this bloodbath. I am diving straight in. Her gentle expression shattered, replaced by desperate urgency. Jin, please. You do not understand what is out there. I am not warning you because I plan on fighting you. I just want you safe. It is already too late for that, he stated coldly. I have already survived an assassination attempt. The temperature in the room plummeted below freezing, as Luna's eyes hollowed out. Excuse me, what did you just say? That is exactly why I have to fight, Jin declared. Suddenly, explosive, pitch-black aura erupted from Luna's very soul. Her voice dropped to a demonic whisper. Who in their right mind would dare touch a hair on your head inside the storm castle? Absolute, suffocating killing intent flooded the bedroom. The white whale had completely lost her mind with rage. Give me a name. Who signed their own death warrant by targeting you? Spit it out. Jin, whose head do I need to sever? Pretending to tremble under her monstrous pressure, he stammered. I do not know for sure. I swear, I have not tracked down the mastermind behind the shadows yet. But look at the bright side. Even though they tried to erase me, I am standing right here, completely unharmed. Luna lunged forward, gripping his shoulders with desperate, ironclad strength. Listen to me. Not everyone in this cursed family wants you dead. Hearing you say that actually warms my entire soul. A wave of sorrow washed over Luna's face. Jin, my precious baby brother, she whispered, pulling him into a bone-crushing embrace. Jin completely froze, his mind short-circuiting at the sudden affection. Her voice cracked with genuine agony. You being dragged into this bloodthirsty family war. It absolutely breaks me. Slowly, Jin wrapped his arms around her, utterly shell-shocked. Who knew the legendary Sister Luna had such a gentle side, he thought, awkwardly but softly patting her trembling shoulder. Please don't cry. Wiping away her heavy emotions, she affectionately messed up his hair. You're right. Today is a day for celebrating. No more depressing family politics. It is your big day, after all, and I brought something incredibly special just for you. With delicate care, she pulled an antique wooden box from her coat. For you. As the lid popped open, a breathtaking emerald pendant practically glowed in the light. Jin blinked in pure awe. Wait, jewelry? Turn around for a second, will you? She asked softly. Of course. Jin obliged without hesitation. As she fastened the clasp, her tone grew dead serious. Listen to me. If you ever face a threat that you absolutely cannot defeat, shatter this emerald. The second it breaks, I don't care if you're at the edge of the world, I will drop everything and slaughter anyone in your path. Never take it off. Happy 9th birthday, kiddo. Jin felt a massive lump in his throat. Thank you, truly. Right on cue, Gilly carried in a massive slice of birthday cake. Watching the two siblings playfully share the dessert, Gilly had to fight back tears at the violently wholesome scene. Once the sugar rush faded, Luna finally stood up. Look at the time. I really need to head back. Flashing a bright smile, Jin nodded. Got it. Get home safe, sis. The second she left, a grumbling Murakhan appeared out of nowhere. About time. Wait, where the heck did you get that ridiculous bling? It is a birthday present. Jin deadpanned. Suddenly, the great dragon started violently shaking, pointing a trembling finger at the gem. Whoever handed that over is either insanely rich or insanely obsessed with you. Giving away an artifact like that is absolute madness. Tilting his head, Jin played dumb. Why? Is it some kind of rare antique? Murakhan dropped his chaotic act, his eyes turning, dead serious. That is a relic of the Demon King Orgel, a millennium ago. Oceans of blood were spilled by warriors desperately trying to claim even a fragment of his gear. Jin raised an eyebrow. Is it seriously that overpowered? Are you kidding me? It straight up nullifies any magic attack from a 5-star mage or lower. Plus, it passively supercharges your own mana pool. Judging by the aura, it is definitely rigged with a high-tier summoning spell too. Staring at the grumpy dragon, Jin smirked. You are surprisingly well educated on this. Murakhan scoffed, breaking eye contact. Duh. We literally ruled the world during the exact same era. The guy was an absolute legend. Anyway, this overpowered trinket definitely came from that terrifying monster of a woman who just casually strolled through here, right? Shoving a plate of leftover cake into the dragon's hands, Jin nodded. Yeah, my eldest sister paid a visit. He paused, eyes going wide. Hold up. You sensed her monstrous aura from all the way out here? Stuffing his face, Murakhan mumbled. Obviously. And I guarantee that freakishly strong sister of yours sensed me too. Jin nearly choked on his spit. Say what, right now? Wait, is she going to rat me out to the main family? Rolling his eyes, Murakhan sighed. Stop hyperventilating. She just handed you a priceless life-saving artifact. Does that seem like someone who wants to serve you up on a silver platter? The logic hit Jin like a truck. I guess you have a point. Exactly. You hit the jackpot with that one, the dragon cheered. Meanwhile, miles away from the estate, Luna stared into the distance, a knowing smirk playing on her lips. There is zero doubt. That was an ancient, overwhelmingly dark aura radiating from his room. Whatever insane scheme my baby brother is cooking up, back in the room, Murakhan finally swallowed his bite of cake and literally burst into happy tears. What is this divine culinary magic? Jin just stared at the ancient dragon like he was a complete idiot. Luna's eyes softened under the moonlight. I will keep my mouth shut and play completely dumb. Just never forget this one truth, Jin. My sweet brother. Even if you become a villain who burns this world to ashes, I will forever be your shield. Fast forward a bit. This isolation period at Storm Castle was supposed to be a total snooze fest, but it completely flipped the script on my life. I finally secured my ruthless father's absolute attention, absorbed the legendary Phoenix Heart from Mary, unlocked the ultimate cheat code known as Sister Luna, and somehow tamed a mythical shadow dragon named Murakhan. In my miserable past life, claiming even one of these prizes was literally impossible. But right now, I am only 10 years old, and my stats are already off the charts. It is finally time to ditch this training ground and take over the main estate. Suddenly, steel violently clashed against steel. The training courtyard erupted into a high-speed blur of deadly strikes. Boom! A massive shockwave rattled the windows. Moving like a rabid predator, Jin closed the distance in a millisecond. Their swords locked together in a blinding spark of friction. Sweat dripped down Khan's face as he braced against the kid's insane physical power. Absolute monster. No wonder the patriarch is obsessed with him. I am supposed to be the master grading his skills here, but looking into those cold, calculating eyes, it feels like this 10-year-old prodigy is the one judging my entire worth as a swordsman. Gasping for air, Khan lowered his blade. Let us wrap up the spar for today. Jin nodded, barely even breaking a sweat. Out of nowhere, a familiar voice echoed across the yard. Young Master Jin. Tossing a towel over his shoulder, the boy spun around. What is up? Did you find a flaw in my footwork today? Khan immediately dropped into a deep, respectful bow. Guiding your blade has been the peak of my entire career. Your departure from Storm Castle is rapidly approaching, but I swear on my life to polish your skills to perfection until the very last second. A confident smirk painted Jin's face. Perfect. I expect nothing but absolute hell from your training until I leave. Later that night, Jin sat alone, casually weaving pure fire magic through his bare fingers. He fearlessly danced his hand directly through the scorching candle flame, his skin completely immune to the heat. Clenching his fist, he extinguished the blaze with a satisfied grin. My fire resistance is finally maxed out, young master. The sudden shout from Gilly made him jump. Panicking slightly, she rushed over. Good heavens, are you trying to roast your own hand off? Scratching the back of his neck awkwardly, Jin gave an innocent smile. Oh, don't worry. To me, this fire literally feels like a cozy bubble bath. A gentle smile crossed Gilly's face. Thank goodness Lady Mary's gift is finally kicking in, she whispered. The Phoenix Heart was nothing more than an absolute myth to me. To witness its divine power firsthand, it is purely breathtaking. Jin nodded in agreement. Yeah, no kidding. But internally, his mind was racing a mile a minute. I have barely devoured half of that insane medicinal energy. Give me a few more years, and I will have completely consumed its core. Gilly beamed with pride before turning toward the door. Rest up, young master. Our carriage departs the castle at the crack of dawn tomorrow. Shout if you need a single thing packed. Jin gave a chill thumbs up. But just as she stepped out, her eyes locked onto a stack of highly suspicious ancient tomes. Pausing, Gilly raised an eyebrow. Young master? Want me to safely stash these dusty old books? Jin quickly waved her off. Ah, nope. I need some light reading for the bumpy ride. She bowed gracefully. Crystal clear. Need anything else to kill the time? Jin shook his head smoothly. Just the books will do the trick. Muttering to herself, Gilly headed for the kitchen. Got it. I will whip up some killer strawberry shortcake for your road trip cravings. Jin nervously cleared his throat. Actually, do not sweat the snacks, Gilly. I desperately need to clear my head with a late-night stroll. Gilly whipped around, totally baffled. Wait, what? Pitch black outside, and you want to walk? Jin was already bolting. My bad. Be back in a flash. Slipping into the shadows, Jin hissed. Murakhan. Yo, Murakhan, wake up. A massive silhouette stirred. Took you long enough, kid. Jin stepped closer. Do not forget, we are ditching this fortress tomorrow. The great beast scoffed with absolute arrogance. Obviously. Do you have any idea how many centuries I have been rotting here, waiting for this exact moment? Jin crossed his arms. Okay, genius. How exactly does a giant dragon secretly tail me? Murakhan let out a booming, prideful laugh. Kid, do not sweat the small stuff. I am the one and only legendary black dragon. Sure, my power took a massive nosedive, but sneaking around is pure child's play. I will ghost through blind spots those human weaklings cannot even fathom. Jin froze, his eyes narrowing. Wait, hold up. You got weaker? How do you just casually drop a bombshell like that and not tell me? Murakhan rolled his gigantic eyes. Bro, I was in a magical coma for centuries. You expect me to wake up at peak performance? Jin gritted his teeth. Tell me you can actually reclaim your former glory. Murakhan smirked confidently. Duh. But honestly, you are destined to eclipse even my prime power. I am bound to you as your divine guardian, so stop slacking and awaken as an ultimate magic swordsman, just like the legendary Temar. Jin tilted his head, pieces clicking together. You mentioned the fearsome Run Candle bloodline originally wielded both blades and spells, right? Truth be told, Jin already knew this secret from the shadow god Soldaret in his tragic past life. The ruthless Run Candles were born as absolute monsters of magic swordsmanship, and their founding father, Temar Runkandel, was the most god-tier magic swordsman to ever walk the earth. A classified truth the modern world completely buried. Murakhan let out a heavy sigh. The only reason your obsessed family ditched magic for pure blade mastery? A binding, unbreakable blood oath forged exactly 1,000 years ago. Look, I might technically be the ancient guardian of this crazy clan, but if I crashed their party right now, they would absolutely try to mount my head on a wall. Back in the Golden Age, you and I walking side by side would have humans worshipping the ground we stepped on. Jin blinked, utterly lost. Are you seriously saying the bloodthirsty Run Candles would bow to us? Murakhan flashed a toothy grin. Sounds like pure fiction now, right? Whatever. I will stay totally off the radar. Relax. Jin rubbed his temples. Fine. But what about your massive lair? The second someone patrols the underground library and sees a totally empty cavern, we are busted. Murakhan flexed a claw. I will just weave a hardcore illusion using pure dragon mana. Jin pressed on, panic rising. And if your cheap parlor trick shatters? Murakhan snapped, smoke pluming. Kid, do not insult the King of Shadows. Bending reality is literally my middle name. We are golden. Look, my core is still running on fumes. Murakhan sighed, his aura flickering. This illusion is going to crack pretty quick. His voice dropped to a dead serious tone, but I'll push my limits to keep it active. Just sit back and enjoy the show until my powers fully reboot. Jin offered a cool nod. Got it, thanks. Murakhan's eyes actually shimmered with unshed tears. You know, a little more respect for my greatness wouldn't hurt. Deep down, you're just a massive softie. Jin awkwardly rubbed his neck before pulling out a hidden package. Anyway, I actually sneaked in some epic loot today. The ancient dragon's curiosity piqued instantly. Epic loot? Spill it, kid. Jin unveiled a flawless cake, absolutely glowing with the season's rarest crimson strawberries. Plus, some exclusive wine straight from my personal stash. Murakan's jaw basically hit the floor. Wait, seriously? Jin immediately shot him a death glare. Just don't get totally wasted and spawn cursed illusions. The legendary being completely lost his chill, acting like a hyped-up kid. Who's a good boy? Man, investing in your growth was the best decision ever. You should totally show off those skills to your nanny. Jin hesitated, weighing the risk. Maybe later. Meanwhile, Gilly's expression turned incredibly heavy. Young master, the Garden of Swords isn't some safe haven like Storm Castle. The main estate is an absolute snake pit. You've been grinding relentlessly here, I know. But the trials at the main base will completely shatter your current limits. Your schedule is going to be totally brutal. I won't be able to just casually bake for you anymore. Jin shot her a warm, reassuring smile. Hey, relax. I'm ready for this. I'll dominate the main castle just like I did here. Overwhelmed, Gilly dropped to one knee, placing a loyal hand over her heart. And I swear to serve as your ultimate shield. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed through the courtyard. Young master. Two heavily armored knights stepped up in perfect sync. Guardian Knights, Jerome and Holtz, reporting for duty. We are locked in to safely escort you straight to the Garden of Swords. All right, Jin. The stage is all yours now. With a final nod, the command was given. Move out. The massive convoy finally rolled into action. October 30th, 1790. I officially stepped out of my childhood cage. Warhorses roared against the endless sky. This marked the kickoff of my ruthless path toward the Runcandle Empire's core, the Garden of Swords. The carriage wheels quickly caught a blazing speed. From the plush interior, Gilly stared at the biting frost. A blizzard is hitting. The trails are going to get wiped out fast. We need to crash at a nearby outpost. If we push through, it's a death trap. Plus, heavy snow interference means the warp gates will be totally offline. Jin kept his vibe completely laid back. Sounds like a plan. Boom! A massive shockwave slammed into the carriage, violently tossing them like ragdolls. Panic flashed in Gilly's eyes. Young master, get down! From outside, roaring steel clashed as a knight screamed. Enemy ambush! Lock down the carriage now. Gilly instantly threw herself over Jin, turning her body into a human shield. Just breathe, young master. Don't panic. We've got this. Jerome and Holtz are absolute beasts at the 7-star level. And I won't let a single blade touch you. The screams of dying assassins began echoing through the blizzard. Wipe them off the map. Gilly narrowed her eyes, instantly scanning the chaos, reading 20 hostile signatures, a mixed squad of casters and heavy hitters. Probably snipers in the trees, too. But their mana output is weak. Nobody is breaking the 7-star threshold. Our knights are completely stonewalling them. The gears in Jin's head suddenly clicked. His blood ran cold. Gilly, blow the doors. We need to bail. Now. Gilly froze, totally caught off guard. Wait, what are you talking about? Jin's voice turned ice cold. Think about the absolute golden rule of the Runcandle family. A guardian knight must never abandon their post beside a pureblood. At least one of them should be glued to my shadow right now. The horrific truth suddenly slammed into Gilly like a freight train. Are you saying we've got a rat? Or these aren't even our real knights? Jin gritted his teeth. Bingo. Grab whatever steel is stashed in this rig. We are sitting ducks in here, Gilly. Fury erupted in her eyes as she snapped into combat mode. Copy that. I'm on it, young master. Surging with lethal aura, Gilly materialized her blade with absolute resolve. By the blood of Runcandle, I will shred anyone who crosses us. Forgive my incoming brutality. She kicked the shattered door open and plunged straight into the freezing chaos. Stay right on my heels, young master. I'll take full responsibility for breaking protocol once we survive. Jin practically scoffed as he dodged out into the snow. Save the apologies for when we aren't dodging death. Push forward toward the clash. I need to verify a crazy theory. Gilly blocked an incoming spell, totally bewildered. Verify what? Jin pointed through the smoke. The guys attacking our fake knights might actually be the good guys. Think about it. If this was a real hit job, they would have instantly sniped me, the exact second I popped out of that carriage. But the sniper fire is completely non-existent. Gilly's combat instincts flared as the puzzle came together. Holy crap, you're right. Through the blizzard, a massive warrior roared. Secure Jin Runcandle at all costs. Squad 3, lock down that left flank. Jin smirked in the shadows. Just like I thought. Gilly quickly identified their crests. The demon and the Black Peach insignias. That's the Mytel Magic Syndicate and the legendary Black King mercenaries. A caster throwing pure arcane energy spotted them through the fray. Target acquired. We've got eyes on Gilly McLaren and the young master. The entire mercenary squad shifted formation in absolute sync. Form a meat shield. Protect Jin Run Candle. A scarred, red-haired beast of a man stepped out of the carnage. I'm Merca, commander of the Black Kings. We caught a top-secret rescue bounty straight from the main Run Candle house. Merca's greatsword pulsed with vicious aura. You absolute trash. How dare you try to touch our VIP? Jin analyzed the battlefield. Yeah, these guards are total fakes. If they were packing real 7-star Run Candle firepower, they would have completely wiped the floor with these mercenaries in seconds. The fake knights were officially boxed in. Gilly leveled her blade at their throats. Drop the masks! Who sent you? Speak! The bald imposter just spat blood and let out a twisted sneer. Dumbest question of the year. You think I'm gonna spill my guts to a Run Candle lapdog? Gilly froze for a split second before looking back at him. What is your command, young master? Jin's voice was pure ice. Slaughter one. Sever the other guy's arm and drag him to my feet. Without a shred of hesitation, Gilly bowed deeply. Your will is absolute. She vanished into a blur of motion. The bald assassin barely registered the shift before Gilly's gaze turned absolutely demonic. A sickening, wet crunch echoed through the air. Watching his partner get effortlessly split in half, the white-haired fanatic stumbled backward, completely paralyzed by terror. He had just witnessed an absolute massacre. But before his brain could even scream to run, a blinding flash of steel completely severed his arm. The guy just stood there, completely shell-shocked. Only when the sharp whistle of the blade faded did a massive fountain of crimson erupt from his shoulder. Gilly's deadly glare locked onto her prey. She was an absolute menace. A brutal, crushing kick slammed him face first into the dirt, before her terrifying aura finally settled down. Snatching him by his snowy hair, she effortlessly hauled the broken assassin across the ground, forcing him to bow before Jin. Whoever sent you clowns seriously messed up their homework. Every single shadow serving the Run Candle bloodline boasts at least a staggering 7-star mastery. Jin flashed a wicked smirk. If you actually planned on taking out a Run Candle heir, you needed to bring an 8-star monster to the party. The bleeding fanatic started howling like a total madman. Shut your arrogant mouth. This is just the prologue. The mighty Run Candle empire will soon burn to ashes. Honestly, I would absolutely love to see that happen, Jin whispered. That single, chilling statement completely paralyzed Merca in his tracks, while Jin just kept smiling. The current Run Candle legacy bores me to death. I am only here to build the Jin Run Candle dynasty. Hearing this insane flex, the captive realized he was dealing with an absolute psycho. Keep your head down. Before the screaming assassin could thrash around, a legendary name echoed in Jin's mind. Zipful. Ah, the almighty sorcerer bloodline that held the entire other hemisphere in a chokehold. The Zipful House. While the Run Candle monsters stood as the absolute gods of the blade, the Zipful dynasty had unlocked the ultimate cheat codes of magic. Millennia ago, right after the original Run Candle patriarch fell, the Zipfuls forced a devastatingly toxic blood pact onto their rivals. They permanently banned sword wielders from ever touching a spell. Thanks to that curse, Run Candle's magical core was completely locked away, making the Zipful family their ultimate, 1,000-year nemesis. Makes total sense now. I was actually wondering what kind of fools would dare try this stunt. Just another brainwashed pawn of the magic faction. Jin let out a cold laugh. Gilly, toss this garbage out of my sight. Torturing a fanatic is just a massive waste of our time. Without missing a beat, Gilly nodded. Understood. The desperate captive started spitting curses. You little demon! Jin completely tuned him out, his mind racing. Obviously, the magic geeks view my bloodline as their biggest threat. Just finish the job, you cowards, the man shrieked. Meanwhile, Jin calmly connected the dots. They never stopped scheming to tear our family apart. But honestly, this sloppy hit job was not orchestrated by the main Zipful bosses. This had rogue fanboy energy written all over it. Still, the math is not mathing. No matter how insane their stealth spells are, slipping past a 7-star guardian is virtually impossible, unless someone on the inside actually pulled the strings. Interrupting his thoughts, Gilly delivered a flawless, knightly salute. The trash has been successfully disposed of, young master. Crossing his arms with a confident smirk, Jin nodded. Flawless work, Gilly. He then strolled straight up to the stunned mercenary. You mentioned you run the Black King unit, correct? Merca, still sweating profusely, Merca furiously nodded. Yes, my lord. Jin locked eyes with him, radiating an intimidating calm. I only survived that ambush because you guys played the perfect bait. The second I step back inside the Run Candle fortress, your squad is getting a massive shout-out. Expect a legendary payday coming your way. Now, get that teleportation gate fully operational. Merca immediately snapped into a deep, respectful bow. Consider it done, sir. But internally, Merca was completely losing his mind. How does a literal kid from that terrifying family survive out here like it is nothing? The boy was only 10 years old, yet he oozed the overwhelming presence of a veteran warlord. Swallowing hard, Mirka realized something terrifying. That crazy speech from earlier, the image of Jin's unshakable swagger burned into his brain. I am forging the path that will crown the era of Jin Run Candle. A massive chill ran down his spine. The kid was not just bluffing, he is dead set on conquering the world. Spinning around, Mirka barked at his crew. You two, wait, no, every single one of you, listen up. Until we get this warp gate running, you better keep yourselves completely in check. One wrong move and we are all finished. Got it? A brown-haired grunt instantly whined. Are you serious right now, boss? You are acting totally paranoid. The bald mercenary groaned out loud. Bro, since when do we tiptoe around like a bunch of nervous rookies? The guy with the headband just looked completely lost. Did the captain completely lose his marbles? Mirka absolutely exploded. Shut your mouths and follow orders before I end you. Gilly smoothly cut through the chaos. The perimeter is secure. It is time to move. Jolted out of his anger, Mirka quickly straightened up. Crystal clear, ma'am. He pressed a fist to his heart. Let's roll out immediately. As they trekked away from the massacre, Mirka cautiously whispered, Are we seriously just leaving those mangled bodies out in the open? Gilly's response was completely ice cold. It does not matter. She didn't even look back. Whoever discovers the bloody mess we left behind will realize exactly what happens when you cross a run candle. Jin flashed a thoroughly impressed grin. Perfect logic, Gilly. Her cheeks tinted slightly. Thank you, my liege. She dipped her head gracefully. By the way, intel says the next settlement is roughly 2 hours out. Jin kept his cool guy persona. Perfect timing. We will crash there and let this raging blizzard die down. But just as the wind howled, Jin suddenly stopped. Gilly. Her curiosity was obvious. Jin completely understood. Listen, drop the guilt about that escort mission. It totally was not your fault. Even a legendary 9-star knight like Khan missed the red flags, Jin reassured her. A 7-star warrior like you would naturally struggle to spot that kind of hidden threat. Look, I am not trying to lecture you on how to be a proper guard knight. But Gilly's face was painted with pure guilt. I have failed you, she whispered. Staring at her, a heavy realization hit him. She has not changed one bit from his past life, Jin thought, his heart aching. As a dedicated nanny of the absolute Run Candle bloodline, her entire destiny is chained to the child she protects. In his previous life, Gilly was his absolute anchor. Memories flooded Jin's mind. Flashes of Gilly, getting ruthlessly mocked by the other caretakers. Because he was a talentless outcast, she was dragged through absolute hell and humiliation for his sake. Yet, she never threw a single ounce of blame his way. On that doomed day when the Run Candle clan banished him, Gilly was tossed out into the cold right beside him. And even then, her only words were, Young master, I am so completely sorry. Sorry that I could not protect you better. She had bowed her head so low, her voice shattering his heart. Jin bit his lip hard, his eyes darkening. He refused to make life miserable for the one person who showed him true warmth. But reality check, this timeline hits entirely different from his past life. Gilly seriously needed to level up her mental armor. Her knuckles turned white as she tightened her fists. Young master, I will gladly accept whatever brutal punishment for this massive failure. Jin's voice sliced through the tension. Cut the self-pity right now. That is an absolute order, Gilly. He locked eyes with her, his aura shifting. As long as you wear the title of my nanny, you are the only absolute guardian I will ever need. If you crumble over minor setbacks like this, how will you ever have my back when real danger strikes? Gilly instantly swallowed her apologies. Her expression hardened into pure, deadly focus. So do not make me repeat myself. Are we crystal clear? Gilly bowed, deeply submitting to his absolute authority. Yes, young master, I will absolutely fix this. Inside, a spark ignited in Gilly's soul. To think that her tiny young master cared about her pride this much. A fierce, unyielding loyalty consumed her. His harsh words were a shield to protect her. She swore to sharpen her senses and annihilate any threat before it even breathed near him. Fire burned in her eyes as she promised to become his ultimate sword. Feeling the heavy tension evaporate, a hidden weight lifted off Jin's chest. Thank God. It looked like her inner fire was roaring back to life. A creaky door swung wide, spilling golden light and a cozy welcome sign. The weary squad stepped inside. The rugged innkeeper immediately eyed them. How many rooms are you folks hunting for? Mirka did not miss a beat. 2 rooms. Meanwhile, Jin's mind was racing at light speed. Those shady figures and that squad of counterfeit guard knights. A chilling smirk crept onto Jin's face. If his radar was dead on, that specific bastard definitely pulled the strings from the shadows. The silhouette of a massive, twisted figure flashed in his mind. The shape-shifting demon, Bouvard Gaston. Jin's eyes narrowed. Total physical transformation was a legendary trait reserved solely for the dragon race. Yet, Even almighty dragons leave tiny flaws in their human forms. But Bouvard? He is the one single freak of nature who can forge a flawlessly identical disguise. He weaponized that absolute power, staging massive crimes and plunging the entire world into pure chaos. Exhaustion washing over him, Jin dragged his bedroom door open. If Bouvard was actually the mastermind here, the difficulty level just skyrocketed. Sure, that villain had not unleashed his absolute worst nightmares yet, but still, right before stepping out, Mirka tossed a quick glance back. Hey, if you guys need literally anything, just holler for me. Gilly offered a sharp nod. Much appreciated, Captain Mirka. Jin collapsed onto the stiff mattress, his brain still grinding. In his first life, when he hit 20, Vermont's elite task force finally dragged that psycho down. If he could somehow brainwash Bouvard into joining his crew, those cheat-level skills would be insane. A deep frown crashed his thoughts. Yeah, right. Like he was going to team up with a snake who already aimed a blade at his neck. A massive yawn ripped through him. Before that freak unleashed hell, he desperately needed to scan this timeline for any butterfly effects. Gilly turned toward the door, her voice dropping softly. Young master, I will hold the line right outside. Total silence answered her. Frowning, she peeked back into the room. Young master? He was out cold, dead to the world on the blankets, watching his peaceful, unguarded face. A soft gasp escaped her lips. Oh my. A warm, motherly smile bloomed on her face as she tiptoed out to protect his peace. Outside, a sleek, pitch-black cattail began twitching wildly in the moonlight. Meow, yowl. The relentless screeching, scratching at the glass was absolute torture. It violently ripped Jin straight out of his deep slumber. God, what a nightmare. He aggressively rubbed his eyes, fighting through the brain fog. Wait, did I totally pass out? The obnoxious yowling echoed louder. Popping his stiff joints, a reality check hit him. Man, he had survived hardcore solo training back at the legendary Storm Castle, but this grueling pace was literally destroying his 10-year-old body. Seriously, what is that racket? He shot a glare at the window, making the shadowy feline instantly freeze in panic. It went stiff as a statue. Jin blinked in pure confusion. Huh? An awkward, deafening silence filled the room, heavy with invisible question marks. Then, it finally clicked. Jin's eyes blew wide open in absolute disbelief. Wait, do not tell me? A chaotic memory flashed before his eyes. The ancient shadow dragon, Murakan, howling with laughter. Isn't this brilliant? I will always stalk you from the shadows, kid. Relax. Back then, Jin had just chuckled along. Yeah, whatever you say, he had joked. Now, he stared blankly at the legendary dragon, currently a raging furball furiously clawing at the glass. Jin could barely contain his laughter, his shoulders shaking. You promised you would stay hidden and trail me. But seriously, morphing into a tiny fuzzball? The shadowy feline, Murakan, hissed with pure irritation. This only made Jin bite his lip harder to stifle a chuckle. Okay, my bad. I swear I'm sorry. Jin pushed the window wide open, letting the grumpy furball inside. It just totally caught me off guard. I definitely did not expect this compact look. He stared at the cat, radiating wisps of dark aura. Honestly, I figured. You would just shapeshift into some random servant, maybe a stable boy. Boom. Murakan snapped back into his human body, absolutely fuming. Listen here, kid. If I tried pulling that off, your family's psycho knights would sniff me out in a heartbeat. The dragon's ego was clearly bruised. Do you have any idea what a nightmare it was, tracking you? Mid-rant, his boot snagged on an uneven floorboard. Down he went, eating absolute dirt. Bam! His face slammed right into the bedroom wall. He groaned in agony. Down the hall, Gilly's sharp ears caught the massive thud. She kicked the door open, panic flashing in her eyes. Young master, are you okay? But instead of an assassin, she spotted a grown man hunched over. He was clutching his bruised forehead, shaking like a leaf. Gilly's expression instantly turned lethal. Who the hell are you, and why are you stalking my lord? She pinned Murakan down, her aura exploding. She raised her iron claws, dead set on turning his face into mincemeat. Start talking, right now, before I permanently delete you from existence. Speak! Jin scrambled frantically to stop the execution. Hold up, Gilly. Stand down. This guy is… Murakan froze, his eyes locked on her. Gilly? Wait, is that actually Gilly? He instantly shot to his feet, cheeks burning bright red. Oh wow, my sweet strawberry shortcake. Destiny has finally brought us together. Gilly reeled back, her face twisting in pure, unfiltered disgust. She looked at him like he was a cockroach on her shoe. Strawberry, what now? Murakan puffed out his chest, oozing unearned confidence. I have literally dreamed of this moment. She blinked, completely utterly lost. Excuse me? Jin just facepalmed, watching this absolute train wreck unfold. Great, this is a total disaster. He sighed, deciding to rip off the band-aid. All right, let us do introductions. Gilly, meet Murakhan. He is actually the legendary guardian deity of the Runkandel bloodline, the great black dragon himself. Jin then gestured toward his loyal nanny. And Murakhan, this is Gilly. But before Jin could even drop her last name, Murakhan aggressively cut him off. Oh, I know exactly who she is. She is my adorable little pastry, right? Instantly, Gilly dropped into a deep, formal bow. Her voice shook slightly as the gravity of the situation hit her. This lowly servant of the Runkandel household begs for mercy. I deeply apologize for threatening our guardian god. Please spare my life. Seeing her cower, Murakhan threw his head back and belted out a booming laugh. Chill out, my sweet strawberry shortcake. You are totally fine. I would never hold a grudge against a face like yours. Still entirely weirded out, Gilly cautiously raised her head. Lord Murakhan, sir. Why exactly do you keep calling me a baked good? Murakhan hit her with his most charming, entirely unsolicited smirk. Because you are breathtaking, gorgeous, and your strawberry cakes hit different. Gilly's jaw dropped to the floor, absolute realization washing over her. Hold on a second. Is this guy the real reason you demanded those cakes every single day, young master? Jin threw his hands up in surrender. Can we all just sit down? Let me explain. Gilly's intense gaze softened, a hint of genuine sadness creeping into her voice. There is a whole hidden universe inside you, young master. Secrets I was completely blind to. Jin met her disappointed eyes, guilt gnawing at him. I am so sorry for keeping you in the dark, Gilly. She quickly shook her head. Please, do not apologize. I always knew your potential was terrifying, but mastering magic, binding with Soldaret, and keeping a literal dragon as a pet? It is just a lot to process, but honestly, I am incredibly proud. A spark of awe lit up Gilly's eyes. Jin smiled warmly, shifting to business mode. Look, Gilly, you are officially in our inner circle now, but the main house cannot find out that Murakhan is awake or that we are partnered. This stays strictly between us, understand? Gilly nodded firmly, her loyalty unshaken. Crystal clear, young master, my lips are sealed. Murakhan suddenly shoved his way in front of Jin. He puffed out his chest, trying way too hard to impress her. Zero stress needed. Shortcake. The great Murakhan has this kid's back, 24/7. Gilly forced a polite, deeply uncomfortable smile. Your generosity knows no bounds, Lord Murakhan. Then something clicked in Gilly's head. Wait, that massive crash earlier, was that the recoil from your epic dragon transformation? Jin opened his mouth. Actually, no. He glanced sideways at the mighty deity. That was just him being aggressively clumsy. Murakhan desperately leaned in and hissed into Jin's ear. Shut your trap, kid. I tripped on a dumb plank. Trying to save face, the dragon suddenly jolted upright, projecting a thunderous, super fake laugh. Gilly watched this supposedly legendary being act like a total clown. She shot Jin a deeply concerned side-eye. Young master, is this guy actually going to be useful in a fight? Jin stared at the chuckling dragon, zero confidence in his own voice. Honestly, we will just have to pray. Cut to the bustling Metel teleportation gate. Gilly stood face to face with the rugged commander, Mirka. Flawless execution, Black King team. Mirka scanned the area, confused. Were we not tracking a weird cat a second ago? Ignoring him, Gilly pressed on. The Runkandel estate will ensure your pockets are heavily lined for this run. Mirka waved off the promise of gold. The payday is great, but surviving this nightmare was the real prize. Honestly, I am beyond hyped to see what kind of monster your young master grows up to be, especially with you guarding his shadow. Mirka's casual tone shifted, his eyes narrowing with burning curiosity. But hey, I have a burning question for you. Gilly's guard instantly went up. Spit it out. Mirka leaned in. A prodigy like you, why walk away from the legendary McLaren bloodline? Just to play babysitter for a Runkandel kid? The air grew heavy as Gilly completely froze. Refusing to answer, she spun on her heel, shooting him a final, icy glare. Our business has officially concluded. Goodbye. Realizing he had stepped on a massive landmine, Mirka nervously scratched his head. My bad. Crossed a line. Without another word, Gilly vanished into the crowd. The grand doors glided open. Stepping into the expansive terminal, the receptionist's eyes immediately locked onto Gilly and Jin. Welcome to the central teleportation hub. Papers for the Hoofister Alliance, please? She scanned the documents, and her breath suddenly hitched. Wait a minute. The Runkandel bloodline. Her posture instantly snapped into a deep, trembling bow. It is an absolute honor to serve you. Right this way, please. We have prepared our exclusive VIP lounge for your utmost comfort. Everything will be handled instantly. Departure is scheduled in roughly 2 hours. Please rest well. As the door clicked shut, Gilly's voice dropped to a nervous whisper. Young master? Jin shifted his gaze toward her. Anxiety heavily shadowed her usually calm features. Honestly, as your loyal servant, My nerves are completely shot right now. If Lord Murakan's true identity slips out, the fallout would be catastrophic. Jin smirked slightly. You mean my hidden magic? Obviously, a spellcasting run candle is pure heresy. Relax, Gilly. I know the stakes, and my lips are sealed tight. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed behind them. The air instantly shifted. Both of them whipped around, sensing an uninvited presence. That obnoxious golden dragon crest. The Zipful clan. A smirking, white-haired teenager strutted forward, flanked by two massive, aura-radiating bodyguards. Jin's eyes narrowed, analyzing the threat. Who is this guy? That face screams trouble. Wait, Varadin Zipful. The rival heir shot Jin a glaringly arrogant look. Man, my intuition was spot on. I just knew today's trip to Hoofester was going to be a total drag. Didn't expect to run into such annoying pests here. Gilly shot Jin a desperate warning glance, but Varadin's attention had already drifted to the furball. Not going to lie, the cat is pretty adorable. Varadin carelessly reached out to pet the disguised dragon. Come here, little buddy. Big mistake. The magical feline lashed out instantly, ripping a bloody scratch across Varadin's hand. The mage yelped in pain. Young master. The guards roared, drawing their weapons at the beast. You filthy animal! But Varadin just waved off his furious escorts. Stand down, guys. It is just a pet. I probably startled the poor thing. Besides, flashing steel in front of a run candle? Not exactly a smart move. Varadin shot a calculating smirk toward Jin and Gilly. Honestly, I was just bored and wanted to test the waters. Poke the bear a little. But zero reaction? That is actually pretty disappointing. Looks like the notorious youngest run candle has some absolute ice in his veins. Stepping up, he declared, The name is Varadin Zipful. My bad for acting like a total jerk a second ago. Jin's gaze remained completely deadpan. Varadin Zipful, the highly acclaimed prodigy of magic, the absolute frontrunner for the Zipful throne. Basically, the ultimate idol for every rookie spellcaster out there, dripping with pure talent and endless hype. In my past life, his magical prowess totally eclipsed mine. But that was the old me. Crossing paths with him now, on a completely leveled playing field? This adrenaline rush is absolutely insane, right? Jin casually stroked Murakan's fur, radiating zero fear. Honestly, I was curious about the rumors. Good to see you are not completely brain-dead. Varadin chuckled, highly amused. Oh? And what is your official verdict? Jin leaned in slightly. Even with your prodigy status, if your attack dogs pulled their blades, you would be touring Hufster completely solo. Oh, and you would probably be missing a few fingers too. Varadin burst into a hysterical fit of laughter. Damn, your sense of humor is completely unhinged. Jin did not even crack a smile. His aura visibly darkened. Do I look like I am joking? A real chill ran down Varadin's spine as he met Jin's dead predatory eyes. Okay, message received. But let me drop some free advice on you. Next time you bump into a Zipful, or find yourself in a tense standoff like this, maybe do not jump straight to amputation. Trust me, that kind of bloodshed just creates massive headaches for everyone. He tried to keep the vibe light and sarcastic. Think about it. The legendary Siron Run Candle, and my old man, Keliark Zipful. You really think those titans care about a teenage turf war? For a split second, Varadin's confident facade cracked. Then he threw his head back and howled with laughter. Fair point. You completely nailed it. They would probably just throw some hush money at the problem. Listen, you actually taught me a solid lesson today. I definitely owe you one. Jin's voice dropped to a freezing monotone. Do not hold it. Cash that favor in right now. Varadin blinked, clearly thrown off balance. Sure thing. Name your price. Jin did not miss a single beat. I would be incredibly grateful if you just shut your mouth. Keep it down until the gate opens, and stop ruining my nap. Varadin stood completely stunned, a wild smirk slowly creeping onto his face. This absolute madman, Jin Runkandel. Give him a few years, and he is going to become an absolute monster. Honestly, if we were not from rival bloodlines, I would totally recruit him into my crew. Varadin's eyes were glued to Jin with sparking interest. It got so intense, his giant guard leaned in with an awkward whisper. Young master, please maintain your image. Suddenly, an explosive idea hit Varadin like lightning. Hold up. He is a top-tier run candle. Does that make him my fated ultimate arch-nemesis? This is so epic. The massive guard just face-palmed heavily. Young master, I am begging you to chill. Jin watched the prodigy practically vibrate with excitement and let out a tired, mental groan. What an absolute headache. His hand is literally dripping blood, and he is completely spacing out. Are all Zipfuls secretly unhinged? Pure lunatics, the whole lot of them. Suddenly, a magical broadcast echoed through the hall. Thank you for your patience. The teleportation gate is now powering up. Brace for minor spatial nausea and vertigo. All cleared passengers, please approach the glowing portal. Out of nowhere, Varadin smashed his fist on the table. Jin, Jin run candle. This was insanely fun. See you on the battlefield next time. I'm good. Let's never cross paths again. Jin shot back, his voice absolute ice. The scene shifts. Jin finally stood before the legendary Run Candle estate. Petro, the estate's second butler, bowed so low his nose nearly brushed the dirt. We've been expecting your arrival, young master. It is my absolute honor to officially welcome you home. I am Petro, your second butler. Your journey must have been grueling. Allow me to warmly welcome you to the beating heart of the Run Candle bloodline, the Garden of Swords. This wasn't just a garden, it was a sacred graveyard. Only those who bled and died for the clan's supreme prosperity earned the right to plant their blades here. It stood as the ultimate flex of Run Candle honor and ambition. But Jin, he just strolled right past it, his eyes completely deadpan. In his past life, planting his sword in this dirt was his ultimate dream. Before my regression, he thought, I was totally pathetic, a complete zero. Zero talent, zero leadership. Why was I dumb enough to think that just grinding hard could actually cheat fate? But this time, everything hits different. He locked his gaze on the massive fortress looming ahead. In this ruthless empire, I'm going to carve out my own legacy. The second he stepped inside, the crushing aura of his family crashed down on him. Standing there was Rosa Run Candle, the terrifying Black Panther herself. The absolute matriarch of the clan glared at Jin with eyes that could freeze hell. It has been a while, my youngest son. Jin didn't flinch. Yes, mother, he replied with perfect posture. Rosa just let out a sharp, arrogant scoff. Suddenly, the black cat in Jin's arms locked eyes with the final boss of the family. Siron Run Candle's voice boomed. Did you drag in some random stray? Unbothered, Jin casually scratched the cat's ears. I adopted him, father. That totally caught Siren off guard. The absolute powerhouse rubbed his chin, intrigued. Adopted. Instead of just picked up? Your manners have certainly sharpened. Exactly. When a true Run Candle claims something for themselves, that is the only acceptable answer. At Siren's heavy words, the room's temperature dropped. Jin felt the bloodthirsty glares of his siblings instantly laser focus on him. Rosa gracefully knelt and ran her hand over the shadowy fur. Tell me, son, what exactly do you call this creature? Jin looked dead at her. His name is Butterfly Run Candle. Rosa practically froze. The sheer audacity of his answer sent shockwaves through the entire great hall. Every single person's jaw practically hit the floor. Are you insane? A sibling barked. Father, mother, even if he's the youngest, this completely crosses the line. Slapping the sacred Run Candle name on some filthy alley beast? Gilly, is this how you raised our little brother? A literal cat? Gilly, trembling like a leaf, instantly stuttered, I am so sorry, but Siren's monstrous aura flared. Enough, he commanded, instantly silencing the chaos. The patriarch's piercing eyes locked back onto Jin. Youngest, give me one good reason why this animal deserves our legendary name. Jin placed a hand over his heart, completely unfazed, because by giving him our name, I take absolute responsibility for his life. He might just be a beast, but he is the very first life I've chosen to protect. Therefore, his name must carry ultimate weight. The tension was thick enough to cut. Siron's intense gaze softened by a fraction. Fascinating. But listen well, youngest. The Run Candle name carries a crushing burden. You better understand that. Jin's smirk dripped with raw confidence. Oh, I understand it perfectly. If anyone dares to disrespect Butterfly, they'll have to deal with me. Siren's massive hand lightly tapped the hilt of his greatsword. Little one, it appears you have an absolute gift for painting a target on your back. Just look at the pure venom in your sibling's eyes. Jin's lips curled into a dangerous half-smile. Maybe so. But father, I also have a major talent for crushing my enemies. For a split second, absolute silence. Then, Siren threw his head back and actually laughed. A genuine, terrifying smile cracked across the ruthless patriarch's face. This crazy kid. You lot better watch your backs if you plan on taking down your arrogant little brother. With that massive mic drop, Siren spun on his heel and vanished, leaving Jin surrounded by an ocean of pure sibling hatred. Fast forward 4 years, early summer, 1794. Our boy Jin Run Candle just hit 14, already flexing as a 2-star knight, blending in as a low-rank military cadet. He stood panting in the training yard, chatting up his instructor. Young master, we'll wrap up your brutal session right here. You absolutely crushed it today. Jin raised an eyebrow. Wait, we literally only sweated through the morning routine. The instructor chuckled. Did you already forget? Lady Luna specifically blocked out time to train with you this afternoon. This guy was Garon Altamiro, a junior drill instructor for the Run Candle cadet meat grinder. Jin casually tossed his training blade back on the rack. Right, my bad. Guess I'll go grab some grub first. Garon hesitated. Are you really going to eat with the grunt cadets again today? Madame Rosa is getting seriously annoyed by this habit. Jin let out a heavy, tired sigh. Let her be mad. I'd rather eat dirt than sit through another intense, passive-aggressive staring contest with my bloodthirsty siblings. Garon broke into a nervous sweat but bowed his head. Crystal clear. Young master, I'll relay the message. Later, Jin was just chilling in isolation when a chipper voice broke the silence. Young master, I brought your absolute favorite. Jin glanced up. Oh, sweet. Good looking out. Bell up. The kid beamed with pure golden retriever energy. Don't even sweat it, boss. This hyper kid was Bellup Schmitz, a total underdog in the Run Candle Guard ranks. Jin quietly observed the kid, who was absolutely inhaling his food like he hadn't eaten in days, and let his mind race with past life memories. Bellup Schmitz, 13 years old, a total commoner. In my previous timeline, this kid failed the brutal trials and got totally kicked to the curb. Jin snapped back to reality, watching him chew. Hits the spot, right? Bellup's eyes went wide. Heck yes. Then, like he suddenly remembered who he was talking to, he shot up out of his chair like a rocket. I mean, I am forever blessed by the endless grace of the Run Candle family. Man, this steak hits different. And seriously, young master, you are an absolute legend for always sliding your extra portions my way. But before Bellop could keep yapping, Jin threw his hands up. Okay, hit the brakes. You literally spouted that exact same script yesterday. Did you memorize it or something? Caught red-handed, Bellop just rubbed his neck with a goofy, awkward chuckle. Look, Bellop, you need to step up and act your age. Honestly, running your mouth non-stop just makes you an easy target for everyone else. Bellop blinked, totally clueless. Wait, for real? Jin shot him a dead serious glare. Yes, for real. Fix your posture and start acting like you own the place. You are a cadet of the legendary Run Candle Guard Knights. Act like it. But Bellop just shrank back. Easy for you to say, my grades are absolute trash. I haven't even cracked the 1-star realm yet. He let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Surviving the cutthroat Run Candle Academy was basically a death game. Listen to me. Even sitting at the bottom of our class, you still wipe the floor with any other 13-year-old out there. Understand? Yes, sir, Bellop muttered, immediately retreating back into his food. Watching him, Jin couldn't help but mentally facepalm. This kid was way too soft for this brutal world. It was no shocker that his own ruthless family painted a massive target on his back. But it still messed with Jin's head. How did this golden retriever of a kid eventually become the Empire's attack dog, morphing into a cold-blooded, phantom assassin in his past life? In Jin's previous life, hearing Bellop had made the Royal Guard was a massive shock. But the news of his tragic suicide, that completely shattered him. Had Jin's past negligence pushed him over the edge, shaking off the dark thoughts, Jin stabbed a juicy cut of steak and tossed it straight onto Bellop's plate, making the poor kid jump. Whoa, young master. Before Bellop could launch into another worship session, Jin cut him off. I am full. Just eat it. Bellop's eyes literally sparkled like he had just been handed the Holy Grail. You are the best. Jin just stared at the aggressively innocent boy in front of him. His inner monologue hardened with pure resolve. I am absolutely not letting you get expelled this timeline. Living one lifetime in total misery was more than enough. Later that day, Jin casually swaggered down the Grand Palace corridors, completely lost in his own thoughts. He was running a mental stat check. Shadow energy at 2-star, mana capacity hitting 4-star, and raw swordsmanship sitting at 2-star. Not a bad flex, he smirked to himself. Keep this grind up, and I will definitely hit 3-star swordsmanship in under 2 years. But first, cut to the training grounds. Jin stood dead center, facing his absolute powerhouse of a sister, Luna. Radiating pure, majestic aura, she closed her eyes and spoke with deadly calm. My sweet little brother, the menu today is exactly the same as yesterday's hellscape, only this time, your defense needs a total upgrade. Loud and clear, sis, Jin shot back. Luna shifted into mentor mode, dropping a massive bombshell. Little brother, awaken your mind's eye. See the unseen. Feel the world with your spirit. On the outside, Jin looked like the perfect, focused disciple absorbing her wisdom. But internally, his brain was screaming, what kind of main character nonsense is this? I have literally never heard of this training method in my past life. Pierce the veil with your soul's vision, Luna commanded. For those of us who walk the bloody path of the sword, mastering the soul's gaze is the ultimate key to survival. She sharply snapped at him. And whatever you do, keep those eyes shut tight. Jin followed orders, squeezing his eyes shut, but his thoughts were spinning out of control. The mind's eye? Really? That was an absolute god-tier realm strictly reserved for 7-star monsters, and she was casually dropping this on a puny 2-star rookie like him? Worse yet, unlocking the mind's eye required channeling massive amounts of aura. Since he was banned from using aura during this session, it felt completely impossible to grasp. Still, Jin gripped his training blade until his knuckles turned white, hyping himself up. Trust the process. Luna is a legend, and she knows exactly what she is doing. Just lock in and focus. Keep grinding, and eventually, this crazy puzzle will click. Hours of grueling, blind endurance finally wrapped up. Instantly dropping her terrifying instructor vibe, Luna beamed at him. You absolutely crushed it today, Jin. Class dismissed. Hit the showers. Jin rubbed the back of his neck, flashing a tired but genuine smile. Thanks for the carry, Luna. Watching him walk away, Luna replayed his flawless stances in her head. I always knew my little brother was built different, but breaking my expectations daily, that is insane. His hyper-focus and muscle memory completely shatter the ceiling of a normal 2-star knight. With raw talent like that, he will definitely crack the mind's eye code in just a couple of years. Her eyes softened with pure, sisterly pride. Keep evolving, Jin. The world isn't ready for you. Bam. The scene transitions straight to the cadet sparring arena. Instructor Garon stood tall, blocking Jin's path. Welcome to the battlefield, young master. The air was thick with tension. You could practically taste the anxiety radiating off the rookies. Garon pivoted toward the perfectly lined-up cadets, his voice booming like thunder. Listen up. Today's bloodbath dictates a massive chunk of your final ranking. Scoring high today is your golden ticket to the Guard Knights. So yeah, I expect you all to be sweating bullets. Dropping the volume, Garon shot Jin a knowing look. And today is a massive turning point for you as well, young master. Jin tilted his head, raising a curious eyebrow. Garon didn't miss a beat. Lady Rosa explicitly ordered that if you obliterate 10 higher-ranked seniors today, you get fast-tracked straight into the intermediate squad next year. A frosty, confident smirk spread across Jin's face. Mother actually proposed that? Now that is some spicy motivation. Scanning the sea of cadets, Jin's eyes instantly locked onto Bellop, who was vibrating like a leaf in a hurricane. Classic Bellop, already losing his mind before the fight even started. Seeing the kid's downright pitiful state made Jin let out an exhausted sigh. I am definitely saving him from expulsion. But seriously, this guy needs an emergency confidence boost before he gets himself killed. Instructor Garon's voice shattered the chatter, instantly snapping the cadets to attention. Listen up. You survived 3 rounds today, swapping opponents every single time. Only the top 10 warriors will earn the right to face young Master Jin in a one-on-one duel. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire training ground erupted with a deafening, "Sir, yes sir." Absolute chaos was unleashed as the cadets clashed. Meanwhile, Jin stood on the sidelines, his sharp eyes analyzing every single movement. Not completely hopeless, he mused. They definitely earned their intern status. After sorting out the bloodthirsty brackets, Garon locked eyes with the leftovers. If your name wasn't called, fall back in line. The rejects scrambled away with a quick, "Yes sir, Garon," then pivoted toward the star of the show. Your turn to warm up, young master. Jin barely blinked. Let's get this over with. Stepping into the ring, the young heir absolutely dismantled his challengers, dropping them like flies. 8 down, 2 sacrifices left to go, he calculated coldly. But to secure those final wins, the real obstacle is, his tactical thoughts were abruptly shattered, as Garon roared, "Next challenger, step up." A fierce warrior with flowing pink hair marched forward. Her knuckles were white around her hilt, radiating absolute zero hesitation. She closed the distance, her eyes burning. Please instruct me, young master. Enter Mesa Melcano, a prodigy grinding through the regular class to join the elite Run Candle vanguard. Jin locked onto her aura. Mesa Melcano, a highborn talent destined to become a full-fledged guardian once she survives this brutal internship. Dropping into a flawless combat stance, a fearless smirk played on her lips. I am taking you down today, no matter what it takes. A quiet chuckle escaped Jin. He totally respected the bold energy. Honestly, breaking her spirit was the ultimate key to crushing this entire exam. A wicked little grin flashed across his face. Bring it on. In the blink of an eye, they exploded off the ground, charging like 2 runaway freight trains. Boom! Their weapons collided with bone-rattling force. You would never guess they were wielding mere wooden practice blades, because the sheer kinetic energy sparking between their strikes practically lit up the courtyard. Parrying a heavy blow, Jin analyzed her aggressive rhythm. She definitely leveled up, he noted inwardly. But she is still nowhere near my league. The real headache? I still need to mop the floor with the rest of the squad after dealing with her. If I drain my stamina now, I am screwed. Pivoting his strategy, Jin began launching a relentless barrage of bizarrely basic strikes. Mesa furrowed her brow, totally thrown off. Why is he spamming beginner moves? When everyone knows he has a god-tier arsenal? He is absolutely baiting me. But what is the endgame here? Frustration boiled over, sending tremors down her blade. Catching Jin's completely unbothered expression, a dark thought crossed her mind. Hold on, is he actually toying with me? Does he think I am just another easy stepping stone? That realization hit like a truck. Squeezing her hilt until her knuckles cracked, she screamed, "Stop holding back, young master." Blinded by rage, she unleashed a tempest of wild, heavy slashes. The peanut gallery of cadets stood completely paralyzed, jaws dropping at the pure savagery. The shockwaves from their brutal exchanges ripped through the air with terrifying pressure. I refuse to be the underdog, Mesa hyped herself up. Today is the day I dethrone the air. Channeling every ounce of her aura, she launched into the air, bringing her sword down like an executioner's axe. But in a cruel twist of reality, Jin casually swatted away her ultimate attack. Crack. Her weapon shattered instantly, the broken half spinning pathetically into the sky. Mesa stared at her splintered hilt, her brain totally short-circuiting. Wait, what just happened? But before she could even process the defeat, the cold tip of Jin's blade was resting flawlessly against her throat. Game over, Mesa Milcano. He slid his weapon back into its scabbard, his voice dripping with ice. Brute force will never be enough. Mesa stared blankly at her ruined weapon. It hit her like a ton of bricks. He was striking the exact same millimeter of wood, with every single basic swing. We had the exact same physical specs, but his monstrous accuracy and mental discipline just completely outclassed me. Is a human even capable of that kind of micromanagement? Then again, Runcandle Blood is just built differently. Swallowing her pride, she stepped up to the victor. Young master, I am going back to the grind, and I swear on my life, I will crush you next time. Inside, a fire ignited. I absolutely refused to be left behind in his shadow. Behind his stoic face, Jin was mentally celebrating. Hook, line, and sinker. Taking on a gauntlet of 10 elite interns head-on would have been a massive stamina drain. By turning Mesa's weapon into toothpicks with surgical precision, he had completely destroyed the morale of everyone watching. They now fully believed clashing with him was a guaranteed death sentence. With the remaining challengers trembling in their boots, Jin effortlessly swept the floor with the rest of the roster. Glancing down at his final crumpled victim, he exhaled softly. 10-0. Thank the heavens, psychological warfare works like a charm. Instructor Garen strode over, a rare look of approval on his face. Flawless execution, young master. You have officially unlocked the right to train with the true Runcandle elites in the intermediate bracket next season. Consider this an early congratulations. Jin offered a respectful nod. I will keep relying on your brutal guidance until then. Garan checked the sky and sighed. The lunch bell is about to ring, which wraps up our morning slaughterfest. But Jin did not move. Exactly how many minutes do we have left? The instructor raised an eyebrow at the bizarre question. Roughly 10 minutes. What are you plotting now? Jin's eyes darkened as he responded. There is still one target left on my radar. Garan looked genuinely confused. And who exactly is that? Without a word, the young heir casually lifted his weapon. The training ground went dead silent as his voice echoed like thunder. Bellup Schmitz. Hiding in the crowd, the anxious cadet practically jumped out of his skin. Panic flooded his eyes as he choked on his own words. Young master. Me? I didn't even… Jin locked eyes with him, his tone terrifyingly calm. Get in the ring. We are fighting. The poor kid trembled like a leaf. But wait, he didn't even get to finish. Bellup, front and center, Jin barked, leveling his blade straight at the terrified cadet's chest. You'll never survive the Runcandle family like this. Step up right now and face me. I'm going to crush you. Every single step felt like dragging heavy lead, but that crushing weight wasn't coming from his training armor. It was pure, suffocating dread. Bellup looked completely shattered, barely managing to drag his wooden training sword toward Jin. Thousands of judgmental eyes burned into his back, watching his every move. Meanwhile, Jin? He stood there like an absolute boss, oozing an overwhelming, untouchable aura. Once Bellup finally dragged himself into striking range, the terrified cadet forced his blade up into a shaky combat stance. His entire body was literally vibrating with fear. Why did the young master single me out? Is it because I'm bottom tier? Does he just want an easy punching bag? Staring down at Bellup's panicked, sweaty face, Jin's expression remained colder than ice. Bellup. The sudden name drop jolted the cadet like a lightning strike. He snapped to attention so fast, his messy blonde hair literally spiked up. Yes, young master, he squeaked out loudly. That highly nervous, embarrassing reaction instantly triggered his fellow cadets. A wave of brutal, mocking laughter echoed from the peanut gallery. Jin's voice cut through the noise, dripping with a dangerously calm edge. I'm actually pretty drained from soloing 10 guys back to back. But you look completely fresh. Yet, even on 0 stamina, I can easily crush you. That's exactly why you're my next target. Pure survival instinct kicked in. Bellup instantly threw his sword up in a desperate guard. Wait, what? He stammered. What are you talking about? But the sentence died in his throat. Jin Runcandle exploded forward like a raging wildfire. The sheer pressure of Jin's aura warped the very air around them, painting the training ground in a blood-red haze. Caught completely off guard, Bellup barely managed to block a bone-crushing downward strike. Panicking, He burned every ounce of his strength just to shove the young master back. His boots dug deep trenches into the dirt as he desperately fought to keep his balance. Total panic consumed him. Why young? Young master, why are you doing this? Silence was his only answer. Jin instantly launched another devastating assault. And this time, he wasn't holding back. The brutal clash of their wooden blades sparked violently in the air. Flashes of kinetic energy crackled around them like a high-voltage storm. This wasn't just a spar anymore. It was a relentless, high-speed execution. Jin unleashed an absolute hurricane of strikes. Bellop was hopelessly trapped on defense, desperately parrying every blow. Surprisingly, this stubborn survival instinct actually earned a nod of approval. Solid defense, Jin muttered, his eyes narrowing in calculation. But Bellop, looking like a cornered prey, shook violently as he locked eyes with his predator. Thank you. Knowing staying close meant certain death, Bellop threw all his weight into a massive sweeping parry. The sheer impact actually launched Jin backward. Skidding across the arena, the young master was forced to slam his blade deep into the dirt just to kill his momentum. The wooden tip violently carved through the earth, sending sharp rocks and friction sparks flying everywhere. The crowd gasped. The weakling's pushback was actually no joke. But Jin instantly flipped the script, weaponizing the flying debris to blindside Bellop. A thick cloud of dust smashed into the cadet's face, forcing him to flinch and cover his eyes. It was a fatal mistake. As Bellop stumbled blindly backward, Jin dropped low into a devastating sweep kick. A sickening thud echoed out as Jin's heel shattered Bellop's stance. The cadet crashed hard into the unforgiving ground, groaning in agony. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, the poor kid desperately tried to scramble back to his feet. But hot, humiliated tears were already welling up. Curling up beneath Jin's towering, monstrous shadow, Bellop looked absolutely pathetic. He stared up, trembling like a leaf. Young master, why are you going this far? Jin glared down like an absolute tyrant. Did you really think I called you out here for a friendly spar? I brought you up here to end your life. The harsh midday sun glinted off Jin's blade as he aimed it dead at Bellop's throat. His voice was absolute zero, his gaze completely devoid of any human empathy. Seeing his target still cowering in the dirt, Jin roared, "Get on your feet! I am only giving you one free pass." Something snapped inside Bellop. His knuckles turned white as he gripped his hilt. Using the battered wooden sword as a crutch, he slowly forced himself upward. The sidelines immediately erupted into chaotic whispers. Some cadets looked away in horror, while others silently prayed he would actually fight back. The tension in the arena skyrocketed to an absolute breaking point. Then, the impossible happened. A massive surge of raw energy violently channeled into Bellop's blade. The dull wood suddenly erupted in a blinding, majestic golden light. The entire crowd's jaws dropped to the floor. Mesa screamed at the top of her lungs. "No way! Is that aura?" The trembling coward was completely gone. In his place stood a warrior radiating pure, undeniable dominance. That blazing golden brilliance transformed his entire presence into something legendary and awe-inspiring. Panic instantly hijacked Mesa's brain. She whipped her head toward her instructor, totally freaking out. "Master, you have to stop this fight right now. If he attacks, the young master could actually die." The instructor was too utterly paralyzed by shock to even move. But before anyone could intervene, Jin's booming voice commanded the arena. "Master Garon Altemia, consider this a direct order. Whatever you witness here today, take it to your grave." Every single syllable dripped with pure, suffocating bloodlust. His eyes were locked dead ahead. He didn't spare a single glance for Mesa or the instructor. The real battle had finally begun. Her eyes shifted to a piercing, electric blue. Instructor Anmia let out a heavy sigh, utterly defeated. "I understand." Beside him, Mesa stood completely paralyzed. Fear gripped her as she could do nothing but frantically nod her head. Golden hair clinging to his battered face, Bellop glared upward. "Is this truly what you want, young master?" Staring down at him, Jin's voice was dangerously flat. "Exactly. If you know how to manifest aura, stop hiding like a coward." The young master raised his blade, eyes cold as ice. Pushed to his absolute limit, Bellop ground his teeth together. It was time to unleash his true strength. "You made a massive mistake, young master. If you wanted a real deathmatch, you should have come straight for me." With a roaring battle cry, Bellop launched himself forward. His blade carved through the air, trailing a blinding surge of raw, explosive energy. His irises erupted into a glowing, mystical emerald. A perfect storm of bitter resentment and unyielding willpower, he unleashed a devastating strike aimed right at Jin's neck. But the young master effortlessly deflected the heavy blow. Still, the sheer shockwave ripped through the training ground, whipping Jin's hair violently in the wind. The kid was packing serious power. A sickening crack echoed out. Jin's steel blade shattered completely in half. Searing energy known as Nova's breath pulsed along Bellop's weapon. He landed gracefully, holding an absolutely flawless combat stance. Stripped of his weapon and thrown off balance, Jin relied on pure survival instincts. He dashed backward to create space. Jin's dark gaze narrowed as his mind raced. I knew the kid had potential, but I never imagined his firepower was this insane. Memories flashed back to the very first time he watched Belop step into the arena. During cadet spars, the boy could flawlessly read enemy attack patterns. Even in defeat, he always knew exactly how to minimize the damage. But to think he had already awakened his aura before Jin could even process the shock. Belop charged again, his face twisted in pure fury. Jin instantly sidestepped the lethal strike and tossed away his useless, broken hilt. Moving like a phantom, Jin countered barehanded. He viciously chopped the pressure point on Belop's descending wrist. The lightning-fast counterstrike paralyzed Belop's arm. He stared in horror at his violently trembling hand, biting back a groan of agony. Suddenly, a dark blur zipped past his line of sight. The deafening clang of dropping steel echoed across the courtyard. In a split second, the tables had completely turned. Jin now had Belop locked in an inescapable, suffocating chokehold. The cadet thrashed wildly, clawing at the iron grip around his throat. But the young master's arm wouldn't budge an inch. Sensing the fight leaving the boy's body, Jin mercifully released his grip. He casually stepped back, faking an opening to force Belop to drop his guard. Belop collapsed to his knees, gasping desperately for air as his entire body shook. What the heck? Why did you suddenly stop? You demanded a fight to the bitter end, so finish it. Does treating people like mere playthings amuse you? A flicker of deep sadness crossed Jin's eyes as he listened to the furious rant. Is that really the kind of monster you think I am? Completely losing his cool, Belop screamed at the top of his lungs. Then why do it? Jin's voice dropped to a heavy, quiet whisper. Forcing your hand like this takes a toll on me too. It cuts far deeper than you could ever realize. Belop's fists trembled with lingering rage and confusion. What gives you the right to torture me? You know absolutely nothing about me. Unfazed by the outburst, Jin walked calmly toward the kneeling cadet. He scooped up the fallen blade and replied, You're right. I don't know your full story. Jin pointed the weapon toward the sky. But I do know one absolute truth. The raw intensity in his voice finally shocked Belop into silence. Jin locked eyes with the boy, his gaze burning with brutal honesty. Compassion is a luxury reserved strictly for the strong. You lack my power, yet your heart is 100 times kinder. He gently placed a reassuring hand on Belop's trembling shoulder. I am truly sorry. Honestly, I admire that purity about you. But in this hellish world, a kind heart without the strength to defend it will only get you killed. The young master's tone softened into genuine brotherly warmth. You need to become an absolute monster, just so you can protect that gentle soul of yours. The spectating cadets watched the profound moment, completely moved, realizing that true kindness was a rare gift meant to be shielded. Jin's profound words hung heavy in the dead silence of the training grounds. The brutal yet caring truth finally shattered Belop's emotional walls. Hot tears streamed down his battered face as reality set in. Flashing a gentle smile, Jin patted the boy's back. Forgive me for playing the villain today. Suddenly, the heavy clanking of pots interrupted the moment as kitchen staff wheeled out fresh bread and stew. Struggling with the massive load, one of the workers froze, realizing they had crashed a live combat zone. Oh my gosh, we interrupted. Instructor Garon quickly stepped in to manage the chaos. The combat drills are still active. Return the rations to the mess hall. Watching the exhausted staff fumble with the heavy crates, Jin casually waved them down. Hold on, it's perfectly fine. Just leave the food here. Wiping his tears, Belop reverted to his usual shy, respectful self. Young master, please go ahead and claim your meal first. Jin smirked, effortlessly resting the broken blade against his shoulder. All right, I'll go grab both of our plates right now. As he walked toward the sunlight, an ethereal glow seemed to wrap around him, crowning him in undeniable majesty. So that explains my youngest son's bold claim. Khan bowed deeply, delivering the latest report on Jin's unexpected moves to Patriarch Siron. Exactly, my lord. The heavy silence shattered as Siron suddenly spun around, his booming laughter echoing through the grand hall. The kid has finally chosen his path, has he not? The Patriarch grinned. He actually plans to shield the weak by crushing everything else with absolute power. If that is his game, let him play it. Let us see just how far his ambition reaches. Siren's eyes gleamed with terrifying anticipation as he gave his order. Return to the boy. Tell him everything. Khan respectfully lowered his head to the cold stone floor. It shall be done, my lord. A dangerously sinister smile crept across Khan's usually stone-cold face. Time to hand the young master his very first official mission. Fast forward to January 1795. At just 15 years old, Jin officially secured his rank as a 3-star knight. When the first major break rolled around, half the cadets immediately packed up and headed home. But the absolute tryhards stayed behind, pushing their limits in brutal solo training. Reaching the intermediate stage meant one massive change. Those flimsy wooden training swords were officially history. It was time for cold, hard steel. Custom-forged blades became the new standard, and countless cadets were already dropping heavy coin on master blacksmiths to craft their ultimate signature weapons. Meanwhile, Jin was digging through the clan's legendary armory, hunting for a blade that perfectly matched his vibe. Enter his overpowered older sister, Luna, who absolutely insisted on playing personal weapon shopper. Tracking down the perfect weapon is honestly a nightmare, Jin muttered. But since Luna had practically demanded the right to pick his blade, he literally had zero say in the matter. Leaning casually against the armory wall, Jin flashed back to a month ago. Luna had relentlessly pestered him until he finally caved and handed over full weapon-picking authority. Come on, Jin. You have to let your big sister pick your sword. He had just dropped his head in defeat, mentally throwing in the towel. Whatever happens, happens. Her weapon knowledge is miles ahead of mine anyway, so whatever she grabs will probably be top tier. Suddenly, his inner monologue was violently interrupted. Luna confidently marched out of the vault, casually lugging a ridiculously gigantic greatsword. Dion just stood there in the background, his jaw literally dropping to the floor in pure shock. Beaming with pride, Luna presented the massive chunk of metal. This bad boy is called the Slaughtering Veil. It was my absolute favorite weapon back when I was your age. A colossal, razor-sharp monster of a blade. I figured a growing boy like you needs something exactly like this. She gazed down at the terrifying weapon with pure nostalgia. Honestly, it is basically the prototype of my main weapon, Granal. Then, her eyes locked onto Jin with intense expectation. So, what is the verdict, little brother? Do you love it? Talk about the ultimate trap question. Jin scrambled to find words that would not instantly break her heart. Sister Luna, I am seriously super thankful you went out of your way for me, but I really do not think I can swing this absolute unit. Instant critical hit. Luna's bright expression completely shattered into visible disappointment. She had genuinely poured her soul into this choice. Oh, I see. No worries. I was totally just messing with you. Dion, sensing her painfully obvious sad vibes, sweat dropped. Yeah, she was 100% not kidding. Luna gave the giant blade a casual, effortless swing, muttering under her breath. But the Slaughtering Veil is ridiculously overpowered. Sure, it is slightly heavy, but barely. She glared at the massive weapon as if it had offended her personally. Staring at the rejected blade resting on the ground, she let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Fine, I hear you loud and clear. Let us go find something that actually fits your combat style. Hearing those magic words, Jin practically exhaled his entire soul in relief. Pushing the heavy vault doors open again, Luna murmured, I really did pour my whole heart into that first pick, you know? Stepping deeper into the ancient, dust-filled treasury, her voice shifted to dead serious. A blade destined only for your hands, and this is my final answer. When Jin saw the weapon she was holding, his eyes widened in pure shock. Since you instinctively reached for the legendary Barasada back when you were a baby, this is undeniably the perfect match for you. Jin stood completely frozen, watching Luna slowly slide the pitch-black blade from its scabbard. His mind was racing. That is the twin blade to Barasada, the personal weapon of our clan's very first patriarch, Bradamante. Jin gripped the legendary hilt, an electric thrill shooting down his spine. You are totally obsessed with this one, are you not? She smirked. Absolutely, Jin replied without a single second of hesitation. Out of the thousands of masterpiece weapons in here, this one is on a completely different level. He stared at the dark, menacing steel resting in his palm, his heart pounding against his ribs. This is the exact weapon I swore to claim, no matter the cost. I never dreamed she would just hand Bradamante right to me. Both Bradamante and Barasada shared a terrifying secret. They were the absolute ultimate conduits for wielding forbidden shadow energy. If I had boldly demanded this blade myself, the other siblings would have rioted and ruthlessly forced me to surrender it. An overwhelming wave of gratitude washed over Jin. His eldest sister had literally just handed him the ultimate cheat code. Literally every single one of our siblings would kill to own Bradamante, Jin said softly. So, I honestly have no idea how I can ever repay you for this. Luna's gentle smile faded slightly as she tilted her head. That sounds a bit too formal, Jin. You are still keeping those emotional walls up around me, aren't you? She looked down, a genuine shadow of melancholy crossing her stunning features. It actually breaks my heart a little. Jin panicked, wildly waving his hands in pure defense mode. Wait, no, that is not it at all. I swear I am being 100% sincere. Luna suddenly leaned in close, poking his chest playfully. Really now? Because I am still super pouting. So, it is your job to comfort this poor, wounded little heart of mine. Jin's brain completely short-circuited. Wait, what? Before he could process, Luna ordered him to shut his eyes tight. All right, Jin, it is time to officially kick off your training. You track exactly what I am saying, right? Loud and clear, Sister Luna. Perfect. But before we clash blades, I have one critical lesson to burn into your brain today. Jin blinked in pure confusion. A lesson? Luna firmly gripped both of his shoulders, her eyes piercing his soul. Our family might be a ruthless bloodbath of backstabbing and rivalry, but we are also the only ones who will love you fiercely and unconditionally. Her voice carried the weight of a legendary warrior. Carve those words deep into your soul, little brother. Without warning, Luna's grip clamped down on Jin's shoulders like a vice. And don't you dare be sad, she barked. Startled, Jin practically jumped out of his skin. Message received. I get it, my bad. Her intense energy instantly vanished, replaced by a heavy, hushed tone. Listen to me, she whispered. Long before you even existed, I survived a completely isolated life within this very bloodline. I am absolutely sick of that suffocating existence. So get this through your head. I refuse to sit back and watch you suffer that same dark fate. Jin visibly shuddered under her crushing grip, her fingers still digging deep into his bicep. I know, Luna, he managed to stutter out. Just like that, her terrifying aura completely flipped. With a bright, sunny smile, she spun around. Awesome. Time to kick off your training. Pour your entire soul into this, Jin. Shortly after, our boy strutted right back into his room, eager to flex his new blade. Yo, Murakan, check this out. What's the verdict? Fully expecting a shower of compliments, reality hit him like a brick when the dragon completely deadpanned. Shove that thing back in its sheath. Your shadow energy control is practically zero, meaning you are utterly unworthy to wield it. Shut down instantly. Jin's shoulders slumped in defeat, letting out a massive, exhausted sigh. Murakan kept roasting him. Listen up. Unlocking Bradamante requires an absolute minimum of a 3-star shadow core. But look at you, barely scraping by as a 2-star rookie. Drawing out this sword's awakened state is completely out of your league. Jin glared at the legendary weapon, his eyes burning with stubborn defiance. Watch me, he vowed silently. 3 stars is right around the corner. Just give me a little time, and this blade is mine. Catching that cocky whisper, Murakan violently slammed his comic book shut, erupting in pure draconic fury. The absolute sheer audacity of this punk. Pin your ears back and listen to me. Legendary relics like Barasada and Bradamante are not mere toys you swing around for fun. A 3-star shadow aura isn't a suggestion. It is the absolute bare minimum survival requirement. Smack. The ancient dragon ruthlessly karate chopped the back of Jin's head. Stick to basic steel weapons, kid. Don't even breathe near this thing until you hit 5-star shadow power. Do we have an understanding? Rubbing his bruised skull, Jin shoved the dragon's claws away. A wicked, defiant smirk crossed his face. Come on, old man. You know, patience isn't exactly my vibe. Long story short, I just gotta smash through to the 5-star realm this year, right? Hearing this utterly delusional flex, thick, throbbing veins literally popped across Murakan's forehead. Snatching Jin by the scalp, he hissed through violently gritted teeth. Listen here. Even if you completely dominate the Shadow Arts tournament, mastering that tier in 1 year is mathematically impossible. I am dropping this harsh truth bomb to save your life. It is so insanely ridiculous. Even the absolute top tiers would laugh you out of the room. If they heard this absolute garbage coming out of your mouth, cut the delusional nonsense right now. As the ancient beast continued his epic, spit-flying rant, Jin's hand stealthily crept toward the discarded comic book. Completely tuning out the lecture, our main character snatched the precious manga and gripped the pages, heavily faking a tearing motion. Yo, dragon, Jin provoked with a deadly glint in his eye. Care to repeat that last part? Watching his holy grail of entertainment face total destruction, Murakan's soul practically left his body. He leaped 3 feet into the air, screaming in pure panic. Holy crap, wait. Whoa, chill. Drop the book. I repeat, release the hostage. Right at that chaotic second, the door burst open. Gilly sprinted into the room, her voice urgent. Young Master Jin. Whipping his head around, Jin dropped his threatening stance. Gilly, what's the panic? Did something go down? Instantly exploiting this golden window of distraction, Murakan dive-bombed and successfully rescued his precious manga. Catching her breath, Gilly delivered the intel. Instructor Garon is demanding your presence immediately. He planned to brief you here in person, but he's currently buried in topographical maps. He needs you at the command center right now to break down the tactical summary. Meanwhile, the mighty dragon was literally collapsed on the floor, cradling his comic book while weeping tears of absolute joy. My precious, beautiful, undamaged masterpiece. Completely ignoring his dramatic roommate, Jin locked onto the maid's words. A tactical strategy? He pondered internally. Gilly nodded, her expression dead serious. Affirmative. The instructor has officially greenlit your very first field operation. The second your break concludes, you roll out. Processing the sudden drop of information, Jin pivoted toward the door. He casually ruffled his hair, pieces clicking together. Is that right? Well, it's about damn time, considering my 3-star blade skills. Still, moving out instantly after a rest period felt suspiciously rushed. Matching his brisk pace, Gilly shadowed him down the hall. My intuition says the danger level on this one is off the charts. Normally, mid-tier operations and higher are strictly reserved for the veteran squads. A confident grin touched Jin's lips. They've clearly been watching my explosive growth. That's exactly why they threw this high-stakes op my way. Spinning on his heel, the young master threw up a slick, confident peace sign. Time to face the music and see what we're dealing with. Gilly, hold the fort down here and babysit the dragon for me. Bowing slightly, her voice was a soft whisper of unwavering loyalty. Understood, young master. May victory follow your path. Moments later, Jin arrived at the designated tactical room and shoved the heavy oak doors wide open. Striding into the space with unshakable confidence, he announced his presence. Garon, word on the street is, you've got a mission with my name on it. The battle-hardened instructor, gripping a bundle of classified battle plans, slowly turned to face his prodigy. Greetings, young master. Welcome to the war room. You are not flying solo on this. 10 other rookies have been activated for field duty. The brass is splitting you all up into 2 separate strike squads to execute simultaneous objectives. Your specific operational parameters? A full-scale recon and search mission riding the deadly southern borders of the Zhan Empire. Jin's mental database instantly fired up. The Zhan Empire? That's brushing right up against the savage beastman territories, right? We're talking dangerously close to the blood-soaked hunting grounds of the White Wolf tribe. Alarm bells violently started ringing in Jin's head. Sending total greenhorn cadets into a slaughter zone like that? That violates every standard protocol in the book, he analyzed silently. For a literal rookie deployment, the difficulty spike is completely insane. Not to mention, this rushed, hyper-aggressive timeline feels totally off. His mind racing with dark theories, Jin extended his hand to claim the intel. Young master, Garen stated firmly, handing over the documents. Memorize this map and your squad's classified combat profiles. Hand them over. Scanning the roster, a wave of collective shock washed over the room. Are you kidding me? Every single guy on my squad barely cleared the pre-intermediate exams. They even dragged Bellup into this mess, and his combat stats are dangerously erratic. Wait, did someone pulling the strings specifically engineer this exact lineup? A targeted setup? The pieces of the puzzle brutally snapped together. If my absolute beatdown on Bellup reached the Patriarch's ears, then this isn't a simple mission. This is a terrifying survival test, tailored specifically for me. Embracing the challenge, Jin's fist clenched so hard his knuckles turned bone white. Watch closely, father. I will prove my absolute resolve. Flash forward 3 days. Welcome to the freezing southern border. The primary target? Tracking down Sember Bill, the elusive heir to the Zhan Kingdom. We drop our anchor right in the dead center of the borderlands, he commanded, laying out their survival strategy. Once geared up, squads will split up to hunt. Funnel all intel back to base camp at the exact daily checkpoint. Drop the young master title. Out here, I am your commander. He laid down the absolute law. Wounded stay behind. Now, let us pray our scout leader has not kicked the bucket. Bellup sprinted over, his lungs burning. Commander! Eddie just spotted a beastman from the Watertail tribe. Ice flowed through Jin's veins as he slowly peeled back his hood. The Watertail tribe, you say? His tactical mind raced. They are pacifists who run from meat-eaters. That means we can completely avoid the deadly White Wolf territory nearby. Visualizing the map, his eyes hardened with pure leadership. Listen up, Bellup. This blizzard is going to drag our pace. Move out 2 hours ahead of schedule and circle back to Area 13. Bellup slammed a fist over his heart. Loud and clear. Commander! Jin's gaze swept over the remaining troops. The rest of you, tear Area 13 apart. The squad's roar echoed through the frozen wasteland. Yes, Commander. Stepping back to watch the roaming locals, a dark shadow crossed his mind. Something about this feels way too easy. The old man handed me this quest personally, but we are hitting zero resistance. Is he playing 4-dimensional chess just to test my limits? He strolled straight toward the beastman camp. Catching sight of his squad, the fuzzy locals swarmed them out of nowhere. Hey, look over here, one of them squeaked. Another pointed a literal fish right at Jin's face. Oh my gosh, he looks so totally broke. The furry little guy nervously shoved the fish forward, shaking like a leaf. Do not be depressed, mister. Eat this. Jin crouched down, totally taken aback. I appreciate it, little guy. I owe you one. But beneath the wholesome moment, his strategic gears kept grinding. Step outside Area 13, and you are in savage territory. Regular grunts would get absolutely wiped out. He whipped out the tactical map, his brain working in overdrive. No point in rushing blindly into a death trap just to flex. I will lock down the next 3 days, triple-checking the safe zones. Out of nowhere, a desperate scream shattered the silence. Young master. Bellup came sprinting through the snow, his eyes wide with absolute terror. Young Master Jin. Jin spun around, a knot twisting in his gut. Report, Bellup. The next words made Jin's blood run cold. Squad 2 got completely jumped. Instantly, Jin's aura exploded. He whipped around, throwing his hand high into the freezing air. All units, prep for immediate combat drop, he roared. Talk to me, Bellup. Give me the tactical breakdown. They completely scattered to dodge the slaughter. A single survivor managed to drag himself back to base camp and sound the alarm. Jin's eyes locked onto his subordinate, demanding the brutal truth. Was it a Beastman raid? Bellup's face twisted in absolute terror. But no, this was a human ambush. Intel confirmed just 3 individuals jumped the Run Candle squad. Only 3? Jin's expression darkened. Impossible. They definitely had backup waiting in the shadows. Spinning around, he barked out a sharp command. Eddington, you and David fall back to base and lock down the perimeter. Do not engage the enemy under any circumstances. Prioritize getting a report out. Fast. Sir, yes sir. With his squad deployed on the fly, Jin's mind raced as he pushed forward into the snow. The enemy numbers were way too high, but something wasn't adding up. Why single out Squad 2 instead of gunning for his own unit, Squad 1? He had no clue who was pulling the strings. But suddenly Jin froze, throwing a hand back to signal a dead stop. The attack had already gone down. His eyes narrowed with lethal intent. Whoever dared to cross the Run Candle bloodline was going to pay in blood. Breaking the tense silence, Bellup pointed a trembling finger. Young Master, look, blood bleeding through the snow. Scuffed footprints and crimson splatters painted the frozen ground. Drained of color, Bellup stammered out. No way. Is that Mesa? Is Squad 2 entirely wiped out? Jin cut through the panic with icy calm. Breathe, Bellup. Get a grip. The trail is fresh. Dropping to one knee, Jin meticulously scanned the tracks. No signs of anyone collapsing or losing limbs. A scuffle broke out, and Squad 2 made a tactical retreat. These prints belonged to a lone attacker. Suddenly, Sierra's voice sliced through the wind. Young Master, I spotted a discarded bandage. Looks like standard Hoopister issue. Jin locked eyes on the blood-soaked, white linen gripped in Sierra's fist, nodding in approval. Solid find, Sierra. What was the exact location? She quickly answered, due west. Rolling the fabric between his fingers, Jin projected a mental map of the terrain. So, caught mid-triage. During a ruthless pursuit, they took a hit from a hidden sniper and bolted west. Springing back to his feet, Jin instantly commanded Sierra to rendezvous with Eddington's unit for backup. We're moving out, Bellup. Snapping to attention, Bellup didn't hesitate. Right behind you, young master. The duo vanished into the blizzard. Slipping behind solid cover, Bellup hushed his voice. There they are. Squad 2. Young master. Jin gave a curt nod. I see them. But as he analyzed the squad's battered formation, grim reality hit him. Mesa was missing in action. Worse, the enemy count had ticked up. Now there were 2 hostiles. Flipping a throwing dagger into his palm, Jin issued his next directive. Bellup, shut your eyes tight. Give me exactly 2 seconds, then blitz the target on the left. Dropping into a crouch, Bellup unsheathed his blade. On it. Jin instantly tapped into a lethal art, channeling the sinister shadow energy, passed down by Murakhan. Coating a weapon in this pitch-black aura, violently amplified its razor edge and raw destructive output, letting it rot away anything it touched. Launching from the shadows, he hurled the dagger. A streak of dark energy blasted forward. The direct strike caught one of the thugs totally blind. He was vaporized in a split second, leaving the squad. 2 recruit utterly speechless. Without missing a beat, Bellup vaulted out of stealth to rush the second hostile. What the? The enemy whipped his head around, only to find Bellup bearing down on him. At the exact same moment, Jin unsheathed Bradamante. The instant the guy braced to parry Bellup's slash, Jin blitzed him from his blind spot, burying his sword right into his spine. A massive geyser of crimson erupted, painting the frost pure red. Pinning the bleeding assassin to the dirt, Jin locked eyes with his crew. Status report. Is everyone breathing? Though heavily battered and bruised, the cadet gritted his teeth, desperate not to burden. Jin, we're holding up, young master. But they took Mesa. I'm so sorry. Forget it, Jin fired back. Patch yourselves up. That's top priority. Underneath Jin's crushing grip, the captured enemy glared up with pure, unadulterated hatred. Yet, terrified of kicking the bucket, he started groveling for mercy. Staring down at the pathetic sight, Jin's voice dropped below 0, begging for a pass. Looking at your sloppy work, you've got to be one of Zipful's brainwashed zealots. I'm offering you 2 options. Jin angled his blade right at the fanatic's throat. Option 1, you spill your faction, your endgame, and your base, then get a quick, painless out. Option 2, keep your mouth shut and endure pure agony before joining your dead buddy. Catching the skepticism in the fanatic's eyes, Jin knew the guy thought he was bluffing. I don't break my word. I am Jin Run Candle. I swear this on the absolute honor of my bloodline. Realizing he was doomed, the fanatic squeezed his eyes shut and surrendered. Fine. Just leave my family out of this. I'm part of a revolutionary syndicate called Kinzello, the assassin choked out, trembling with doubt. Kinzello? That name hit Jin like a freight train, unlocking a buried memory. Wait, Kinzello? The exact same terrorist cell that tore the world apart right before his previous death. The globe was plunged into absolute chaos when they assassinated King Din and slaughtered thousands. They masked themselves as freedom fighters, but Kinzello's true endgame was violently crowning their own absolute monarch. Kinzello? Jin's eyes narrowed, pure disgust dripping from his voice. So you're seriously plotting to spark a rebellion in the John Kingdom by slaughtering Run Candle troops? The surviving cultist practically tripped over his own words, shaking like a leaf. Look, I'm just a nobody, a total pawn. I swear I don't know the big picture. I have zero clue where the main headquarters is, but my specific squad is camped right at the border of the Beastman's territory. We've got roughly 20 fighters and 4-star mages on standby. Please, have mercy, he begged, scraping the dirt. Jin's gaze turned icy. One last thing. Why the hell did you kidnap Mesa? The trembling fanatic stammered out. Propaganda purposes. To fuel the hype for our revolution. The higher-ups strictly ordered us to bag a female soldier alive. Bellup snapped, his blood absolutely boiling. You utter scumbags. The hostage threw his hands up, crying, I swear on my life, that's everything. Jin just stared down at him, devoid of any pity. I told you I'd be quick. And with a single, merciless flash of steel, Jin ended it. A dark crimson pool rapidly expanded across the frosted earth. Wiping his blade, Jin asked, Exactly how long has Mesa been MIA? Bellup swallowed hard. Exactly 1 hour. Jin's mind raced, crunching the timeline. Which means they haven't crossed the Beastman's border yet. Patch yourselves up immediately, then haul ass back to base and call in the heavy cavalry. Bellup's jaw dropped, completely terrified by the implication. Wait, are you seriously going solo, young master? Those ambushers are literal 4-star powerhouses. Plus, there's at least 20 of them packing serious heat. Scott grabbed Jin's sleeve, desperate. He's right. Going lone wolf is essentially suicide, sir. We're mere grunts. Bleeding out on the battlefield is just part of our job description. So please, leave her. Before Scott could spit out another word, Jin cut him off with a voice like absolute zero. So you expect a son of the Run Candle bloodline to just sit back while his own squad gets abducted? Listen closely. I pack way more of a punch than any of you realize. Fall in line and follow my exact orders. Any pushback from here on out is straight up treason. Now look at me. Bellup, since Team 2 is completely out of commission, you are officially the last line of defense for these guys. Keep your head on a swivel and stay frosty. Are we crystal clear? Bellup stood tall, fighting back the pain. Loud and clear, young master. Without missing a beat, Jin vanished into the tree line, hunting down the rebel outpost. Horrific images of Mesa, bound and tortured, flashed through his mind. Just hold on, don't let me be too late. Pushing through the brutal, howling blizzard, shrouded in pitch-black darkness, Jin analyzed the grim odds. Facing off against 20 seasoned 4-star elites, he forced his freezing arm upward, swiping cold, anxious sweat from his jawline. Let's be real. My blade skills are currently capped at 3 stars, my mana is at 4, and my shadow release technique is barely scraping level 3. Calculating every possible scenario, the young lord pushed deeper into the suffocating abyss of the woods. Sure, my second stage speed burst is totally cracked, but taking on a whole platoon head-on right now? That's a guaranteed game over. Mission objective number 1. Secure Mesa at all costs. Acting on instinct, he sparked his mana, manifesting a violently swirling emerald green vortex right in his palm. The game plan was simple. Go full stealth, dodge the mobs whenever possible, and put everything into tracking down his missing comrade. Jin triggered a high-tier terrain mapping spell. He tossed the condensed tornado forward, watching it explode outward into a massive, invisible radar net, scanning every square inch of the frozen landscape. Not stopping there, he channeled another burst of arrow magic. If I stack an extra wind buff on top of this, the combined cyclone mutated into a colossal, spectral serpent, viciously slithering and threading its way through the dense pines. Sprinting right behind his tracking beast, Jin realized the elemental trail was dead-ending straight into an open clearing. He immediately kicked into high gear, trusting his gut instinct. There's zero chance they've made it far. He was absolutely tearing through the snowbank, when out of nowhere, a lethal projectile whistled from his blind spot, dead set on his skull. A whole barrage of arrows followed, but Jin instantly coated his fist in a pressurized wind barrier, deflecting the volley with insane reflexes. It was Muse's ambush squad. The mercenaries charged out of the brush, barking orders. It's the Run Candle brat. Waste him. But Jin was already 2 steps ahead. With mana surging through his veins, he ripped his broadsword from its scabbard, unleashing an absolute bloodbath of razor-sharp slashes. A single, explosive arc cleaved one of the goons cleanly in half. Muse staggered back, his mind blown. Wait, magic! Since when does a pureblood run candle cast spells? But the shock factor faded fast. Muse furiously rallied his panicking crew. Who gives a damn? Just take his head off. Refusing to give them an inch of breathing room, Jin lunged forward, his blade becoming a blur. Muse tried to parry, but his strike was effortlessly swatted away like a fly. Watching his leader get styled on, a sorcerer in purple robes ignited a massive fireball at the tip of his staff. Hit the deck, Muse. Muse's barrel rolled out of the danger zone just as the roaring inferno blasted toward Jin, looking completely ready to incinerate him on the spot. But right before impact, the fire violently morphed into blazing magical chains, coiling tightly around Jin's forearm and locking him in place. Thinking he had the young lord dead to rights, a cocky, arrogant grin plastered itself across Muse's face. But before that smirk could even fully settle in, a blinding flash of steel ripped horizontally through his torso. While Muse's fading brain was still trying to process his own brutal bisection, Jin casually overpowered the fiery restraints, snapping his wrist to grab the magical tether barehanded. With a savage, violent yank, he pulled the energy cord back toward him. The spellcaster on the other end, completely failing to comprehend the insane power gap, was violently dragged across the snow right into melee range. Desperation kicking in, the mage shrieked, "So what if my fire failed? I'll just shred you to pieces with frost." A glowing blue glyph instantly materialized, machine gunning razor-sharp icicles at point-blank range. Yet, that deadly frozen barrage couldn't even leave a microscopic dent on Jin's aura. With a lazy, almost bored flick of his wrist, he shattered the incoming ice storm into harmless glitter, leaving the caster absolutely paralyzed with fear. "What the hell are you?" he screamed in pure, unadulterated horror. Those were the very last bitter words to escape his throat before Jin's blade mercilessly took his head. Dust settles. The magic fades. Jin slides his blade home with a crisp click. Those absolute Kinzello scumbags, he thinks to himself, catching his breath. He scans the dirt. These guys didn't even bother covering their tracks. Talk about getting cocky, they seriously thought nobody would come looking. Deep gouges in the dirt, drag marks, footprints overlapping. Looks like a rendezvous point, he deduces. They loaded up a wagon and dipped. Now, the Kinzello syndicate runs on a strict food chain. The big bosses always get first dibs on the premium loot. Jin whips out a crumpled map, his eyes darting across the scorched earth. The gears in his head are spinning. The grunts wouldn't dare lay a finger on VIP cargo. This is it. The perfect, razor-thin window to pull Mesa out of there alive. He traces the parchment. Wait a second. He is riding the exact edge of the Beastman zone. That means their hidden outpost has to be right around the corner. Bingo. Without missing a beat, a spark dances on his fingertips, reducing the map to floating ash. Time to stir the pot. I just need a distraction, and I'll carve a path straight to her. Cut to our boy Jin. His eyes go totally cold, locking onto the target. He lets loose a massive inferno. We are talking absolute hellfire roaring to life like a starved beast, swallowing everything in its path. The night sky literally turns a glowing, toxic orange. But Jin is not done. He flexes his wind magic, whipping up a miniature hurricane, to fan the flames into absolute overdrive. They're gonna have to scramble now. Right on cue, pure panic erupts from the camp. Fire! We got a fire! Where did this come from? Jin melts into the shadows of a nearby structure, watching the grunts absolutely lose their minds. Grab the buckets. We need water, right now. Total chaos. But then, cutting through the static, a booming voice shakes the courtyard. Are you idiots seriously trying to put out a magical fire with buckets? Enter the heavy hitter. This dude looks like a walking tank, built like a brick wall and barking orders left and right. Mages, drop the water and ice spells, now. Jin narrows his eyes from the dark, found the head honcho. While the whole crew is completely distracted by the blazing inferno, Jin goes full ghost mode and blitzes straight for the big boss. It's not working. A second commander catches onto the vibe check real quick. You clowns think a bonfire like this just magically sparks itself. In this humidity, we are under attack. Flush them out. But the main guy barking orders is totally clueless that the Grim Reaper himself, our boy Jin, is already parked right in his blind spot. The commander's spine tingles. He whips around, opening his mouth to yell, but all we see is a blinding flash of blue energy. Down below, the grunts are choking on thick, black smoke, completely blind to the fact that their boss just got folded. Hurry up, get the mages. With the top dog cleanly taken out of the equation, Jin casually flips a shiny brass key in his palm. Jackpot. He slides the key into the lock, and the heavy iron door groans open. The air inside hits different, a damp, bone-chilling draft that instantly raises his goosebumps. Where are they keeping her? His gaze snaps to a shadowy corner of the room, a hidden trapdoor built right into the floorboards. A dungeon. Down in the pitch-black basement, we see her. Long hair spilling over her shoulders, Mesa is bound tight with thick ropes. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes through the damp walls. Mesa! Her head snaps up toward the light. Young master. Pure anxiety floods her face. Are you crazy? What are you doing here? This place is a total death trap. Jin does not even flinch, his voice super calm. Forget about me. Are your legs working? He slices through her bindings in one smooth motion. She nods. Yeah, but sprinting is definitely out of the question. Jin just gives a reassuring nod. Say less. Lean on me. Boom. Out of nowhere, the ceiling violently quakes, dropping dust on their heads like a literal 5.0 magnitude earthquake. Jin braces her, his eyes darting upward. What the hell was that impact? But Mesa's vibe completely shifts. She goes dead serious. Young master. She locks eyes with him, bearing her absolute soul. I need you to promise me something right now. Reading her mind instantly, Jin presses a finger to her lips. Don't even finish that sentence, Mesa. But she is not backing down. She forces the words out, heavy with resolve. If things go south up there, you drop me and you run. Deal? Your life actually matters. You cannot die in a place like this. But come on, this is Jin we are talking about. Leaving a homie behind? Not in his DNA. He just tightens his grip around her shoulder and pulls her toward the stairs. We're moving. Keep your head down. But the second they burst out into the night air, the courtyard is a straight-up massacre. All those noisy guards from earlier, completely wiped. They are scattered across the dirt, out cold. Jin and Mesa completely freeze. Jin's eyes zero in on a brutal slash mark across a fallen grunt's shoulder. He knows that signature edge. A warrior beastman did this. A collective shiver runs down their spines as they both turn their heads. Backlit by the raging inferno stands the massive, terrifying silhouette of a bipedal wolf. It is gripping a massive warhammer like a toy. A genuine monster from the White Land tribe, radiating an aura so violently toxic you could literally choke on it. The bloodlust is off the charts. Panic spiking, Mesa whispers furiously, Young master, I'm gonna act as bait. You need to dip right now. But before the words fully leave her mouth, her eyes roll back. Jin had swiftly chopped the back of her neck, knocking her out cold for her own safety. The towering White Land beastman rumbles with a voice that sounds like grinding boulders. Pathetic garbage. If you weaklings cannot even handle a little campfire, you do not deserve to breathe. Then, his glowing eyes lock dead onto Jin. Let me guess. You are the little punk throwing this temper tantrum, aren't you? Squaring up against this absolute titan, Jin does not flinch. Ice in his veins, he stares straight up and delivers the coldest flex. You bet I am. I am the son of Cyron Runcandle. Jin Runcandle locked his gaze onto the guy, eyes dead set, and threw down the gauntlet. Drop your name, beastman. The White Wolf warrior cracked a twisted, sickening grin, his pupils rolling back into pure white. A Runcandle. Your actual Runcandle blood. Flashback to just a few days before the Zhan Kingdom op kicked off. Back at the massive Runcandle estate, a young dude rocking a crisp white robe stepped up, eyes shut tight, gripping his blade. He was practically suffocating the room with this insane, pitch-black aura. That was Jin. His blade was completely swallowed by that dark, glitchy magic. Out of nowhere, Murakhan spawned in and absolutely launched a kick right into Jin's back. Murakhan was seeing red, his eyes bugging out like he was literally catching fire. You absolute idiot, he roared, totally losing it. Are you trying to catch a death wish? I literally warned you. He snatched Jin by the shirt. You don't have the stats for this yet. If you unsheath that blade, you're gonna get totally consumed by the shadow energy. He yanked him closer by the collar. Unless you want a flatline from an energy overdose, knock it off with the awakening attempts, capiche? Jin just gave him this dry, totally unbothered look and muttered, yeah, whatever, I get it. Snap back to reality. Jin stood his ground, glaring daggers with his fists balled tight, quietly hyping himself up with the Runcandle name. Say less, today was the day he'd bagged the ultimate high-tier loot. The beast bellowed. I go by Quajito Truca. I rep the Truca clan of the White Wolf tribe. Basically the most notoriously savage, combat-obsessed faction out there. Even their lowest-tier adult hits 6-star warrior status. And it's common knowledge, the White Wolves absolutely loathe the Runcandle bloodline. The beef stems from way back when the original Runcandle boss straight up invited their deity, the Great White Wolf Javier, and completely wiped him off the map. Jin did the math in his head. Zero chance I can outrun this guy while carrying Mesa. Meanwhile, Goltep Hafalep shrieked furiously, I'm offering you up to Javier. Time to let his spirit finally chill, the brute sneered. So pick your poison, catch a fair one-on-one with me, or get shredded to literal pieces trying to run, like a punk. Jin hefted his blade, locking in his choice without missing a beat. I'm throwing down. The Beastman practically vibrated with hype. Bet, at least this run candle isn't totally spineless. He hoisted his weapon, screaming, then let's get into it. The clash popped off instantly, sending chaotic sparks flying everywhere. The custom hilt of that gold blade was honestly wild. A blinding shockwave lit up the zone. Jin's pupils dilated, totally caught off guard by the sheer impact. The camera pans out to pure carnage. This brawl was no joke. Jin was sweating bullets, analyzing the threat. This guy is a legit white wolf. I literally have to max out my specs just to parry. Their clashing strikes kept flashing, illuminating the whole arena. Jin was clearly struggling to keep up, but he wasn't checking out yet. I can still clutch this. I've got secret mechanics this dude hasn't even seen. The pendant, magic, and shadow energy. Popping the pendant right now felt like a massive waste of an ultimate. A glowing blue charm rested in his palm. If I can't survive this raid naturally, I don't even deserve the top-tier stats. A massive glowing glyph briefly separated Jin from Goltep Hafalep. He kept calculating. Spamming magic is a no-go, too, since these White Wolf guys basically have complete magic immunity. Bricks kept exploding off the walls around them, while Jin's mind raced at a mile a minute. Plus, if the family sends agents to scope out Kinzelo, the scouts would instantly pick up on the magic residue. If that drops, my total breach of family rules gets leaked to everyone. Another massive, blinding flash hit the screen. Jin locked in his strategy, which leaves me with exactly one option. Mid-swing, he made the call. Shadow energy. He deflected a heavy blow from Goltep Hafalep, his mind set. Time to unseal the blade. The combat was absolutely relentless. Goltep Hafalep barked a compliment. Nice edge on that blade, run candle. Then mocked. Still miles away from your clan's legendary black steel, though. Even so, the Beastman had to respect the hustle. Gotta hand it to you. You pack a punch. Piercing right through the dust cloud came Goltep Hafalep's bone-chilling roar. Drop dead. Jin breathed deep. Just recall the exact vibe of unleashing the sword that night. Game over. Run candle. Goltep Hafalep shrieked, swinging his glowing white blade. The monster's nightmarish face filled the frame. I'm offering your head to Javier right now. But Jin just stared back with pure, absolute focus. I need to tap into that feeling. Right this second. Suddenly, Goltep Hafalep's eyes bugged out in sheer panic. Wait, what? A heavy, suffocating blackout swallowed the entire area. The Beastman started losing his mind. I'm totally blind. A lone silhouette sliced through the pitch black. Jin's weapon was now dripping with a menacing, dark void. His voice cut through the silence. I honestly never got why my bloodline was so hyped up over a black sword. Not until pretty recently, anyway. Goltep Hafalep got totally blitzed. Jin carved right through him, leaving the giant absolutely shell-shocked. What kind of freak are you? Jin, feeling the weight of the moment, replied, a solid boss fight. The surrounding woods went dead quiet as the two warriors pushed themselves to zero stamina. Suddenly, Jin's gaze snapped into pure, unfiltered rage. He gripped his steel and launched himself into the fray. Cutting back to the past, he was kneeling in the dirt, drowning in a toxic, shadowy vibe and endless trash talk. Absolute garbage. What's a weakling like you even good for? Total clown. Doesn't even know his place. You're a walking PR disaster for this family. We literally share the same mom, but you're an absolute embarrassment. Flash forward, Goltep Hafalep was stomping straight toward Jin. What did I just tell you, you little punk? Stepping out from the shadows, that intimidating figure spawned back in, echoing his brutal reality check. Garon Altamiro's voice echoed in his head, dripping with massive, I told you so energy. Release your blade with that pathetic amount of shadow aura, and you're literally asking for a death wish. You gonna just eat dirt after getting drunk on power? Garon's mocking tone pierced his thoughts. Get on your feet, kid. Lose focus now, and you're absolutely done for. Muscles screaming. Jin desperately dragged himself up from the ground. Garon wasn't pulling any punches, hitting Jin with zero sympathy. Are you clueless? Figure it out. Okay, focus, Jin muttered, his brain racing. Unleashing that shadow aura basically jump-started his system. He analyzed the situation. The ambient energy totally overpowered me earlier, completely throwing off my flow. I absolutely cannot let that happen again. We go again. Jin forced his racing heartbeat to chill. Sweat poured down his face as he clutched his chest, aggressively gasping for air. Did I actually survive that? The burning agony vanished, leaving him super paranoid. Physically, he didn't feel any different. But deep down, bro felt like an absolute powerhouse, practically overflowing with dark energy. He pushed himself to stand. At least it won't nerf my speed. Time to grab Mesa and dip. Out of nowhere, a sketchy rustling sound. Show yourself, Jin snapped. Out stumbled Semberbill, looking utterly traumatized and stuttering like crazy. Please, bro, spare me, don't end me. Jin just stared at him, unbothered. So, you roll with Kinzello? Guess they left some loose ends. Sember violently shook his head. Bro, no, Cap. The blonde dude threw his hands up like a deer in headlights, frantically pleading his case. I'm Sember Bill. From the Bill family in the Jean Kingdom. I swear. Jin blinked, processing the info. Wait, it's actually you? I'm Jin Runcandle. Literally got a bounty to track you down. Hearing that, Sember practically melted into a puddle of happy tears. Runcandle? Bro, a freaking Runcandle? I'm actually gonna live. Jin cringed inwardly. Not gonna lie, fighting Kinzalo made me totally forget this dude existed. Seeing him this hyped makes me feel kinda toxic. Shaking uncontrollably, Sember kept his hands sky high, desperately proving he wasn't a threat, while sweating buckets. I swear, I'm Sember Bill. High-key royalty from the John Kingdom. Jin just sighed. Yeah, man, we established that. Like I said, I'm Jin Runcandle. Got a quest to secure your rescue. Sember went full fanboy, bawling his eyes out and praising the heavens. A Runcandle? Oh my god, thank the universe. Watching the guy absolutely lose his mind with gratitude, Jin's guilt tripled. Seriously, bro wasn't even on my radar thanks to those Kinzalo goons. Seeing him this emotional is so awkward. Sember kept bowing. I owe you my life, bro. Literally forever in your debt. Jin casually crouched down, hoisting Mesa onto his back like it was nothing. Chill out. I'm getting paid for this. Let's head home. But his curiosity piqued. Hold up, Chember. How did those Kinzalo freaks even capture you? We thought this was just a basic missing person gig. Taking a shaky breath, Chember tried to lock in. I followed my girl here. Jin raised an eyebrow. Your girl? Like, y'all eloped? Sember looked away. Nah, not exactly. The next sentence hit Jin like a freight train. Bro, it's totally cursed. My girlfriend passed away 2 years ago. But it was her. Her face, her voice, literally down to the exact 2 freckles on her wrist. It was flawlessly her. Sember grabbed his hair. I know I sound schizophrenic right now, but I swear on my life, I wouldn't mistake her. Jin's eyes narrowed. A literal perfect copy? That absolutely screams Bouvard Gaston. That freaky shapeshifter, Jin deduced. His brain started connecting the dots. They definitely snatched Sember, just for the ransom bag. But wait, what's Bouvard's connection to the Kinzalo syndicate? This is my second run-in with that creep. Major red flags went up in his mind. I need to corner him and figure out his whole vibe. Jin stared off into the distance, strategizing. His base of operations has to be somewhere in the Curano Duchy capital. I've got to sneak over there, before I graduate from the intermediate training tier. Sniffling, Sember wiped his face, pulling Jin back to reality. Thanks for not treating me like an absolute psycho, bro. Jin nodded. My squad is sending backup soon, so let's move. Before Jin could even breathe, Chember took it the wrong way. Bawling again? He cried. You literally called in Royal Knights just for me? Jin just facepalmed mentally. Bro, they're for Mesa, not you. Sit down. Totally oblivious, Chember looked at him like he was a literal god. Lord Jin, I will take this moment to my grave. Jin stared blankly at the dude kneeling in the dirt. Sure, Sember pumped his fist. Anything you need, bro, just say the word. Jin shrugged. Bet. Cut to the manor, where Gilly greeted him with the warmest smile. Huge W on clearing your first mission, young master. Your nanny is incredibly proud. Jin smiled back. Appreciate it, Gilly. She beamed. You've got to be exhausted. I already prepped a hot bath. Jin chuckled. Always coming in clutch. Before the words even left his mouth, a sudden rustle behind him caught his attention. Grinning, he spun around to give Murakan some head pats. Ayo, look who it is. Did my little Nobby behave while I was out? Instead of purring, Murakan flashed his razor-sharp fangs and literally chomped down on Jin's hand. Pure instinct kicked in, and Jin yeeted the fake cat across the room, slamming him flat against the wall. Bro, you can't just toss animals. Relax, chat. Murakan's literally a dragon. He's chilling. Jin furiously massaged his hand. What the actual heck was that for? And honestly, Murakan looked just as ticked off. Are you out of your freaking mind? Did you drop a few brain cells? Murakan was absolutely going off, kicking Jin with his stubby little legs while running his mouth nonstop. I explicitly told you to keep your soul energy locked down. How many times do I gotta spell out that this stunt could flat out kill you? I am trying to keep you breathing, and you just tanked that hit. Hold up. Listen to me right now. Murakan lost his mind completely. Boom, he shifted straight into his human form, grabbed Jin by the collar, and shook him like a rag doll. What is there even left to discuss? Is literally anything more important than the survival of the one and only dude who forged a pact with Soldaret? Gilly stepped in, her voice thick with panic. Sir Murakan, please. The young master just got back in one piece. Murakan froze. He shot Gilly a deadpan glare, totally unbothered. Back off, strawberry shortcake. This is life or death. Gilly instantly folded. Right, my apologies. But Jin was not backing down, snapping back to defend his reckless play. They snatched a cadet right under my nose. What? Did you expect me to just stand there and eat popcorn? I thought she was a goner. Murakami was not having it. And the pendant? Is that just some shiny bling to you? The value of that thing is 100 times greater than just throwing it around your neck as a fashion statement. Jin scoffed at the idea. That is way too much of a waste. Who knows when some insanely overpowered boss is going to jump us? That specific word absolutely triggered Murakami. He stared in pure disbelief. A waste? Gilly gasped, practically sweating. Sir Murakami, please calm down. Jin kept his cool, totally unbothered. Is it really that deep? That was the final straw for Murakami. Gilly had to physically hold him back as he shook with pure fury, spitting out curses. You absolute punk. Then it clicked for Jin, his eyes widening. Wait a second. How did you even know I unlocked my sword aura? Murakami barked back. Your soul energy literally spiked, from 3-star straight to semi-4-star. Do I look blind to you? Only then did the reality hit Jin. I actually feel insanely jacked right now. Turns out I really did level up, but Murakami immediately killed the vibe. You need to be on your knees thanking Soldaret for even letting you breathe right now. The dragon grimly explained that out of the 10 reckless fools who tried testing soul energy overload, scratch that, 11 now, whatever. Out of that entire group, 9 of them dropped dead on the spot, but Jin only zeroed in on one specific detail. Okay, so, I am obviously one of the 2 survivors. Who was the other guy? The first patriarch? Murakami instantly reverted to his lazy, deadpan self. Nope, that would be me. Tamar definitely kicked the bucket. Jin blinked, totally caught off guard. Wait, huh? Then he just shrugged it off, waving his hand like it was nothing. Guess you and I are basically cut from the same cloth. Relax. I have zero plans to experience that absolute nightmare again. I'm gonna go wash up. Murakami immediately started venting his frustrations to Gilly. That little psycho. Hey, strawberry shortcake. Cut his rations until he actually learns his lesson. But Gilly was absolutely not playing along with the dragon. I am going straight to the kitchen to whip up a feast for the young master, leaving a very pathetic Murakami talking to himself. Strawberry shortcake. He is just flexing on me. Meanwhile, deep inside a shadowy room, a highly skeptical voice echoed out. Jin actually threw down with a White Wolf tribe warrior and won? Are you hearing how utterly insane that sounds? A second voice chimed in with pure dripping sarcasm. Obviously it is fake news. It had to be some random street thugs cosplaying as wolves. 2 figures sat lounging in the dim light, plotting. The white-haired girl was absolutely not buying it. There is literally zero chance a rookie 3-star knight could ever solo a true white wolf. But the black-haired girl smirked, a dark thought crossing her mind. Well, technically, there is a loophole. This was Anne Runkindle, the ruthless 9th knight of the Runkandle bloodline. Propping her chin up, she flashed a wickedly calculated smile as she dropped her theory. Whoever Jin managed to scrape by must have been total garbage tier. The other girl, rocking the white hair, was Mayu, sitting pretty as the 8th-ranked Runkandle knight. Mayu just folded her arms, her vibe ice cold. Even if that is true, this entire hype train is pointless, and it blows my mind. That mother is actually buying into his flashy little facade. Anne's eyes suddenly glinted with pure malice. Is that right? Yo, Tona twins. Present, Haytona stuttered out, practically sweating bullets. Right here, Daytona mumbled, immediately dropping his voice to a terrified whisper aimed at his brother. Dude, you actually think Jin bodied that guy? Haytona looked equally shook, shaking his head. I know the kid is a total freak of nature, but that is just overkill. But Haytona was stressed over a much bigger nightmare. Look, forget about whether he actually sliced up that wolf guy or not. The actual crisis right now is that he is about to drop straight into our intermediate training class. Daytona aggressively nodded. Big facts. Their minds instantly played out the worst-case scenarios, pure dread setting in. Bro, if Jin steps foot into the intermediate class, it is literally game over for us. The Tona twins were absolutely spiraling into a pit of despair. Daytona looked like he was ready to cry. Yeah, we are cooked. Suddenly, a sharp voice slashed right through their pathetic panic session. You absolute brain-dead idiots. Mayu and Anne were now glaring holes straight into their souls. Mayu curled her lip in disgust. What exactly are you two muttering about back there? Are you seriously that traumatized over little Jin invading the intermediate class? The twins practically jumped out of their skin, scrambling to lie. No way. Never. Anne let out a chilling scoff. Oh, come on. Keep it 100% real with your big sisters. Just a second ago, she had this perfectly sweet smile plastered on her face, but it instantly flatlined into a dead, psychopathic stare as she dropped her warning. Because if there is one thing that absolutely disgusts me, it is a filthy little liar. Makes my hands itch to just slice that lying tongue right out of your mouth. The threat hit the twins like a truck, leaving them shivering in pure terror. Okay, we are terrified of you guys. Anne did not even blink. Do you want my help or not? The boys looked up, completely baffled. Wait, how? Anne finally laid out her master plan. We are feeling generous, so we are going to loan you our personal slaves to do your dirty work. The Tona brothers looked at each other, their jaws hitting the floor before pure, evil joy washed over their faces. Because in reality, the Run Candle Intermediate class is not a school. It is a brutal, blood-soaked battle royale for the elite, throwing in a bunch of regular cadets just to keep the body count high. We're talking about a chaotic mix ranging from 3-star to 5-star levels, packed with fresh meat and washed-up veterans who had been rotting in this tier for over 10 years. Miu had basically wrangled up a squad of these outcast losers, treating them like her personal punching bags. Deploy them to crush Jin. We completely despise that kid anyway, she iced, flashing a seriously twisted, villainous grin. But you better plan this flawlessly, or you'll be the one paying the ultimate price, my sweet little brother. Cut to Jin's quarters. He was toweling off his damp hair fresh from the shower, but his brain was running a mile a minute. Nailing that first mission meant his golden ticket to the intermediate class was basically locked in. Plus, hitting 4-star soul energy was a massive flex, but Jin was already eyeing the next prize. To actually weaponize this aura, I've got to hit 6-star blade mastery in under 5 years. He did the math. 6 stars meant you were top tier, while breaking into the 7-star realm officially made you a grandmaster. But let's be real, that was only a massive flex for NPCs. Hitting 8 stars, that was the realm of absolute monsters. That was where the real game started. Out of over 2 billion souls breathing on this continent, less than 100 freaks had ever touched 9 or 10 stars. And sitting above all of them, just one literal demigod, the Genesis Knight. Jin's knuckles popped as he balled his fists. In this life, I'm hitting the absolute peak, he vowed internally. No, I'm shattering the ceiling. He was already mapping out his endgame. Step 1, leveling up. The Tona twins were already haunting the intermediate zone, a nightmare he saw coming from a mile away. The second his boots hit that intermediate floor, he'd be dodging daggers from his entire bloodline, not just those 2 psychopaths. He stared down at the absolute feast Gilly had prepped, her warm voice echoing in his head. Fuel up, young master. This is insane, he thought, overwhelmed by the mountain of calories. Yet, his gaze burned with pure, unadulterated ambition. The beginner's class was practically a daycare, a bunch of low-level kids just vibing and taking it easy. But the intermediate zone, that was a straight-up Shark Tank. Empathy would get you flat-out killed where raw power was the only currency. Only one play here, he muttered to himself. I'm going to violently conquer that entire class. Cut to Rosa's office. She was locked in, scribbling paperwork until she ordered, "Enter." Jin stepped through the heavy doors. "Mother," he greeted, respect lacing his voice. "You summoned me?" Sunlight spilled over her intimidating silhouette. Her pen froze mid-stroke the second he spoke. "I did," she hummed, her tone surprisingly soft. She glanced up with a ghost of a smirk. "Word on the street is you survived your first run. Flawless execution, actually." Jin bowed his head respectfully. "Appreciate it, Mother." She flipped a file. Petro's report backed that up. Snapping the ledger shut, her vibe instantly went ice cold. "You also rejected my upgrade for your living quarters." She leaned forward, planting both palms on the mahogany desk. "Listen to me. That suite is strictly reserved for the heir apparent. It's been collecting dust because the youngest was literally still in diapers. It's yours now." Jin casually locked his hands behind his back. "I'm honored, Mother, but I'm gonna have to pass." "Excuse me?" she pressed. "It's a high-end suite, sure, but at the end of the day, it's just 4 walls." Jin deadpanned. "Honestly, it's way too extra for my taste." Rosa raised an eyebrow. "You're seriously turning it down?" Jin smirked. "Absolutely. My mind's made up." Rosa drummed her manicured nails against the desk, calculating his every word. "Fine. Dismissed." Jin gave a crisp nod. "Understood, Mother." The second the door clicked shut, Rosa let out a defeated chuckle. "I genuinely can't tell if my youngest is playing humble or playing God. That suite is the crown jewel," she mused. "The literal throne room for the future boss of the Run Candle Syndicate." Her mind flashed to a brutal image of Jin getting jumped by a dozen blades. He definitely knew the risks. The minute he unpacked his bags in that suite, he'd unlock unlimited VIP resources. But he'd also instantly paint a massive bullseye on his back for his jealous siblings. Rosa smirked. "The kid totally sniffed out my trap. Let's see if he survives the intermediate meat grinder." Meanwhile, Jin strode up to his loyal crew. "Listen up. Tomorrow, I'm hitting the intermediate tier. That place is a total war zone of different cliques." Jin's eyes locked onto theirs, dead serious. "You guys are officially my gang now, which means you're gonna catch a lot of heat and pure disrespect." A dark, confident grin tugged at his lips. "But don't sweat it. I'm going to make them bleed for every ounce of it." The bullying ends the second I put that entire class on a leash. Jin's voice dropped to a command. Until I do, nobody rides solo. You move in squads of 3, minimum. Even on your days off, do not get caught slipping by yourself. Sir, yes sir, his squad roared in unison. Fast forward to morning, Zed stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, barking out, "Listen up! Meet Zed Runkindel, clan elder, 8-star powerhouse, and Siren's little brother." Taking the stage, his booming voice shook the entire courtyard. 10 fresh faces just signed up, but 27 rookies already rage quit. He flanked the podium with his heavy hitters. Barking at the crowd, Zed laid down the law. You newbies better shadow the upperclassmen if you want to survive the intermediate ranks. I'm just here to judge your blade skills. Unless I'm the one putting you in the dirt, you handle your own damn casualties. Deadpan. Jin scanned the absolute chaos below. Zed roared again. Veterans, what's our golden rule? Like a brainwashed army, the courtyard exploded. The run candles reject the weak. Every single face down there looked completely dead set. We reject the weak. We reject the weak. The sheer volume had Jin's squad sweating bullets. More chanting echoed, but Jin just internally sighed, thinking, man, could they be any louder? The whole vibe was straight up toxic, designed to break their spirits. Jin's eyes locked onto a specific duo screaming in the pit. Well, if it isn't the Tona twins, he mused, but his gaze shifted to the guy flanking them. Looks like a senior meathead tagging along as muscle, Jin analyzed. No way those idiots recruited him alone. My lovely sisters, Mew and Anne, definitely pulled some strings here. Pivoting toward the steps, Jin plotted his next move. They're trying to traumatize the rookies? Bet. Time for a reality check. He casually strolled off the stage, each footstep heavy with pure boss energy as he closed in on the mob. Spotting him, the Tona twins absolutely lost it. Bro, what is happening? Why is that psycho making a beeline for us? Chill. We've got Mew and Anne's backing now. They hyped themselves up. Suddenly, Jin slid his blade from its sheath, catching a blinding glint of sunlight. Without hesitating, he unleashed a vicious swipe right at Kajin, the twins' bodyguard. The dude glared back, looking completely feral, but his reflexes were trash against Jin's speed. The twins stood paralyzed while Zed watched the chaos unfold with ice in his veins. Pure terror washed over Kajin as his own right arm hit the dirt with a wet thud. The entire crowd basically stopped breathing. Collapsing into the dust, Kajin screamed, desperately gripping his bleeding stump. Meanwhile, Jin calmly clicked his sword back into its scabbard. Consider the message delivered. Sweeping his dead-eyed gaze across the panicked mob, he ordered, "Get a medic." He knew this blood was on their hands, not his. Daytona was absolutely shook. Jin, are you out of your freaking mind? Why would you just chop him up? Completely ignoring his brother, Jin tilted his head at his bleeding victim. Hey rookie, what do they call you? Face twisted in sheer agony, the guy choked out, Kajin, Romero. Voice dropping to absolute zero, Jin asked, got any clue why I just dismembered you? Feeling completely disrespected, Daytona shoved his blade in Jin's direction. Stop ghosting us. Pull your weapon. Now. Slowly, Jin shifted his gaze, flashing Daytona, a pair of murderously dark eyes. Big bro, I'm kind of in the middle of a chat here. I'll entertain your little duel in a second, but until then, shut your mouth, you absolute clown. Triggered, Daytona exploded. You hack off my subordinate's arm and then talk trash? The second those words left Daytona's lips, the realization hit him. He slapped a hand over his mouth, looking like he'd just seen a ghost. A smirk crept onto Jin's face. Your subordinate? He practically beamed at Daytona. So this guy was your pawn all along. See, brother, I only sliced him up because he was eyeing me like he wanted me dead. The bystanders were absolutely gagged. Watching Jin square off against the Tona twins, everyone's brain was running the same question. Are we witnessing a full-blown succession war? Up on the stage, Zed hid a savage grin, tried to bully their baby brother, and got massively humbled instead. He glanced down at Kajin, who was still bleeding out in the dirt. Based on Daytona's massive slip-up, this kid was officially part of their faction. Zed locked onto Jin's unbothered stance, realizing this wasn't some impulsive tantrum. It was a calculated move in the cutthroat run-candle Game of Thrones. The kid had serious guts. Closing the distance, Jin projected his voice. Listen up, rookies. The name is Jin Runkandle. He swept his gaze across the terrified faces. Go ahead and draw your steel on me, or try to jump me from the shadows. But the second I smell treason, I'll chop you to pieces without a second thought. The whole yard was shaking in their boots. Suddenly, Zed's booming voice cut through the tension. Jin Runkandle, the 13th and final heir. Jin snapped his head back. Sir. Zed's pupils ignited with a menacing crimson glow. You really think you can just flex like that, on my turf? Despite the crushing aura radiating off the elder, Jin didn't even flinch. Absolutely. Zed raised an eyebrow. And why is that? Leaving the Tona twins completely stunned, Jin dropped a massive bombshell. Because this wasn't just a squabble with my brothers. I was directly challenging you. Zed's expression turned utterly demonic. Extending his palm, a blinding burst of golden energy erupted from his hand. Challenging me? The crimson in Zed's eyes flared violently. Pure, horrifying aura surged from his body, solidifying into a massive, glowing golden blade. Leveling the weapon straight at Jin's throat, Zed snarled, "Bold move, talk." He stared down the boy's unbreakable poker face. "Depending on your next words, I might just decapitate you where you stand." Pushed by the ultimate disrespect, the Runcandle Elder had literally manifested a blade of pure light. A one-on-one death match. The Elder's voice dripped with pure malice. His expression went dead cold, while those demonic red eyes pierced right through our boy. "Now this is getting spicy," the old man sneered, instantly leveling his glowing energy blade straight at Jin's throat. He demanded a solid explanation, threatening fatal consequences. But honestly, our MC didn't even blink. Instead, Jin's gaze locked in deadly serious with a razor-sharp edge of absolute fury. The boomer wasn't done talking, though. "Give me one good reason not to separate your head from your shoulders right now." Completely unfazed, Jin stared Jion down with zero hesitation. The guy was literally made of ice. "You decided to flex that overwhelming pressure on the rookies, completely ignoring that I'm standing right here." Jion's knuckles cracked white, his features twisting into pure nightmare fuel. Jin just kept cooking. "I realized something the second you threw that strike." Before the words even left his mouth, the Elder blitzed forward with a lethal slash. The blade whistled past his skin by a millimeter, missing a fatal blow but slicing right across his cheek. Still, Jin's expression stayed perfectly blank. Not a single drop of sweat. Blood trickled down his jaw from the shockwave. Visibly irritated, the old warrior locked eyes with him and spat out his next words. "You threw a massive tantrum and wrecked everything just because I bullied your little classmates?" Jin fired right back. "I mean, I couldn't care less about them, but sure, the rest is spot on." The Elder scoffed at the sheer audacity. "Then why not aim your blade at my neck? Why take it out on some random recruit?" Jin just shrugged it off like it was nothing. "Because you would absolutely wipe the floor with me right now." Mesa stood frozen nearby, her jaw practically hitting the pavement. She couldn't believe he actually just dropped a truth bomb on a living legend. Right then, a savage smirk crept onto Jin's face. "If I actually had the stats to take you down, I wouldn't be wasting my time dropping Kajin or my pathetic siblings. You'd be the one on the ground." The glowing aura around Jion's blade finally fizzled out. "You really have zero survival instinct, huh? Or do you just think Daddy's title makes you untouchable?" Without missing a beat, Jin shut that theory down immediately. Not even close. The murderous tension in the old man's face started melting away. Jin pressed on, cowering. "Just because the enemy is overleveled? That is not the Runcandle way." The entire courtyard fell dead silent, completely mind-blown by this insane flex. "Death is just a blip," our MC declared, "but absolute honor? That lasts forever, right?" Jion completely lost it, letting out this crazy, booming chuckle. "Absolute madness," he roared, cracking up in front of everyone. The whole class watched the terrifying instructor absolutely lose his mind. "A cocky punk like you is so wildly out of line, I can't even be mad." Wiping a tear, the Elder grinned. "Fine, kid. You win this round. You've got the genuine demon blood running through those veins." He spun around, projecting his voice across the training ground. "Listen up, rookies. Burn this exact moment into your brains. This is what peak Runcandle energy looks like. What this absolute madman just pulled off is the literal definition of our bloodline's fighting spirit." Fired up, he commanded the crowd, "Now get out there and clash. Show me that same ruthless drive." Class dismissed. The real hell begins tomorrow morning. The exhausted students groaned out a unified agreement. The second the instructor was out of earshot, the Tona twins flipped the switch back to bully mode. Muttering curses under their breath, they tried to act tough. Jin completely aired them, already walking away before dropping a final warning. "Pro tip from your baby bro." He paused, throwing a dangerous side-eye over his shoulder. "You might be terrified of the older kids right now, but do you seriously think that hierarchy is going to last?" That reality check completely paralyzed the twins. They just stared at the dirt, totally speechless. Stop playing checkers and start playing chess. Think about the endgame. Cut to Jin finally making it back to his personal quarters. He tossed his weapon beside his fluffy shadow of a cat. His loyal caretaker caught him walking in. "Welcome back, boss. Shift ended early today?" Jin locked eyes with his trusted ally. "Yo, Gilly," she snapped to attention. "What's up? Talk to me," she prompted. Then, our guy dropped a bombshell that completely short-circuited her brain. She stood there, absolutely flabbergasted. "I just triggered an all-out turf war with the Tona boys," rubbing the exhaustion from his eyes. He laid out the grim reality. The kicker? The big sisters, Anne and Mary, are totally pulling their strings from the shadows. Gilly practically choked on her own spit. Wait, those literal monsters? Are you serious? Jin just nodded deadpan, flashing back to the arena brawl. Yeah, I kinda shredded one of their main lackeys, put the pieces together pretty fast. Turns out the guy was just a lapdog for their toxic little clique. Remembering his brother's panicked face, he kept scheming. Anyway, the dude ran his mouth and dug his own grave. When the Queens of Mean find out, they are gonna go ballistic. A wicked grin broke across his face. The catch is, they don't roll with any 5-star muscle. Narcissists like them only recruit underlings they can completely dominate. Cold sweat dripped down Gilly's face as full panic mode engaged. But dude, those two are fully awakened powerhouses. You know the golden rule: awakened fighters only clash with their own tier. Jin waved off her anxiety without a second thought. Relax, I've got it handled. Honestly, her deciding to punish me is the best thing ever. See, my older sisters are hiding a massive secret, but since they're literal knights, they can't just beat me up without a valid excuse. Jin kicked back in his chair, dropping the rest of the details. Their only option to mess with me is sabotaging my squad lineup and cranking my mission difficulty to the absolute max, totally abusing their elite status, hoping I either catch a deadly injury or just straight up kick the bucket. But get this, Jin smirked. A ton of those brutal high-tier quests are entirely solo runs, and when I'm out there completely alone, there's absolutely zero supervision. That means I can unleash my true power without holding back. The moment those words left his mouth, a light bulb went off in Gilly's head. She bounced right up to him, her eyes sparkling. Wait, doesn't that make this the ultimate loophole for you? Jin nodded. Spot on. A sly grin crept across his face. I should honestly write my sisters a thank you note while I stack up all these massive achievements. Out of nowhere, he snatched up the shadowy feline, giving it a massive jump scare. He cradled the struggling furball, looking insanely pleased with himself. Nobody's gonna care if I drag a random pet along on my quests. The feline let out a completely bewildered gasp. Huh? Jin just chuckled. Relax, Murakan. You're sitting out the combat phase, because I have a super secret side quest specifically for you. The shadowy furball stiffened, clearly not vibing with the idea, and shot his companion a deeply suspicious glare. A side quest? Like what? Jin just waved him off. I'll drop those details later. Until the timing is perfect, we're staying completely off the radar. Gilly beamed, absolutely hyped. You got it, young boss. Right on cue, a veteran run candle marched into the room. He was completely barking orders at the rookies. Listen up. Once you three survive the midday grind, you're moving to the advanced class. In the underground facility, an exclusive, top-secret zone, reserved solely for those carrying true run candle DNA. The veteran stood on the stage, arms firmly crossed, radiating intense boss energy. You purebloods get this ultimate privilege, but don't even think for a second that this boot camp will be a walk in the park. Got it? The rookies screamed back like a choir. Sir, yes sir. Meanwhile, the Daytona and Haytona twins were sporting some gnarly black eyes. The seasoned master kept preaching. Our bloodline's combat style is entirely about raw, unmatched dominance. We shatter our enemies without a single ounce of hesitation, chasing absolute victory and total control. Every brutal trait of the Run Candle legacy bleeds directly into our blade work. The veteran instructor paced the floor. You can't just lock our combat system into a basic textbook definition, even though we do have a few legendary, hidden moves that only the absolute elite ever unlock. Jin absorbed every single word, secretly smirking in his head. Man, my older siblings must be fuming right now. The master's voice turned dead serious. Our fighting style completely rejects fixed stances, strict footwork, or stupid rules. That right there is the massive gap, separating the Run Candle Empire from every other basic faction out there. He glared intensely at the trainees. Anyone want to guess why? We refuse to be boxed into a traditional fighting stance. Without missing a beat, Jin fired back. Because every single one of us has wildly unique physical specs and insane natural gifts, pumping through our Run Candle veins. The instructor pointed right at him. Bingo! He hyped up his speech. Being born a Run Candle means winning the ultimate genetic lottery, packing a monstrous physique, and blade instincts that normal humans can't even comprehend. He locked eyes directly with Jin. Even the weakest links in our family tree can effortlessly wipe the floor with your average civilian. Out of nowhere, a super creepy, villainous smirk crept onto the veteran's face. Everything you rookies have done so far has been literal child's play. He then grabbed a dense metallic sphere. I'm handing one of these heavy orbs to each of you. Daytona snatched the weird object, his face twisting in massive confusion. Inspecting the metal chunk, he internally panicked. What on earth is this thing? Is it hollowed out, packed with shrapnel? The instructor quickly shut down the rumors. We call this the Clarity Stone. Strike it right, and it rings out with crystal clear audio. He casually grabbed a heavy iron rod, eyeing the sphere like a predator. I'm gonna drop 3 distinct audio tracks this rock can make. Open your ears. Without a second of hesitation, he violently smashed the rod into the metal orb. The thing immediately shrieked, unleashing a noise so insanely cursed that Jin, Daytona, and Haytona instantly clamped their hands over their ringing eardrums, faces scrunched in pure agony. The master grinned. Pretty nasty on the ears, right? Right after, he swung the metal pipe a second time, connecting with the sphere. Check out track number 2. Insanely enough, the noise that echoed out this round was actually smooth as butter, leaving both Jin and Haytona completely shell-shocked and tripping out. The veteran stood there looking like a total boss next to the metal target. So, as your eardrums just witnessed, this magic rock completely changes its tune based entirely on the raw kinetic energy you dump into your swing. He kept dropping knowledge, swing like a total wimp, and you get a garbage, hollow thud. But if you dial in the absolute perfect amount of deadly force, the audio is pure bliss. Hearing the breakdown, the gears in Jin's brain instantly clicked. He smirked internally. Got it. We're basically grinding this mini-game to hit the perfect note every single strike, forcing us to totally master our power output, laser focus, and raw mental fortitude. His eyes narrowed with pure analytical focus, factoring in the absolute monster stats of the Run Candle bloodline. This drill is actually top tier, even if it looks incredibly basic. Glaring a hole through the metal ball, his mind raced. Still, we're literally just whacking a magic rock over and over. This is way too safe to be the legendary hell training they hyped up. Strictly Run Candle business. Out of nowhere, a wicked grin crept across the elder's face right before he absolutely demolished the steel orb with his blade. Wait, the final sound? That little detail totally hooked Jin's attention. Like, what even is that third noise? He swore he picked up this faint, sinister cracking echoing from inside the Clarity Stone. It practically screamed, shifting metal gears. Right as that realization hit, the elder's sword had already made impact. Then, it clicked. Pure panic washed over Jin's face. No freaking way. Without missing a beat, he lunged straight for Daytona and Haytona. Hit the dirt, he screamed at the top of his lungs. Milliseconds later, the core mechanism completely unraveled. Boom. The metal sphere detonated into an absolute firestorm, choking the entire courtyard in thick, blinding dust. Jin and the twins found themselves flattened into the dirt. Coughing through the haze, the trio slowly pushed themselves up. Daytona and Haytona were totally clueless. Bro, what just blew up? Seeing their shell-shocked faces, the elder tossed some major respect Jin's way. Not bad, kid. Killer survival instincts. Brushing it off, the old man casually stood, peering into the massive smoking crater. Yep, push a Clarity Stone past its limit, and it goes nuclear on you. A chaotic grin lit up the elder's face. Cool. Tutorial over. Welcome to hell. Let the real training kick off. That single sword strike had literally turned the metal orb into a frag grenade, sending debris flying everywhere. Jin, Daytona, and Haytona were left sitting there, completely brain-fried and staggering from the shockwave. Like, are we hallucinating? The elder, noticing they actually dodged the blast zone, gave Jin another nod. Seriously, your gut instincts are insane. The old master just chilled there, admiring the giant hole ripped into the earth, exactly as planned. Overload those Clarity Stones with brute force, and you get a massive fireworks show. Still shaking off the ringing in their ears, the boys got back on their feet. Dropping a massive bombshell, the elder revealed. Since Luna, you are the only kid to walk away from that trap without a scratch. Rubbing his chin, his vibe turned dead serious. Look, I have trained basically all your older siblings. This little warm-up is basically a hazing ritual. Honestly, I fully expected you all to eat dirt. That little lore drop sparked Jin's curiosity, prompting him to raise a hand. Hold up, how exactly did Luna dodge that blast? The second those words left his mouth, the twins stared at him like he was crazy. The elder just looked down, taking a deep trip down memory lane. Hate to break it to you, kid, but you might be let down. Every single one of your siblings ate that blast. Jin just shrugged. Lay it on me anyway. Cue the flashback to a young Luna facing down the exact same ticking time bomb. The elder kept it 100% real. She never dodged. Just like the rest of the kids, she took that explosion straight to the face. The shockwave launched her entirely across the training grounds. Freaking out, the elder sprinted over, expecting the worst, but his jaw practically hit the floor. The old man was left completely speechless, because Luna was casually dusting herself off. 0 injuries, no scratches. She was just built incredibly different. Snapping back to reality, the 3 boys absorbed this insane Luna lore. Daytona and Haytona were literally malfunctioning. Their eyes looked ready to pop out of their skulls. Anyway, the elder smirked. Starting right now, you 3 are locked into afternoon Clarity Stone duty every single day. His eyes snapped shut, radiating pure boss energy. You do not stop until you can pinpoint that internal hum. through absolute chaos. "We clear?" The trio instantly barked back. "Crystal clear, sir." Meanwhile, cut to a super aesthetic afternoon up in Luna's private quarters. She was just vibing, flipping through a novel. Her loyal nanny stepped in, balancing a fresh tea set. "My lady?" Luna immediately dropped her book. "Oh, perfect timing. Thanks so much." The nanny gracefully poured a steaming cup and slid it across the table. "Regarding our previous chat," Luna raised an eyebrow. "Go on? You mean the juicy rumor about my sisters trying to pack Jin in a body bag?" The nanny pulled up a chair. "Exactly. Lady Mayu and Anne are highly suspicious of him now, and they have been digging deep into his business. So a hit is definitely on the table." Luna shot her a heavy glare. "Man, they are playing with fire. But like, why? Are they actually psychotic enough to pull a hit inside the legendary Storm Castle?" She swirled her tea, completely deep in thought. "It makes zero sense. They are already permanently banned from the Run Candle throne race." Darkness flashed in Luna's eyes. "Plus, if our dad caught wind of this backstabbing, he would literally burn this place to the ground. They would be dead meat." Catching that heavy mood, the nanny quickly stepped in to calm her down. "You think the young master was capping? What if this whole thing is just one massive mix-up?" Luna mentally traced back to Jin. "The kid is 10 now, so honestly, it could go either way. Plus, we have been digging into this mess for 5 straight years, and came up empty-handed." A flashback hit her hard. That intense interrogation. Jin, just locking eyes with her, deadpan. "I have no clue, but I literally almost got wiped out." Luna sighed heavily. No way he was faking it. The sheer paranoia in his eyes back then was too real. She stared at her own reflection, rippling in her tea. It was not some random panic attack. That was pure, raw survival instinct screaming at him. He felt the killer intent. Nanny Taimyun leaned in, eyebrows raised. "So, are we officially putting a tail on, Lady Mayu and Anne?" Setting her cup down with a soft clink, Luna nodded. "Yeah, get on it, thanks. Sitting around like sitting ducks is messing with my head. I am getting serious bad vibes here." Taimyun scoffed gently. "Please, I am the one stressing out over here. Terrified, your own flesh and blood are gonna stab you in the back again." Hearing that, Luna just shot her caretaker a warm, knowing smirk. "I survived my 20s a long time ago. I am bulletproof now, so drop the worry." Right after that, Taimyun let it go. Propping her chin up, Luna's mind suddenly drifted to the training grounds. "Wait, how is the little guy holding up?" Taimyun perked up. "Oh, the youngest's brutal boot camp?" "Exactly," Luna murmured. "Yeah, it is about time he flexed the results of his mind's eye grind." She leaned back, eyes drifting shut in total zen. "That clear stone might rough him up a bit, but he is built different. Honestly, watching him level up is the highlight of my life." Cut to the very next day. 4 p.m. Sharp. The training grounds were a literal sweatshop, and Jin was grinding like a madman. Dude was absolutely dripping, gasping for air like he just ran a marathon underwater. Out of all the hellish routines I have survived, this one takes the cake. Jin could not even hold his neck straight. This is absolute torture. Watching the kid suffer, the Runkindel instructor, clutching his clipboard, squatted right in front of him. Take 5. Jin collapsed. His grip on the hilt was violently shaking. Squeezing his eyes shut, he thought, "I seriously thought this was just to buff my aura control and mental fortitude, but I was dead wrong. From step 1, it has been about aggressively suppressing my own crazy light energy." Jin mentally replayed the master's insane demo, that flawless blade swing slamming into the steel sphere, shattering the clear stone from the inside without even trying, just like his uncle did. "Right now, my base stats are just way too low." Shivering from pure exhaustion, Jin white-knuckled his wooden sword. "I gotta grind harder, make my light energy absolutely monstrous." Sucking in a massive lungful of air to reset his stamina, he focused. "I need to literally hear the clear stone's frequency and completely obliterate it." Jin forced himself into a zen posture facing the master. "Chill out. Do not panic. This is the exact same trial my psychotic siblings cleared before hitting adulthood in my previous life. If they did it, I can crush it." Right then, the instructor swept his gaze over the trio, letting his eyes lock onto Daytona and Haytona. Focusing on Haytona first, he nodded. "Not bad. You 3 are actually leveling up at a solid pace." Meanwhile, Haytona was already beefing with his twin. "Bro, you literally just said the grip was loose." The instructor rolled his eyes, shifting to a twitching Daytona, who snapped back at his brother. "Where is the damn crack, huh?" Tuning out the twins, the elder locked his sights onto the hyper-focused Jin. But this kid, he is in a league of his own. The old master was internally freaking out, stroking his beard with a massive grin. Holy crap, he might actually shatter Luna's untouchable record. Fast forward. The sky faded to a deep, bruised purple. The master's voice boomed across the dirt. Absolutely pathetic. By now, Jin was the last man standing. The Tona twins, completely knocked out cold, face planted in the dirt. Tossing a vial, the master ordered, "Give these to your useless brothers. If they plan on passing out again tomorrow, tell them to stay in bed." Catching it, Jin nodded, loud and clear. He immediately bounced. Behind him, the twins finally groaned awake, literally dragging their broken bodies back to the estate. The Tona twins actually lasted longer than I expected, Jin mused. Guess Runkindel blood really is built different. Despite being the youngest, Jin strutted off like an absolute boss. The second he was out of earshot, the master absolutely lost it. "Why the hell is he the youngest?" he screamed to the void, gripping his hair in pure agony. If that monster had dropped just 10 years earlier, he would have devoured the entire Runkindel hierarchy. Man, what the heck do I even do about his insane older brother? Such a freaking waste. The old man slumped onto the dirt, completely defeated by the unfairness of the universe. No matter how I slice it, it is a total tragedy. Just a massive missed opportunity. Boom. 1 month time skip. May 17, 95. We cut to the intermediate cadet hub. The proctor stepped right up to the front lines, glaring down the fresh meat. Eyes front, holding up a sealed folder, his voice cut through the silence like a knife. The very first official op of the year, for the mid-tier class just dropped. If I call your tag, step up. Mission 1. VIP Escort and Defense. Your targets are the rookie hires from the Minch, Smith, and Heath factions. Squad leaders dropping in. Houston, baiting. The announcer's voice boomed over the courtyard. Mission 3. Monster Subjugation. Your targets? Orcs. Squinting at the parchment like he couldn't believe his own eyes, he stammered out the location. The drop zone. It's the lawless outer rim of Kurano territory. He swallowed hard, visibly shook by the roster, before reading off the unlucky squad. Mesa, Bellup, Scott, Taimong, Kiko, Juzin, Eddington, Sierra, Vince, and David. That made 10. Mesa and Bellup completely froze, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Rolling up the scroll with a sharp snap, he dropped the real bombshell. You're walking into a bloodbath, 25 fully grown orcs. These beasts never hunt alone. They swarm like locusts, he warned. Steel yourselves, or you won't make it back. Mesa's eyes instantly darkened into a dead serious glare. That wraps up the briefing, the announcer muttered. Becca will brief you on the finer details. Dismissed. The second he stepped down, the courtyard exploded into toxic whispers, with every cadet side-eyeing Mesa and Bellup. Rookies taking on an orc raid? Are you kidding me? Half this squad is literal cannon fodder. Nearby, Conan and Kazan were flashing absolute evil, mocking smirks. They glared down at the two rookies. Better go pick out your caskets and light some incense while you still have a pulse. Yeah, plenty of time to draft up your last wills, an orange-haired lackey sneered, piling on the disrespect. Or hey, you could always go crawl to young Master Jin. He mocked them with a fake crying voice. Oh, please save us. We're so terrified. Hearing that trash talk, Taimong totally lost it. The hell did you just say? But Mesa kept her cool, instantly throwing an arm across Taimong's chest to block him. Drop it, Taimong. We don't have the stats to take them on right now. Taking useless damage before deployment is just throwing the mission. Taimong was practically shaking with rage, veins popping. But Mesa, these absolute punks, and dragging the young master into this? Suddenly, Mesa's calm shattered. She locked eyes with Taimong, her glare burning right through him. Face contorted with pure fury, she barked, "Zip it and stand down. Did you suddenly forget we belong to the Run Candle clan?" She lowered her voice into a gritty growl. Our only job is to drop into that zone, shred the targets, and make it back breathing. Her vibe shifted into pure, unbreakable iron. Surviving is how we win. Cut to Haytona. He was grinding his teeth so hard they might crack. He gripped his blade and brought it crashing down onto the glowing sphere with insane force. The second the steel connected, the orb detonated, unleashing a violent shockwave. All the cockiness drained from his face, replaced by pure terror. Wait, what? Oh, hell. A deafening shriek tore through the air, right as a massive explosion went off. The blast launched upward like a literal rocket, trailing nothing but a blood-curdling scream in its wake. Daytona stood paralyzed, his eyes wide with absolute horror. Off to the sidelines, Jin was just chilling with his eyes shut until a faint, desperate voice called out. Wait. Jin? He slowly peeled his eyes open, flashing a glare cold enough to freeze hell. Caught totally off guard, Jin barely had a split second to throw his arms up, bracing for impact as a blur of pure energy smashed into his defense. Haytona's face drained of color. He was completely freaking out. Yo, Jin, you breathing? Man, my bad, that was an accident. Wincing from the stinging pain, Jin just sighed. I'm alive. But seriously, take this circus somewhere else, will you? Daytona stood there, sweating and totally speechless. Right, my bad, bro. After the dust settled and the twins started clearing the wreckage, Jin was lost in thought. 1 month, 30 days of grinding with these clarity stones, and they're already shattering way faster than I calculated. Staring down at his trembling, bruised hands, a realization hit him. Wait, what was that sensation just now? It felt crazy. It was like he could literally feel the iron stone's trajectory locking onto him, mapping out the exact path of the incoming strike. If that thing came at me right now, I wouldn't even need to block. I'd just slip right past it. His eyes widened. Was this the secret sauce behind Sister Luna's brutal training sessions? I can't lose this vibe. We go again. Right now. Gripping his blade with lethal focus, Jin squared up against the sphere, radiating pure, unfiltered determination. Listen up. The booming voice of a Runkindel elder instantly shattered his focus. Orders just dropped from the top. Instantly, the Tona twins looked like they had just swallowed sour milk. The dreaded event. Grabbing his hair in absolute misery, Tona groaned. Bro, why the Bement Empire? I literally want to throw up just thinking about it. Daytona slumped to the floor, totally defeated. Don't even get me started on the formal wear. It chokes the life out of me. The elder glared down at them. Tough luck, kids. Because of you two taking the fall, the rest of the siblings get to skip dancing like clowns at the Imperial Gala. His expression suddenly shifted into a death glare. But an assignment is an assignment. You think you can whine? Show me that attitude one more time, and I'll personally introduce you to the afterlife. Terrified out of their minds, the twins squeaked out together. Understood. We apologize, Uncle. Jin felt a cold drop of sweat slide down his neck. The realization hit him. Sister Mayu and Anne orchestrated this entire nightmare just to humiliate the twins. Because their sword skills were absolute garbage, they were being shipped off to become the laughingstock of the Bement Empire. Savage. The elder cleared his throat, explaining that backing out of such a massive gala would make the run candles look bad. Plus, heavy hitters from all over the continent would be flexing their power there. Keep your eyes peeled. Try absorbing some actual skills for once. The twins nodded meekly. Yes, sir. Then, the elder's gaze snapped over. Jin. Straightening up instantly, Jin locked eyes with him. Sir. The old man flipped open a classified folder. Your operational directive is a high-profile assassination. Your mark? One of the personal toy boys of Talarus, the absolute ruler of the ice castle. Jin didn't even blink. Total poker face. Tona, meanwhile, practically choked on his own spit in shock. The elder raised an eyebrow. I assume you're familiar with the Ice Palace, and the monster who runs it? Jin kept his voice completely flat. Affirmative, Uncle. The ice castle is that colossal fortress piercing the sky out in the western seas. And the boss? The 51st sovereign of the domain, Talarus. The underworld calls her the Star Spider of the Abyss. She's notorious for turning anyone who breathes wrong on her boy toys into a gruesome science experiment. Her faction is totally off the leash, answering to neither Runcandle nor the Zipfels. The elder smirked darkly. So, you comprehend the insane power scaling we're dealing with here? He slid a heavily redacted dossier across the table. Target's identity, Alcaro Chenderer. He's got a top-tier ice castle enforcer acting as his meat shield, currently hiding out in the absolute war zone known as Mamet. Jin closed his eyes, calculating the odds. The twins basically short-circuited. Wait, Mamit? They screamed, instantly huddling together and whispering like panicked rats. Bro, dropping into Mamet? That's strictly elite guard knight territory, Daytona hissed. Tona was sweating bullets. Jin's a prodigy and all, but sending him there is just a guaranteed death sentence. Ignoring their meltdown, Jin smoothly cut in. Uncle, quick question. The client for this hit is the Chenderer Syndicate themselves. Are they seriously putting a bounty on their own bloodline? Elder Jakande didn't miss a beat. Spot on. The Syndicate threw everything into dragging his pathetic self back home, but nothing worked. At this point, wiping him off the map is way safer than letting him leak their dirty laundry to the world. So, kid, you got the guts to pull the trigger on this? Without a single ounce of hesitation, Jin's eyes turned to ice. Consider him dead. The elder was internally staggered by the sheer swagger of this kid. Who does this kid think he is? Jakande studied the absolute zero chill radiating from Jin, secretly incredibly impressed. This punk, is he completely clueless about the meat grinder that is Mamet and the ice castle? Why jump into the fire so fast? I literally had an elite squad on standby, ready to drag him out there if he threw a tantrum. Snapping back to reality, the old man kept his composure. Whatever. I like your ruthlessness. All three of you ship out in 48 hours. The twins were having a full-blown anxiety attack, stuttering wildly. You uncle, wait, Jin, bro, are you seriously walking into Mamet? Jakande just waved them off. If the kid wants a death wish, who am I to stop him? All afternoon drills are scrubbed until these ops are wrapped up. You're on lockdown for solo training. Dismissed. Playing it cool to protect the mission, the twins chimed in with a synchronized yes. Jin just gave a half-hearted shrug, muttering, whatever you say, Unk. Just then, Haytona spun around, hollering out, "Yo, Jin, little bro." Jin blinked, totally lost. What now? Haytona stumbled over his words. Well, it is just… Suddenly catching a massive burst of hype, he blurted out, "If things go completely south, drop the run candle name, flex the family title." Daytona backed him up instantly. For real, nobody is crazy enough to mess with us. Watching these two sweat bullets over him, Jin let out a massive sigh. Wait, are you guys actually stressing over me? Panic mode activated. The twins scrambled to backtrack. As if! We do not care at all, one yelled. Yeah, exactly. I am the one who gets to crush you later, so you better not kick the bucket out there. Jin totally ignored their tsundere act, casually spinning around with his blade in hand. Hey, boys, he tossed over his shoulder. When I make my comeback, you better have a new attitude. Mid-sentence, he unleashed an ice-cold, savage slash right through the training sphere. The twins practically jumped out of their skin, clinging to each other in pure terror. Their jaws hit the floor, eyes locked on Jin like they had just seen a ghost. With the target absolutely destroyed, Jin glanced back, flashing a blinding, picture-perfect grin. So, who is your favorite now? My sisters or me? Before they could even process the flex, the booming voice of the Run Candle Elder shattered the silence. Haytona, Daytona, the duo snapped into a flawless, synchronized bow. Sir, the Elder locked eyes on Jin's retreating figure. Take the kid's advice and start grinding. If you value your breathing privileges, do not pick a fight with that monster until you level up, he warned them, his voice heavy with some serious, ominous weight. Flash forward 48 hours. The squad was fully assembled and ready to roll out. Young master, are you seriously heading straight into Mammoth, the absolute worst slums? Jin did not even hesitate. Yep, Mesa frowned, still super anxious. But wait, what happened to your hair? Jin was rocking a completely new color. He quickly broke it down. Going undercover, rocking the Runkandel look out there is pure suicide. Got it, she nodded. He then threw out a quick, upbeat reminder. Since our quests do not match up, I am taking a completely separate portal. I have got to handle my own border check. You guys are on a suppression run, right? Jin checked. Mesa gave a sharp nod. Exactly. Pausing, he scanned the room. Why does everyone look like someone just kicked their puppy? Mesa and the crew looked absolutely miserable, though she quickly tried to brush it off. It is nothing major. We just wanted to send you off properly. Jin thought they were being way too dramatic and decided to crack a joke to kill the gloomy vibe. Why are we making this sound like a funeral? You are acting like I am never coming back. I mean, sure, worst case scenario, some of us might get wiped out, but stressing over it is zero help, right? Keep your eyes on the prize and focus on the mission. I am making it back alive, guaranteed. Stop overthinking it. Mesa managed to push out a weak, strained smile. Understood. Just watch your back out there, young master. Jin gave her a comforting tap on the shoulder. Will do. Catch you on the flip side. A bit later, Gilly gasped. Oh my gosh, that is adorable, Jin smirked. Right? Keep them safe for me. That is when the shadowy dragon decided to crash the chat. Relax, kid. I am the ultimate boss here. But before the mythical beast could hype himself up further, Jin shut him down. Just keep a low profile and stop acting like the main character. The dark dragon practically fumed, gnashing his fangs. Are you kidding me right now, you little punk? You are the one stepping into a war zone, so do not get sloppy. And do not think that fake hair makes you invisible. I am out of here. Fast forward a few minutes, and Jin was already walking his mount out to the courtyard. Gilly stared off into the distance, murmuring, with Sir Moroccan missing in action, this place is going to feel like a ghost town. Jin shot back instantly. Enjoy the peace and quiet, Gilly. I will make sure to cop some cool merch for you. She instantly clasped her hands together, looking like she was about to have a panic attack. But this hit job, taking out the secret lover of the Ice Castle's ruler, it is insanely risky. Look, I know you are way past the rookie level, but Mammoth is literal nightmare fuel. Please, please stay on high alert. Jin just effortlessly swung up into the saddle. Relax, I am invincible, he promised, flashing one last charismatic grin before riding off. The camera cut straight to the absolute gutter of the world. Mammoth, the ultimate dumping ground for the absolute worst scumbags alive. Right on cue, a massive, heavily armed brute kicked the saloon doors wide open, roaring, Listen up, you filthy rats. I am back in town. Where is my welcoming committee? A sketchy voice from the shadows mocked him immediately. Well, well, well. Look who dragged himself back. Tun running from the cops again? The giant named Tun stomped into the bar, puffing out his chest like he owned the joint. You bet your life I am, back in the only place, where pure chaos rules. Word on the street was, I got a little too soft hanging with the surface dwellers. Suddenly, the entire tavern went dead silent. Every single thug whipped their heads toward the entrance, sensing an insane aura dropping into the room. What the heck? Jin stepped through the doorway, his eyes radiating pure, unadulterated menace. He looked like an absolute final boss, ready to scorch the earth. The whole bar froze, totally caught off guard. Wait, fresh meat? Seriously? Jin ignored the peanut gallery, casually tossing a piece of silver into the air. Give me ice water, and whatever you have got on the stove, he demanded. The whispers started instantly. Check out the ego on this kid. The bartender kept his mouth shut, snatching the cash out of the air with a greedy smirk. Jin was already chilling at a corner booth. Out of nowhere, Tan loomed over him, slamming a heavy hand on his shoulder. Got a lot of nerve for a newbie, the giant sneered. What is your deal? Some washed-up Tier 9 knight running from his faction? When Jin completely ghosted him, refusing to even make eye contact, Tun leaned in super close, his face twisting into a rage-fueled scowl as he growled, I am talking to you, fresh meat. Newbies gotta learn the hierarchy. Get on your knees and shine my boots with your tongue. He didn't even get to drop the mic before. A cold blade was pressed flush against his throat. Scarlet sprayed across the wooden counter in a messy arc. Not even waiting for the loudmouth's body to hit the floor, Jin smashed his fist into the wood, shooting up from his seat. Are you gonna make me wait all day? He iced out. The whole tavern froze. Eyeballs nearly popped out of skulls. Then, absolute chaos erupted. Yo, the punks actually flatlined. Bro, I've been praying for this. The entire bar exploded into cheers, slamming their pints together in a massive toast. Jin just chewed on his bottom lip, shooting them a heavy glare. Sensei wasn't capping, he thought to himself. This entire zone is packed with absolute psychopaths. You want to sit at the villain's table? You gotta flex pure ruthlessness first. He snagged a shattered piece of a blade, turning it over in his palm. He seriously carried me through my past life, and this one too. One of these days, I swear I'll pay you back, master. Fast forward a bit, and a server slid a water glass and some pastry onto his table. The waiter threw their hands up defensively. It's clean. No toxins. Jin didn't even blink. Toxins are a massive red flag in this territory. I did my homework. The guy's eyes lit up, clearly impressed. Got a good head on your shoulders for a kid. Got relatives kicking around these parts? Jin flicked a solid gold coin onto the wood. Keep your nose out of my lore. The guy snatched the gold up instantly, flipping the switch to pure business mode. Right. So what's your poison? You need that special powder? Got a fresh batch in? That's been flying off the shelves. Or maybe you're hunting down a specific NPC? Jin took a bite of his dessert before dropping the name. You know anybody going by Hister in this dump? A mental flash of a girl rocking vibrant crimson hair crossed his mind. The boss squeezed his eyes shut and gave a hard shake. Nah, never heard of her. Jin brushed it off. Got it. So point me to a decent spot to crash for the night. Somewhere that isn't crawling with roaches, preferably. The guy didn't miss a beat. I know exactly the spot you're looking for. Head west till you hit a joint called the Moonwell. It's basically the VIP lounge where the big boss of Mamit crashes, so definitely don't pull any of that unhinged stunt you just did in here. Cut to sundown, casting dark shadows over the moon, well out in the West District. Jin was already scoping the perimeter, his brain running the files. Alcaro Chandler. Total trust fund trash. Son of a count. Dude was practically bubble-wrapped his whole life and wouldn't know real struggle if it punched him. He's just here to party and blow cash. Zero actual stats. Just coasting on daddy's jeans and a pretty face. A total coward who glazes anyone with actual power, while treating the weak like actual dirt. The only reason this pretty boy stepped foot in this nightmare of a city is to get noticed by the shadowy lord of the castle, who's currently busy flexing with his brand new fling. And this high-end spot right here, that's his temporary base. The intel broker mentioned a fresh stash of that white powder hitting the streets. High probability this rich kid is currently getting absolutely faded in his suite. And considering he's on the castle master's roster, there's zero chance he's moving without heavy security. Jin silently glided up the carpeted staircase, blending into the shadows. Step 1. Run a quick vibe check on whatever is happening behind that door. He slipped through the hallway just in time to hear gnashing teeth and a hyper-aggressive voice raging out. What do you mean no? Are you kidding me right now? You literally handed me the stash yesterday without batting an eye. Jin paused, peeking through the crack, a wicked smirk crossing his face. Talk about insane RNG. Didn't expect to find my target on the very first try. A deep, exhausted voice rumbled back. We cannot let you keep spiraling like this, sir. But the brat named Alcaro Chandler was having a full-blown meltdown. Screw you, just hand it over. I am literally begging you. I'm gonna crash if I go another hour without a hit. The massive guard didn't even flinch at the temper tantrum, deadpanning, a hard no is a hard no, young master. Need I remind you, we're paid to keep a pulse in your body, not babysit your addictions. That totally set Alcaro off. He jabbed a manicured finger right at the guy's face, eyes practically bulging out of his skull. Shut your mouth. I am so done listening to you. If you don't pass me that packet right this second, I'll handle this myself. I am memorizing your ugly mugs, you absolute trashes. The second my sugar daddy gets back, you are all getting packed up. The tank of a guard just let out a heavy sigh. Alcaro completely lost the plot. Excuse me? Did you seriously just sigh at me? The guard totally aired him, turning his head to lock eyes with his partner. You broke, bottom-feeding losers. Do you know who I am back at the Chandler Guild? Alcaro was mid-rant when a massive fist suddenly buried itself straight into his ribs. His pretty face twisted into pure agony. God, how much longer are we stuck playing bodyguard for this pathetic punching bag? The second guard spit out. I swear, I'm praying he just overdoses and does us a favor. The security detail was visibly sick to their stomachs dealing with this junkie. Why does the boss even keep this rat breathing? The first guard shot him a freezing glare. Zip it. We follow orders to the letter. Letting emotions drive the wheel gets you killed. Jin tracked their movements closely, his tactical brain kicking into overdrive. These goons are packing serious heat, at least tier 6 swordsmen. Wiping Alcaro off the map would literally be a cakewalk. The real headache is the extraction. I gotta bait this clown out of his safe zone and ghost these elite guards. Dropping toxins in Mammoth is a massive no-go. If I slip something in his drink, the entire underground of this city will put a bounty on my head. But raw-dogging a fight against those bodyguards is suicide. So what's the play? How do I stealth drop Alcaro right here inside the moon? Well, without triggering the alarms. Jin's eyes narrowed, mentally piecing the puzzle together. Bam! His fist hit the table he was locked in. That's it. I'm doing it. A hyped grin spread across his face. Fast forward to daybreak. Meanwhile, a sharp voice sliced through the morning air. Give me a head count. How much muscle does this dude have packed around him? Her lackey didn't miss a beat. 6 meatheads, boss. The rich girl snapped her dossier shut, a wicked little smirk playing on her lips. My bad, guys. Can you believe we're sweating this much just because some arrogant punk forgot his place in the food chain? Her 2 bodyguards chuckled, totally eating it up. Hey, it ends today, right? With you stepping onto the battlefield. This whole op is basically on easy mode. She flipped her hair. Facts. Sweeping a scrub like him off the board is light work. So, he's holed up at the moonlight? Well, let's move. I want this wrapped up before my morning coffee. Say less, boss. But just as they geared up, the sky literally tore open. Blinding purple lightning webbed across the clouds, converging into a massive, pulsing singularity before nuking the earth below. Boom! Shockwaves shredded the ground. The trio stumbled, ears ringing, fighting just to stay on their feet. One of the goons yelled over the chaos, "Boss, that strike. It hit right near the VIP rooms." The girl lost all her cool, spitting out, "Are you kidding me right now? Talk about atrocious timing," she screamed against the gale force winds. Cut back to Jin. Rewind slightly. Smack! His palm hit the desk. Let's do this. His eyes were absolutely locked in. Striding up the staircase, his brain was running 1,000,000 miles a minute. I'm going to completely wreck the moonlight well, right from the comfort of my bedroom. He knew exactly how to play this. If I push my soul power to the absolute limit, I can easily fake an impact, on par with a tier 6 spell. They'll be dead certain a 6-star heavy hitter is out for blood. And who in their right mind is going to suspect a 15-year-old kid of packing that kind of heat? Absolutely nobody. Not even that prodigy, Barrett Zippel, who literally just hit the 6-star milestone himself. Plus, soul power leaves 0 magical fingerprints. It's the ultimate ghost weapon. I'll be totally off the radar. Slipping out his colored contact lenses, he tweaked his disguise, perfectly staging it to look like an external ambush. Time to bring down the thunder. A massive lightning strike is the perfect cover. Instantly, pitch-black energy exploded from beneath his boots, flooding the room with his raw spiritual pressure. The shadowy mist violently spiraled upward, reacting to his insane power level. Moments later, Jin looked like a literal demon, completely swallowed by the dark void, crackling blue voltage dancing across his fingertips. Man, I've really cooked up something diabolical this time. A manic, almost unhinged grin took over. The electricity aggressively spiderwebbed across the room, rapidly snowballing into a terrifying, catastrophic beam of pure plasma. His glowing eyes pierced through the blinding flash. Strike. Yeah, this absolute apocalypse, all Jin's handiwork. Meanwhile, our overly confident rich girl and her crew were currently getting ragdolled by the shockwaves. What is happening? Talk about the worst RNG ever. Meet Cyrus Endorma, captain of the 7 swords of the Hidden Palace, and the literal heiress to the Palace Master. But right now, titles meant nothing. Jin's orbital strike intensified, completely blinding everyone in a white-hot downpour of electricity. Shielding his eyes, one of her guards screamed over the thunder, "Boss, someone inside the moonlight well must have seriously ticked off an elite caster." Cirrus was visibly sweating now. No kidding. Or worse, this could be a targeted hit on the Hidden Palace itself. Whipping her head around, she realized the math. We've got 6 operatives inside that blast zone. Not to mention Alcaro, my mom's toy boy. She instantly bolted forward. Move it. I couldn't care less if that deadbeat Alcaro gets fried. But our squad comes first. The twin bodyguards sprinted after her. Right behind you, Captain. Tearing down the street, she watched helplessly as rogue bolts continued to strike from the pitch-black canopy above. K-boom. A direct hit leveled the building right in front of them, launching chunks of concrete and splintered wood into the stratosphere. Bleeding and covered in ash, survivors started crawling out of the crater, completely losing their minds. Are you kidding me? What kind of absolute psycho drops a nuke like this? Dude, you swore you flatlined that Zipple mage last week. What if this is their guild coming for payback? I freaking told you! Seeing the survivors, Cirrus's guards recklessly hit the gas to intervene, but her blood ran cold. Wait, stop, you idiots, pull back, she shrieked. Too late. The air in front of them violently ionized. An apocalyptic pillar of light crashed down, completely cutting them off. This strike was 10 times bigger, obliterating the remnants of the street. In a devastating secondary explosion, the 2 goons froze, inches from death, their voices cracking. What in the actual world is happening? Cyrus stood completely paralyzed. The shockwave was unreal. That has to be the finale. No one spams ultimates like that. Her men visibly shook, nodding in terror. Staring into the massive, smoking crater of what used to be a bustling inn, Cirrus swallowed hard, silently praying. Please tell me my squad made it out. But just as the dust began to settle, a single, bloodied hand slammed onto a piece of shattered concrete. He clawed his way out of the wreckage he'd just caused, practically fighting for his life. That final burst of lightning completely drained my mana, pushing me right to the edge of the 7-star level. Honestly, I barely dodged the Grim Reaper, all thanks to this pendant. Looks like the Hidden Palace bodyguards somehow survived the blast. But where the heck is Alcaro? If that guy is still breathing, this is my perfect opening. Suddenly, a massive shadow blocked out the sun. Lady, Cyrus leaned in super close, hovering right over Jin. Wait, there are actually people my age in Mamet? You good? Guess you got caught in the crossfire too. He blinked, totally shell-shocked as he stared up at her. Without even waiting for an answer, Cyrus whipped around. Come on, let's move. Get on your feet, right on cue. 2 of her subordinates jogged over. Boss, our crew is over there, banged up, but breathing. Cirrus practically beamed. Awesome, love to hear it. Round everyone up outside. And if they're still guarding Alcaro, tell them to finish the job. These strikes have the exact same vibe. Definitely the work of one mastermind. If you spot the culprit, bind them immediately. The duo bowed. Understood. Meanwhile, Jin was still sitting there in a daze, quietly sizing Cyrus up. Wait, isn't she the literal heir to the Hidden Palace? Judging by that entire conversation, she definitely pulled up just to clip Alcaro. His assassination is already in motion, so I don't even need to double-check his pulse. The real headache is the fallout. If she memorizes my face, I'm toast. Time to go full incognito mode and slip away while everything is still pure chaos. Acting fast, he aggressively messed up his hair and kept his chin glued to his chest. Right at that exact second, a guard jogged up. Apologies, my lady. Alcaro didn't survive the ambush. Our unit completely blew the escort mission. Hearing this, Cirrus didn't even blink. Oh, for real? Best news I've heard all day. I literally came here to take him out anyway. Babysitting that absolute clown must have been exhausting. She aimed those savage words straight at Alcaro's personal guard, who could only gasp, my lady. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, she hopped up. Cyrus hoisted her blade high for the whole crowd to see and projected her voice. The Hidden Palace is officially seizing this inn. I am Cyrus Endorma, heir to Talaris, absolute ruler of the Hidden Palace, and captain of the 7 Swords. If anybody has a problem with that, you are now an enemy of the palace. That massive ego trip instantly pissed off half the room. The crowd was utterly triggered, aggressively pointing fingers and barking back. Are you kidding me right now? Even if you've got royal palace blood in your veins, this is Mamet. You think your faction can just casually step over the kings of this city and hijack the entire situation? You are wildly out of line. Plus, let's be real, the only reason we got nuked is probably because your squad dragged the heat here. The relentless backlash made Cirrus press her lips into a tight, silent line. A split second later, with one freezing, ultra-precise slash, her blade cleanly ripped through the throats of the loudmouths. Gripping her weapon as fresh blood literally steamed off the steel, she dropped a chilling reminder. I wasn't stuttering. Cross me, and you're at war with the Hidden Palace. Do you seriously think these so-called kings of Mamet can disrespect us just because they're playing pretend emperor in a literal garbage dump of criminals? If that magical airstrike was actually gunning for us, we'll cut you a check for the damages. But if that mage was actually hunting one of you street rats, and my people just caught the stray damage, how are you going to pay me back? The survivors, completely backed into a corner by her insane aura, swallowed their raging pride and just gritted their teeth. Sensing their submission, Cirrus pivoted on her heel, shooting the room an absolute death glare. I'd say that justifies my crew taking over this spot. A voice from the crowd groaned. Whatever. Do what you want. We're all stuck in this mess together. We need to hunt down the mage who nuked us and end them. Someone else chimed in. Facts. Right now, we filter through the survivors and weed out the caster. Cyrus crossed her arms. Don't look at my squad. We don't have a single magic user on site. Honestly, I bet my bottom dollar one of you low-level crooks stepped on the wrong guy's toes while plotting some petty heist. So drop the pointless attitude. Suddenly, she snapped her attention downward. And you. Cirrus casually rested her palm against a chunk of shattered concrete. Why are you moving like a turtle? Didn't I literally just tell you to scramble? Jin, who had furiously rubbed ash all over his face like makeshift camouflage, let out an awkward, goofy chuckle and stuttered, hey, I'm just a little freaked out right now. Plus, my left leg is completely busted up. My bad. Watching him nervously tremble, Cirrus unclipped a potion vial and scoffed. Wow, you're totally pathetic for a guy. Kinda cute though, I'll give you that, swordsman. Roll up your pant leg. You hit the jackpot surviving that nuke, and now you get the absolute VIP treatment. The great Cirrus Endorma, personally patching you up. Consider it a massive honor. Without a hint of hesitation, she dropped to one knee and started rubbing the glowing ointment into Jin's gash. Clearing his throat, he whispered, How am I supposed to pay you back for this? She just tilted her head up, a wicked smirk flashing across her face. Don't even sweat it, she flexed. Like someone on your level could ever pay back the legendary Cyrus anyway. Just frame this as a core memory, and maybe drop a bow toward the secret palace every now and then. Catching her vibe, she hopped up, spinning on her heel to bounce, but tossed a casual wave over her shoulder. Catch you later. Jin, sporting a dirt-smudged face, flashed a grin and waved right back. But the absolute second she vanished from his radar, that friendly smile completely melted back into his signature ice-cold glare. Mission secured. Boom. Cut to a totally different battlefield. A devastating strike cut through the air as a knight absolutely shredded a massive beast. The monster unhinged its jaw in a massive screech of agony before its colossal body crashed into the dirt, violently shaking the ground. The impact was insane. That makes 18, a voice hollered. Wiping off his blade, the knight planted his boot right on the dead beast's skull, hyped out of his mind. Looks like we're actually making it out of here, breathing. The two guys instantly slammed a high five. Bro, we are so going home. Time to rub this massive W in the faces of every single hater who clowned on us. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through their hype. Timont! Scott! Drop the egos. We've still got 7 of these freaks left on the board. Mesa locked eyes with them, dead serious, earning a collective groan. Ugh, we get it, Mesa. Usually these orcs swarm in packs, but seeing them wander around solo right now, it's literally free EXP. Honestly, either the universe is throwing us a bone, or young Master Jin seriously has some insane plot armor, and we're just soaking up his good vibes. Mesa's brows knit together, mentally running the numbers before she started barking out orders again. Keep sweeping the perimeter, double time. Do not let your guard down until this is completely wrapped up. Stay frosty. Right on cue, the brush nearby started rustling. A second later, the pitch-black head of the cat lord popped straight out of the foliage. He spun around, trudging away, looking absolutely miserable. So, they really think there are only 7 left, huh? Man, if they just sweep up the rest, I finally get to clock out and go home. Flashback to a few days ago, right when Jin's crew bagged this quest. A massive horde of orcs was crowding together when a booming voice echoed out. Roll call. Listen up, you ugly brutes. Starting right now, you only travel solo. Got it? The black dragon loomed over them, flashing an expression so menacing it could freeze blood. If any of you dare to defy me and squad up, I will personally wipe every single one of you off the map. Burn that into your brains. Now move out. Terrified, the giant orcs practically tripped over themselves, scattering into the shadows, every beast taking off in a completely different direction. Snapping back to present day, the black dragon was strolling solo, grumbling under his breath. That punk always forces me to do his dirty work. Seriously, what even is the point of a 1,000-year-old pact? Absolute garbage. Out of nowhere, an explosive shout shattered the silence, sending a flock of resting birds scrambling frantically into the sky. The center of the universe. Cut to a minute later, the cat lord was chilling up in the canopy, scoping out Jin's squad down below with a smirk. Once I'm back, I'm totally draining that kid's wallet for a brand new manhwa stash. Stuck in this feline form, it's literally my only perk. He flopped on his belly, letting out a massive sigh. Gotta carry this whole squad through the raid with 0 casualties. Suddenly, a colossal footstep smashed into the earth, sending a crazy shockwave through the ground. The black dragon snapped into combat mode instantly. Pitch-black aura flared around him as his senses dialed to 11. What is that insane mana? And it's heading right for me. Through a thick wall of fog, a monstrous silhouette ripped into view. Yeah, this was definitely going to be a boss fight. Shifting back into his human vessel, the black dragon kept his eyes locked on the threat. Are you kidding me? Where did these freaks even spawn from? 0 chance they're just going to back off. Thank God they're barely 3-star tier. If Jin had to solo this. Raw magical energy ignited in his palm, priming him for a beatdown. That kid is totally gonna sense my domain. Without skipping a beat, he hurled that pure destructive force. Straight down. A blinding vortex of pitch-black energy crashed into the dirt, its intensity multiplying by the second, forcefully warping reality into a dark dimension. Taking a breather on the sidelines, Belop instantly sensed the vibe shift. Peering up at the sky, he frowned. Huh? Did someone turn the sun off? Is a storm rolling in? Meanwhile, outside the barrier, the colossal figure kept closing the gap, dragging a massive, deadly rake behind it. Suddenly, a single, blood-red eye flared alive in the darkness. A haunting voice rumbled out, followed by the absolute god-tier manifestation of the original Black Dragon, who snarled, "You actually have a death wish?" He hovered menacingly in the sky, staring down the towering behemoth, marching an army through my turf without an invite? But mid-sentence, the dragon narrowed his eyes. Wait a second. You aren't even breathing. You're just a crusty old relic. The giant tomb guardian blocking his path was literally a headless stone golem, decked out in heavy armor. The black dragon started running the lore in his head. I swear my brethren drove these things to extinction 2,000 years ago. Plus, what the hell are the giant sentinels of the dead gods doing out here? Doesn't matter. This little class reunion ends now. Game over. He hacked up a dark, pulsating sphere, crackling with chaotic aura. I'm wiping you out in one shot. The second the words left his mouth, the sphere erupted into a hyper beam of pure destruction. That spiraling vortex of doom blasted straight into the giant. The golem's crimson eye pulsed frantically, unleashing an ungodly, glitchy, metallic scream. The sheer force of the explosion ripped the atmosphere apart, blinding out the entire battlefield. A sharp shockwave of light pierced straight through the smoke cloud. Reality practically spun on its axis until the dust finally settled a second later. Only the massive black dragon and debris suspended in midair were left behind. Seconds later, the colossal beast slammed down onto the dirt. The monstrous form melted away, leaving just a regular guy behind. Rolling his shoulders and stretching out his stiff joints, he let out a heavy sigh. Man, is this what happens when you skip leg day for a century? My entire body is screaming, he muttered. And there is 0 chance that Tomb Guardian just spawned in by accident. His mind raced, connecting the dots. Every single sign points straight to the Zippel clan. Seriously, what kind of messed up timeline are we living in right now? He made a mental note to keep his mouth shut around the kid. If some next-level threat dropped on them right now, he absolutely could not keep the boy alive. But give that kid 10 solid years of grinding at his current pace, he thought, a smirk creeping onto his face, and he will absolutely sweep the floor with the Zippels. A vision of Jin Runkandel flashed through the dragon's mind. Instantly, the camera cuts away, teleporting us to a completely different vibe. Inside a dimly lit room, the heavy wooden door burst open. A frantic, overweight dude rocking thick glasses stumbled inside, completely losing his mind. He immediately started whining. "Boss! Sir Bishkal, we are completely cooked. My absolute masterpiece, the Tomb Guardian. It is ruined." Enter Bouba Gaston, the notorious shape-shifting sorcerer. Standing across from him was Bishkal Yvlan, the mastermind calling the shots for the Kinselo Revolutionary Council. Bishkal smoothly pushed the door shut, his voice deadpan. "Yeah, I got the memo. Heard a Tomb Guardian ambush the kids, in the dead of night." Booba literally gasped for air, grabbing his own hair in pure distress. "Exactly. Oh my god, what kind of absolute psycho would straight up delete my ultimate creation?" Bishkal stepped up, trying to talk him off the ledge. "Look, Booba, that does not even matter right now. The guy who one-shotted your giant was a literal dragon. A shadow dragon, to be exact. I went down to the blast zone and checked the receipts myself." Bouba Gaston froze, his jaw practically hitting the floor as panic washed over him. "Wait, a dragon? Are you telling me those scaled freaks are tracking our every move?" Bishkal narrowed his eyes. "No clue, but it definitely feels like a massive warning shot. Just stay frosty and watch your six. I will dispatch some elite hitters to cover you." Bishkal's expression turned absolute 0 as he locked in his next move. "We need to set up a sit-down with the Zippel clan as soon as possible." The scene snapped straight back to Elder Jordan Runcandle, standing tall with his hands planted on his hips, practically dying of laughter. "Amazing. Every single one of you crushed the mamidop and made it back in one piece. The suits who set you up for failure are probably having a total meltdown right now. They are absolutely mauling. Standing in the courtyard, Jin bowed slightly. Appreciated, uncle. The Run Candle elder then waved his hand, barking out, "All right, listen up. Entire unit, at ease." The squad barked back instantly. "Yes, sir." Fast forward a bit. The crew was totally vibing, crowding around Jin to check up on him. "Young master, we were stressing. Thank God you are in one piece." Jin flashed a chill smile, replying, "Yeah, we all pulled our weight out there." But right nearby, Emil was lurking in the shadows, side-eyeing the whole interaction. "You guys catching this? I have zero clue how, but some random mage magically decided to blow up the exact hotel where our assassination target was crashing." The dude standing next to him practically turned green with jealousy. "Bro, are you kidding me? Young Master Jin literally has plot armor." Emil scoffed, fully agreeing. The RNG in this world is garbage. Not only was he born into the Run Candle bloodline, but the universe just hands him W's on a silver platter. Meanwhile, some of us grind out here 24/7, and we are permanently hard stuck as low-tier cadets. Like, I have no idea how busted the rest of the family is, but the kid isn't even 4-star yet, and he gets to roll with a squad full of 3-star elites? Yo, Kajin, are we seriously just gonna let him flex on us? Kajin did not say a word at first. When he finally spoke, his voice was pure ice. Nah. But what exactly do you expect us to do? Even if everyone treats him like the family disappointment, he still has that pure Run Candle DNA flowing through his veins. Honestly, until Lady Anne gives us the green light, our hands are tied. Suddenly, Kajin froze, his eyes locking onto a shadow up ahead. Jin had literally just materialized right in front of them. The whole group chat went dead silent. Wait, did he just catch all of that? No shot. He was way too far away, they whispered, sweating bullets. Out of nowhere, Jin hit them with the most menacing little smirk. "Hate to break it to you besties, but I caught every single word." The two guys who were just talking trash looked like their souls had left their bodies. Not skipping a beat, Jin casually asked, "Yo, Kajin Romero, how is that right arm holding up?" Kajin stayed seated, his glare sharp enough to cut glass as he fired back. "It is perfectly fine," the medic said. Slapping it back on was a breeze, especially since it was such a clean slice. Jin just shrugged, looking totally unbothered. "Love that for you. But honestly, it sounded like you guys were cooking up a pretty spicy podcast topic over here." Kajin snapped back, heavy on the sarcasm. "Oh, definitely. The most toxic thing bottom feeders like us can do is spill tea about the untouchable young master Jin. My deepest apologies." But Jin did not even blink. His face was stone cold as he dropped the hammer. "Look, whether I accept your fake apology or not is totally irrelevant. I am not even officially a knight yet, so my business shouldn't even be on your radar, right?" Kajin completely lost his cool, raising his voice and catching a massive attitude. "Let's be real here. Couldn't you literally just snap your fingers and have your goons drag us out back to get jumped?" Jin tilted his head. "Why would I waste my time?" Kajin let out a bitter laugh, his volume spiking. "Because I am literally standing here disrespecting you to your face. It is genuinely pathetic." Mesa immediately tried to step in and de-escalate the situation, stepping up to the guy. "Yo, Kajin, what exactly are you trying to pull here?" But the dude was already getting up, his expression shifting into dead serious mode. "Oh, really?" he scoffed. "Because the way I see it, watching our precious young master soak up all this glory for a mission he literally just lucked his way through absolutely makes me sick." Jin didn't even flinch, standing his ground with flawless posture before firing back. "Yeah, I think you're getting things completely twisted. I didn't call you pathetic just because you were throwing shade or acting totally out of line towards me." Before the hater could even spit out a comeback, Jin casually rested his hand on his sword hilt and kept pressing. "Kajin Romero, a literal 5-star knight. Your combat skills easily wipe the floor with most intermediate cadets here. Honestly, your raw power might actually top mine. So why are you just lurking around, talking all that trash behind my back?" The moment those words dropped, an insane rush of adrenaline flooded Jin's veins. He unsheathed his blade, straight up daring the guy to make a move. "Pretty sure I made it clear you could step up and challenge me whenever." The lethal steel was now leveled right at Kajin's face. The knight hesitated, questioning if this was actually allowed, but Jin didn't waver. "Absolutely. Draw your weapon. Don't you dare hold back either. We are ending this beef right here, right now." Hearing that, pure, unfiltered murder flashed across Kajin's eyes. "Sounds to me like you're begging for a totally unrestricted fight, meaning no holding back on our auras." Jin didn't even blink. Spot on. Kajin ripped his own weapon from its scabbard, his voice dripping with venom. "You are going to deeply regret this." Losing all his chill, the knight exploded forward, bringing his blade crashing down with terrifying force. Jin whipped his own weapon up just in time to catch the heavy strike. Sparks flew as the young master analyzed the impact. This guy hits like an absolute truck, he realized. But honestly, compared to the absolute monsters I am destined to clash with later down the line, this is basically child's play. Meanwhile, Kajin was throwing every single ounce of his muscle into his swings. The older guy's face twisted into an unhinged, manic grimace. Yet, Jin remained completely locked in, effortlessly parrying blows that would have easily destroyed a lesser fighter. For a split second, the young master appeared to be losing ground, skidding backward under the heavy pressure. That is when Kajin's incredibly cocky voice echoed across the courtyard. Getting hit with a reality check yet, little master? You are still way too pathetic to handle my level. The knight charged in like a raging bull, weapon hoisted high, looking to literally cleave the kid straight in half. Jin clamped his jaw tightly, raising his guard to absorb the massive overhead swing. But while his attention was totally zeroed in on the steel, a sudden, brutal force slammed directly into his ribs. Kajin had snuck in a vicious front kick, sending Jin flying backwards. Refusing to give him room to breathe, the furious knight unleashed a razor-sharp wave of energy that sliced through the air like a crescent moon. Jin stared down the incoming attack, his eyes widening. I can read it, he mentally cheered, feeling a massive surge of pure hype. He smoothly arched his spine backwards, letting the lethal arc sail harmlessly past him. It is exactly like that time I caught Haytona's massive iron sphere. The guy's entire attack pattern is basically moving in slow motion. Even as a tiny lock of his hair drifted away, sheared off by the razor-thin margin of the dodge, he did not panic. Watching his opponent spam combo after combo, Jin's tactical brain went to work. Sure, the total amount of combat arts a knight can whip out to slice through empty space is huge, but someone hard stuck at 5 stars? Their arsenal is actually super limited. Having totally recovered his balance, the young prodigy locked in, perfectly deflecting every single hit from the guy whose rage was making him incredibly sloppy. Kajin's features were heavily distorted, completely consumed by pure anger. He was grinding his teeth so hard he looked ready to literally snap. Right then, their blades collided in a massive, earth-shaking clash. Jin quickly did the math in his head. 3 hits. That is all I need to wrap this up. He stared dead into his opponent's eyes, speaking with chilling confidence. I have totally downloaded your entire moveset. It is game over for you. That absolute disrespect pushed Kajin right over the edge. He let out a deranged laugh. Still talking absolute nonsense? You spoiled brat? Then, completely abandoning all logic, he threw every last drop of his energy into a wild assault, while Jin just coldly predicted the entire sequence. Step 1. Incoming sweep from the left side, followed up by a desperate headbutt. The kid casually swiped his blade to counter, then swiftly hopped back to create space. Suddenly, the older knight, who had been swinging like an absolute lunatic, froze in his tracks like his instincts were screaming at him. Here comes his ultimate finisher, Jin noted. The weapon ignited with an insane surge of glowing energy, unleashing a terrifying pressure that a 4-star rookie literally could not even fathom. Trying to survive. Jin let that monstrous strike rip. The devastating impact launched Kajin backward like a ragdoll, ripping his weapon right out of his grip and sending it flying. Amidst a massive cloud of shattered pavement and dust, the knight crashed heavily into the dirt, totally paralyzed. Way beyond physical agony, his expression was just pure, unfiltered shock. He stammered out, "Bro, how? How is that even possible? That final strike was 100%. Jin calmly walked up to the defeated guy, aiming the razor-sharp tip directly at his throat, and laid down the facts. Guess I finally figured out exactly how many years it is going to take me to officially hit 5-star status, he announced, looking like an absolute boss, standing over his prey. The older knight's face went completely grim, cold sweat dripping down his forehead as the bitter reality set in. You totally set me up, didn't you? Nobody said you were already packing 5-star power. Jin shut that excuse down instantly. Nah, I never faked a single thing. You just clearly have no idea who you were messing with. I am never stepping into a battle unless I know for a fact I am walking out the winner, the prodigy stated coldly, smoothly sliding his blade back into its sheath. Just then, the twin menaces, Haytona and Daytona, came sprinting onto the scene, yelling, "Yo, what exactly went down here?" But the second they processed the aftermath, both siblings completely glitched out, catching Jin looking completely unbothered, while the veteran Kajin was slumped in the dirt looking utterly destroyed. Their jaws literally hit the floor. Wait, are you kidding me right now? There is no way. The youngest actually crushed Kajin? Already? Jin just strolled right past them, dropping a casual, honestly, was not even a warm-up. His 2 brothers could only stare at his back, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Yeah, you heard that right. Smash cut to a dimly lit room, where a sharp, furious voice shatters the silence. So let me get this straight. You got absolutely wiped the floor with by the youngest? You expect us to buy that garbage? Kajin just stood there, dripping with sweat, and confessed, I have zero excuses. I disgraced myself. The shadowy figure, leaning back in their chair, narrowed their eyes. Spit it out. Did you take a payout? Or did you pull your punches? Just because he has the run candle blood running through his veins? Kajin frantically shook his head. I swear on my life, absolutely not. My lady. She slammed her hand down. Then make it make sense. Are you honestly trying to sell me on the idea that a 15-year-old rookie just skyrocketed to 5 stars out of nowhere? Kajin doubled down, his voice trembling. It is the undeniable truth. Literally everyone at the training grounds witnessed the slaughter. The aura radiating off him was way beyond a standard 5-star. Her face twisted in pure disgust. Ugh, whatever. Betting on trash like you was my first mistake. Get the hell out of my sight. Kajin did not dare to argue, simply bowing his head in utter humiliation before retreating. The heavy wooden door clicked shut. The 2 remaining figures sat in dead silence for a beat, before one finally whispered, Is this kid actually becoming a massive threat to us? She snapped back instantly. Not just us. He is a walking hazard to the entire hierarchy. We need to plant our own assassins in his next dispatch. A completely toxic, twisted grin crept across her face. I know exactly where they are sending him. We make sure the only thing coming back is a body bag. Meanwhile, back in his quarters, the vibe was totally different. Gilly walked in carrying fresh supplies, beaming. Young master, the entire sword garden is buzzing right now. People are absolutely losing their minds over what you pulled off. Jin casually glanced down from his window, completely unfazed. Is that so? I guess the only others to do this were the first patriarch, the old man, and Sister Luna, right? Since those 3 are literally the only legends in Run Candle history to hit 5-star knight status by age 15. Let us do a quick stat check. 5-star swordsmanship, 4-star magic, and 5-star shadow energy. Honestly, even I did not predict maxing out my sword skills this fast. I was just grinding with the clarity stones like any other day. And boom, I broke through. He leaned heavily against the wooden frame, staring into the courtyard as the gears in his head turned. It is all clicking now. Whenever one of my core abilities levels up, especially the shadow energy, the magic and aura passively catch a massive buff, too. I remember back when I pushed my shadow limits to the absolute max, it forcibly blew open my mana and aura circuits. Being the only person in history juggling all 3 means I am flying blind without a guidebook, but they are 100% feeding off each other. His train of thought derailed when he spun around, catching a glimpse of a fresh planter on his ledge. Hey Gilly, did you leave these blooms here? He asked, instantly on guard. I did. The vase was looking super sad while you were out grinding. Thought I would brighten the place up. Do you hate them? I can toss them out. Jin threw his hands up to stop her. Nah, chill. I scanned them. No toxic magic or hexes detected. We are good. Gilly just flashed a knowing smile. Figured you would check. Jin brushed it off, shifting gears. Anyway, getting back to business, once the rumor mill drops, the bomb that I am a 15-year-old 5-star, my dear siblings are going to collectively lose their minds. He dropped into his chair, the playful vibe vanishing instantly. And that includes Joshua, the golden boy currently sitting on the heir-apparent throne. Joshua, run candle. The moment our oldest sister Luna threw away her crown as the first knight, the runner-up snatched the spotlight. He immediately locked himself in as the ultimate frontrunner to rule the clan. With our terrifying mother pulling strings in the shadows, the infamous Rosa Run Candel, his grip on power is practically ironclad. Meanwhile, Murakan, stuck in his chubby cat form, was just mercilessly destroying a plate of macarons on the desk, eavesdropping on the whole strategy session. Look, playing the weak, hidden gem trope would be the safe bet right now. But honestly, flexing my actual power level is the ultimate power move. Now that the 5-star secret is out of the bag, it is not just staying within these walls. The hype train is leaving the station. My name is about to headline every major newspaper across the continent. The disguised black dragon casually licked frosting off his paw and scoffed. Get a load of this kid massaging his own ego. But hey, stepping into the limelight might actually force your psycho brother to play nice in public. Jin nodded firmly. Exactly. But here is the real jackpot. The old man is going to personally descend upon the sword garden. The heavy weight of that statement hit Gilly and the dragon, like a massive truck. Father is desperate for a wild card to replace Joshua. You are probably thinking, wait, what about Sister Luna? The truth is, he always thought the rest of his kids were absolute trash compared to her. But the one prodigy he actually respected could not care less about sitting on a throne. Because she lacked the ruthless drive, he officially crossed her off the leaderboard. And after she stepped down, Joshua basically walked right into the most valuable player spot. The rest of the pack, Dipus, Luntia, and Mary, they just got slapped with the backup heir labels. That rigid little hierarchy was rock solid. That is, until I decided to crash the party. Jin's eyes went dark, his mind playing elite mind games. The patriarch does not care about age. If you have the raw talent, you get a seat at the table. He is going to hand me a personalized quest, just like back in the rookie days. And I am betting everything that this mission comes with 2 massive strings attached. Number 1, the ultimate test. Can I actually bridge the massive experience gap and survive against my siblings, the current top-tier candidates? Number 2, a safety net. The old man is not going to let me get randomly assassinated by my jealous brothers before I even prove my worth. Simply put, I am the ultimate wild card. Just as he finished his intense monologue, Gilly chimed back in. Well, if the press actually runs wild with your story, our mailbox is about to blow up, with VIP invites from literally every faction on the map. Jin shot back with total confidence. No kidding. Easiest way to handle this mob? Throw a massive flex of a party. The second my old man touches down, we're hosting a grand banquet. Gilly, get the ball rolling on that. He paused, jabbing a finger straight at the oversized black reptile lounging nearby to drop a crucial warning. And keep a hypervigilant eye on Murakami. If this giant lizard decides to pull a sneaky human transformation and crashes the VIP section, we are totally cooked. Got it? The dragon's head snapped up, completely offended. Wait, what? Murakami threw a literal tantrum, stomping his claws on the floor. Bro, do I look like a toddler to you? I know the drill. Come on. Gilly shut down his whining with professional grace. Consider it done, young master. Now, where did I stash those fresh pastries? Flash forward a few days. Gilly, happily styling a floral centerpiece, dropped some casual tea. The administrative staff has been sweating bullets, drowning in RSVP letters. Young master. I bumped into Petro, and guess what? The Beemet royal family actually dropped an official inquiry. Jin raised a single eyebrow. The Empire's top dogs? Color me shocked. Guess the hype is real. Gilly then laid out the master schedule. Lord Patriarch pinged Khan with his itinerary. He's making his grand entrance in exactly 1 month. We're slotting all the other noble houses around his arrival. Weirdly enough, though, your siblings have been completely ghosting us. Dead silent. Jin snapped his book shut, his face totally unbothered. Makes sense. Trying to sabotage me while I'm trending this hard is basically broadcasting their own insecurities to the entire world. They just look like jealous haters. They know better. Boom. The heavy oak doors violently slammed open. Petro practically fell into the room, gasping for air and looking completely unhinged. Young master. Orders just dropped. But, bro, they're sending you to the Colon ruins. Cut to a completely different, much darker scene. The atmosphere in the main hall was thick with killing intent. So, you call yourselves elite, yet you pull a pathetic stunt like this? The supposed elites were currently lined up like scolded toddlers, absorbing a tsunami of maternal wrath. Lady Rosa was absolutely livid. Her raw aura fractured the floor tiles as she screamed, "Are you out of your minds? Dispatching our youngest into straight-up zipful territory? You absolute clowns." Mid-meltdown, the grand doors creaked open. Rosa's demonic aura vanished instantly, replaced by a terrifying calm. "Ah, you made it." Jin stepped in. "Yes, mother." The room was packed with heavy hitters. First up, a silver-haired menace named Luntia, holding the 3rd seat among the Run-Candle Knights. Right beside her stood Ran, clutching the 5th seat, and Vigo, claiming the 6th. Absolute monsters in human skin. Rosa's piercing gaze locked onto Jin. "Did the rumors reach you? About the Colon Ruins assignment?" Jin didn't even blink. Loud and clear, Rosa smoothed out her elegant dress, her voice ice cold. "Scrap that. The operation is officially terminated. You are not stepping foot in Colon." Miu and Anne visibly flinched, their eyes going wide in shock. "Wait, mother!" they shrieked in unison. Rosa's patience instantly evaporated. "Zip it! All you parasites care about is plotting his assassination." One of the brothers just scoffed, tapping his own chest without a drop of guilt. "Mom? Seriously? Is it that crazy we want him dead?" He threw his hands up, acting like the victim here. "For real? It makes zero sense why you're suddenly playing his guardian angel." Rosa massaged her temples, feeling a massive migraine coming on. "Wow. If you fools keep running your mouths with this garbage." But the peanut gallery wasn't done yapping. "Hold up. You and Dad literally hardwired us to tear each other's throats out. Isn't survival of the fittest our entire family brand? You know damn well every single one of us was raised in the absolute trenches." "Exactly. I've been tossed into suicide missions back to back, and I was barely scraping the bottom of the intermediate ranks back then." The heavy accusations hung in the air. Rosa actually went dead silent. She let out a heavy sigh, keeping her eyes shut. "Fine, you're not wrong. Ruthless competition is the backbone of this clan, no matter how dirty or underhanded the tactics get." Then, she dropped a nuclear bomb on their egos. "But tell me this, did a single one of you lock in your knighthood at the ridiculously young age of 15? Did you? Mayu and Anne choked on their own breath, completely stunned. Jin just stood there, icy and silent. Rosa's tone left absolutely zero room for debate. Your little brother is built different. If any of you had flexed this hard at his age, I would have shielded you too. While the siblings exchanged completely baffled looks, Luntia was chilling in the shadows, casually hiding a massive yawn behind her hand. Rosa then twisted the knife into their shattered pride. To put it bluntly, you simply weren't worth protecting. Looking at the pathetic state of you knights right now, yeah, I definitely have zero regrets. Then, the crosshairs snapped onto the silent trio. Luntia, Ran, Vigo. Since you claim to be full-fledged knights, you're catching stray heat for this circus act too. Luntia, you're on self-imposed house arrest. As for Ran and Vigo, you're both coughing up one of your premium clan-issued blades. Right now, Vigo's face twisted into pure outrage. Mom, seriously, what do you mean hand over my sword? Rosa shot him a death glare that could freeze lava. If I were really playing hardball, I'd strip your entire arsenals, take the slap on the wrist and say thank you. They grit their teeth, absolutely mauling, but nobody dared to talk back. Meanwhile, Jin just stood there, a lone predator chilling casually inside a den of starving tigers. Letting the heavy silence stretch, Rosa, the Black Panther, locked her intense gaze onto Jin. So, what is your next move, youngest? Now that innocent bystanders are caught in the crossfire, are you going to play the victim and beg me to punish your siblings? Or are you going to just ride my coattails and let this power go to your head? Show me what you are made of. She was practically buzzing to see his next play. Without missing a beat, Jin met his mother's piercing stare head-on. She simply nodded. Go ahead, let us hear it. Instantly dropping the tension, the boy flashed a dangerously innocent grin. Honestly, I am absolutely obsessed with the assignment they gave me. That completely caught Rosa off guard. Her eyes widened as she snapped. Do you even comprehend what the colon ruins actually are? He fired back with zero hesitation, instantly wiping the smug smirks right off Mew and Anne's faces. Oh, I am fully aware. It is a massive graveyard in Zippel territory, a total meat grinder that our Runcandle ancestors tried to claim, only to get absolutely crushed. Pure nightmare fuel. But guess what? Jin's features hardened into an icy, unshakable glare. I am not running from this smoke. Standing his ground, he radiated pure main character energy. I genuinely love this massive trap my dearest sister set up for me. Yeah, it is basically a death sentence, but I do not see it as unfair at all. Actually, it is quite the opposite. It is just their twisted way of admitting I am a massive threat. Rosa blinked, utterly baffled. Excuse me? Jin did not miss a beat. Why else would they desperately try to get rid of me right now? Rosa narrowed her eyes, probing deeper. Bold words. Are you questioning my judgment? Absolutely not, he fired back. Look, if we randomly cancel this op now, everyone on our payroll is going to talk. They will think the mighty Runcandle clan is getting washed. Rosa scoffed, her brow furrowing. Our foot soldiers would never dare question us over something this petty. Let us be real, your sisters just want you dead. Since clan rules ban them from physically ending you, they are exploiting their administrative power to set you up. But Jin's resolve did not waver an inch. Exactly, mother. That is my entire win condition. If I threw hands with my sisters today, I would absolutely get folded. But surviving this bloodbath, crushing this mission is how I fight back. This is a game I can actually win. Rosa still tried to pull him back from the edge. Listen to me. One single mistake in the colon ruins means you come back in a body bag. Are you 100% certain about this? Jin did not blink. I am. Oh, and I have one minor condition. When I pull this off and walk back through those doors breathing, I want you to hand over the blades my older brothers surrendered. The two brothers in question physically jumped, breaking into a cold sweat. Jin just shrugged it off casually. Considering you just called this a suicide run, I would say that is the bare minimum hazard pay. The matriarch was left completely speechless. Ran aggressively scratched his head, clearly stressing out. Bro, why are you hyper-fixating on our forfeited weapons? If you are that desperate for a sword, I will literally just give you mine. Please, just drop this madness. You just need to stay alive until father gets back. Jin shot him a look of pure disbelief. Weird flex, brother. If you thought this whole setup was so toxic, why were you dead silent? When Anne and Mayu were actively plotting my funeral, before Rand could scramble for an excuse, Rosa's commanding voice echoed through the hall. Enough. If you actually survive this hellscape and come back in one piece, the swords are yours. Meeting adjourned. Get out of my sight. The enraged siblings groaned in absolute defeat, whining, Mother. But Rosa just stood there, lost in her own thoughts, previously terrified that Jin would shatter like Luna did. I thought I crushed the spirit out of these kids, but I was stressing for nothing. When Siren finally returns, he is going to lose his mind over this boy's massive glow-up. A genuine, terrifying smirk of satisfaction crept onto her face. By now, the youngest son had wrapped things up and was already at the exit. Anne could not resist taking one last shot. What is your endgame here? Still praying that plot armor saves you? Gripping the handle, Jin tossed a casual look over his shoulder. Who knows? You guys might be clueless, but my luck is notoriously garbage. His totally unbothered vibe made her blood boil. Drop the edgy act. This is an official clan expedition, which means you are getting mandatory babysitters for your little trip to the lower realms. Jin offered a hollow, polite nod. Thanks so much for the concern. Then, dropping his temperature to absolute zero, he threw them a glacial glare. Catch you all later. A little while later, rocking an all-white fit, Jin stood face-to-face with Kajin's squad. Mail stepped up, plastering on a fake, customer service smile. Allow us to properly introduce ourselves, boss. I go by Mail Haas. I will be your shadow for this operation. Rima immediately jumped on the PR train, and I am Rima Haas. It is an absolute privilege to deploy with you, sir. We deeply regret any past friction. You can completely count on us. The two of them were laying the fake friendliness on incredibly thick. Even Kajin, swallowing his usual toxic pride, pressed a fist over his heart and bowed like a loyal servant. My blade is yours as well. Jin, soaked in the performance, pivoted to leave and tossed an order over his shoulder. Cool. Let us sweep the past under the rug and just focus on surviving this nightmare together. The trio instantly lit up. Yes, sir. We appreciate it. They chanted perfectly in sync. But as Jin walked away, his internal monologue painted a very different picture. Respect? Yeah. Absolute cap. These three are completely leashed to Anne and Mayu. The second things go south, they are 100% tossing me to the wolves. Right on cue, Mail whipped out the official mission briefing. Let me break down this op for you. Our main goal here is securing the totems. We are dropping right into the Colon ruins, and we need to bag exactly 4 of them. Back in the day, these Colon ruins were actually home to thousands of tribal natives, but right now, the whole zone is basically locked down by the Zipfel clan, acting under the Palon Kingdom's thumb. The Zipfel goons stumbled upon this place a few centuries back, and the second they unearthed this ancient site, they straight up slaughtered or enslaved nearly all the locals. Sure, the modern Zipfel clan loves to flex about how much they respect the Colon natives, but that is total PR garbage to save face. On paper, they get VIP treatment, but behind closed doors, they are nothing but prisoners, trapped in a system built to keep them down. Why? Because the actual lives and basic human rights of the Colon tribe mean zero to the rest of the world. The only reason the Zipfels kept any locals breathing was to maintain the region's ecosystem, putting on this grand, fake apology tour for their dark past. Usually, the Zipfel clan tries to play the good guy, making fair laws, so their subjects actually want to follow them. But with the Colon, they totally crossed the line. The real reason they ghosted their own morals and risked extreme backlash over these ruins was to hunt down a mythical mirror stashed away by the natives. Cut to Jin and Mail's squad, creeping through the shadows like absolute ghosts. The mirror's existence was highly classified, strictly off-limits to anyone outside the Zipfel elite. But before my regression, that massive secret leaked, all thanks to one seriously gutsy reporter. The headline of that massive exposé ripped the lid off Zipfel's shady ops, proving they were hunting a specific artifact. Based on the natives whispering the truth, that legendary item was known as the Fountain of Mana. Literally just making eye contact with this thing could skyrocket a person's magic stats to god-tier levels. Harnessing that power, the Zipfel pumped out insane numbers of factory-made wizards, but historically, their massive mage factory doesn't boot up for another 10 years, meaning they haven't actually secured the fountain yet. The male crew exchanged a quick, knowing glance and gave a solid nod. Gripping his blade tight, Jin swore to himself he would never let that relic end up in Zipfel territory this time around. Right then, a hushed whisper cut through the tension. Boss, the magic users are circling back. They are pulling up to the main Zipfel rally point, and those totems we are tracking, they are locked up tight in warehouse number 3. Mail quickly broke down the battle strat. Jumping them won't be the issue, but they are absolutely packing heavy defensive wards. Kajin stepped up, looking dead serious. We got your back, boss. No matter how crazy this gets, we will tank the hits for you, even if it costs us everything. Hearing that intense loyalty, Jin was totally stunned for a second, but kept it cool, replying smoothly, I appreciate the hype, guys. But to make it out breathing, we need to save our energy. Let's take a breather. We strike in 1 hour, Jin commanded, passing around some gear. Kajin snapped to attention, saying, Whatever you say, boss. Jin tossed over some jerky packets, adding, Fuel up, everyone. Mail coolly accepted his share and started chewing without a single word. Rima and Kajin didn't even hesitate, wolfing down the snacks to recharge their health. Waiting until the crew swallowed the last bite, Jin dropped a bomb. All right then, I am running this op solo. You guys catch some sleep. Yanking his collar high to mask his features, Mail instantly freaked out. Wait, what do you mean, boss? Kajin blinked hard, totally lost, going, hold up, did you just drug us? Jin brushed it off, saying, chill out, it is literally just a heavy sedative. The crew desperately tried to fight the drowsiness, groaning in protest. Jin just stood there, watching his squad drop like flies one by one, before letting out an annoyed sigh. Man, give me a break. Could you guys make it any more obvious you were sent here to assassinate me? He chilled there until they were fully knocked out, then finally turned his back. Honestly, it would have been way less suspicious if you just acted like your usual scumbag selves. Fixing his collar, Jin muttered, guess a trained mutt can't help but follow orders. With that, he ditched the unconscious squad and went rogue. Cut to the enemy perimeter. A pair of guards were pulling watch duty. One dude was stretching his jaw off with a yawn, while his buddy kept yapping away. So anyway, that is exactly why I swiped the booze. But the talkative guard barely finished his sentence before his eyes bulged in pure terror. Boom! Jin materialized out of thin air, planting a brutal kick right into the yawning guy's skull. The second guard, rocking a dark trench coat, scrambled to aim his spear, shouting, "Hey, who the hell are you?" Jin's eyes locked onto him like a predator, casually swaying back to let the spear thrust whistle past his face. Twisting his momentum in midair, a lethal flash of steel ripped through the dark. The trench coat guard was instantly folded, taking a devastating strike straight to the throat. He collapsed, his face twisted in absolute agony. Stepping over the bodies, Jin scanned the perimeter. Wait, just 2 sentries? Looks like the exterior is completely empty. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks, gears turning in his head. Fiddling with the padlock, he muttered, a basic metal lock, and absolutely zero magical alarms tripped. I mean, they actually leave random grunts to guard warehouse number 3 sometimes, but still, Zipful clearly does not give a single care about this stash. Guess it is time for a little unboxing video, huh? Without hesitating, he shoved the heavy doors open and strutted inside. But the second his eyes caught the glowing runes on the floor, alarm bells rang in his head. No way, a literal blood magic tripwire. This hardcore ward is famous for scanning anyone who steps on it, checking not just for Zipful DNA, but to see if you are 100% pure blood. But here is the catch, this thing is literally designed to sniff out demonic beasts from regular humans. It even flags diseases. Gene squats down, locking his eyes onto the glowing blood magic to break down exactly how it ticks. Meaning, any average human's blood will do the trick. It absolutely does not have to be his. He slides right back over to the knocked out guard, slicing the dude's hand open to siphon a fresh sample. Why bleed himself and leave a literal DNA trail when he has a free donor right here? Snagging just enough crimson liquid, he drips it straight onto the array. Instantly, the mystic symbols start twisting and shifting. With that handled, his brain is already plotting the next move. Cracking that first layer of defense was absolute child's play. Now, where is that golem hiding? Boom. Out of nowhere, the blood circle explodes with a massive, blinding energy spike, leaving Gene totally paralyzed with shock. I used the guard's blood. That should be 100% human. Yet the defensive alarm is going absolutely crazy. His mind races that guard must have been infected with some nasty hidden disease. Right then, brutal, stone-cold golem faces materialize in the air directly above the glowing circle, flashing razor-sharp teeth. Neon eyes glare down at him. A chill hits Gene. Wait, was that guard even human to begin with? A split second later, he leaps out of the way to avoid getting crushed. Damn it, what is this silent wind? He instantly triggers the technique, throwing out a fierce blast to block the towering stone giants. These monsters look straight up ravenous, ready to devour him alive. He originally held back because any nearby mage would instantly sniff out his mana trail. Flying under the radar was the whole plan. But that strategy just flew out the window, and cold sweat is pouring down Gene's face. Seeing red, the massive golem charges forward like a totally unhinged beast. Gene groans under his breath so much for a stealth mission. It is time to throw down. He violently weaves through 2 lethal strikes, his blade ripping out of its scabbard in a flash. But this giant, orc-like freak refuses to just stand there and take a beating. It lets out a deafening, rage-fueled roar. Vicious claws swipe at his neck, but Gene agilely styles on it with a flawless backflip to stay in one piece. His boots skid against the dirt as he regains his balance. Dropping into a low stance, he briefly dips his head, and then,